All right, welcome everyone to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, November the 14th. And as is traditional, we start our meetings off with the singing of O Canada. So what I'd like to do is introduce our singer. So maybe if I could call her forward. We have Sahana Iyer. And hello. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about Sahana, and then she's gonna sing for us. Sahana is 10 years old and is from Mississauga. She responded to our call for Anthem singers. She's professionally trained in both Western vocal and Indian classical music and has been singing since she was 3 years of age. She's participated in and won many competitions and events. Sahana loves arts and theater as well as swimming, playing basketball, badminton, robotics, and coding. That's really good. STEM, very good. Please welcome Sahana Iyer, and she is joined by her family, who's sitting in the front row as well, as she sings the national anthem this evening. So let's stand, please, and prepare to enjoy. So whenever you're ready, honey.
Oh, Canada, a home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for Thank you so much.
Wow. Sahana, the only person I've ever heard do it quite like that is Councillor Strange. But I have to say, no, actually no one has quite done it like that. That was outstanding. I feel like I should be watching the puck drop at a Stanley Cup game or maybe a major football game. I just want to say, like the Grey Cup this Sunday. On behalf of the city, on behalf of City Council and everybody here in Chambers, unbelievable. I've never heard the mic crackle like that when someone was singing. You've got quite a talent, and I'm sure your family already knows that, and you're going to share it with everybody. So on behalf of all of us, happy Diwali, and thank you very much for doing such an amazing job of singing O Canada.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done. And you are welcome to stick around for the remainder of the meeting, if you like, or not. Thank you very much. Our pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Wow. It's all down here from here, folks. It's all down here. I apologize. All right. Moving on now. Now move to our land acknowledgement and traditional Indigenous meeting opening. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to welcome and invite Elder Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us once again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Thank you. I just want to add a little bit more to the land acknowledgement that has been acknowledged here, especially in this city of Niagara Falls, in moving forward to build those relationships with our Indigenous population here. And I think one of the strong elements that is recognized is the dish with one spoon. And that encompasses kind of like a treaty or an agreement between nations even to utilize space, a common space, so that you're not going to deplete what's there, that we're able to all come together and utilize what we need to for our well-being and to still have some resources left. And I think one of the things that showed this, for me anyway, in our ceremonies, is that we recognize that the strawberry is the leader amongst all of the plants. And we have a ceremony for the strawberry, but also that strawberry drink is at the other ceremonies. And so for us, they have the benches there for the singers and the drummers, and a drink is prepared, that strawberry drink, and it's brought in and put on the bench. It's just one pail and one dipper. And so anytime that anyone is thirsty, needs that drink to quench their thirst, then they can just come up to that pail and use that dipper and take a drink. And you're just quenching your thirst for that moment. And anyone else can do the same. Everybody has a responsibility to bring, say, some of those berries. We don't leave it all to one person. That'd be a pretty big job, because we have sometimes 200, 300 people at our ceremonies. And if it were left to one person, that's a huge job. So our job is to help with that responsibility. Everybody brings some berries to help make that juice so that it can be dispersed to everyone around there. And so we recognize that that dish with one spoon is that concept, and it's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years with our people. And so in moving forward, we see that in different aspects within our communities. And so we recognize and honor that this is being embraced, that this is a part of the history, part of the teaching, part of the learning that's happening within our communities. To build that bridge, and I can see that the city of Niagara Falls has helped to build those bridges, changing those lights in the falls to orange, helping our Indigenous populations in and around this area. And so we recognize and offer that gratitude that this is happening, that it's continuing, and we look for further togetherness with that. Yeah.
Thank you, Jackie. We're grateful for the land that we share. Moving on now to the adoption of the minutes. Looking for a motion, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag, that we approve the minutes from the 24th of October meeting. Is there any discussion to those? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and those minutes are approved. Now disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures of council? Okay, seeing none, we move on to everyone's favorite part of the meeting, the mayor's reports and announcements. First off, on a sad note, obituaries, sympathies go to the families of Joey, for the passing of Joey Schutz, brother-in-law of Councillor Wayne Campbell. Happy Diwali, first off. So I know our community, we've got a lot of people that were celebrating Diwali, and there's Councillor Patel, along with our MP and MPP and Chair of the Parks Commission, in, I think that's Table Rock, is that right? Table Rock, for the fireworks that were over the falls for Diwali. There's another picture of the group. Oh, we got a few lighting the candles. Lamp lighting. Did you, well, better you tell us what's going on. You were there. What else?
It was a lamp lighting that happened at the falls.
Yeah.
And they did that, we call it Arti, so that's worship in the goddess. That was the first time ever happened in our falls. So with the candles, they did the worship, and that was great actually. It was misty, it was rainy, we were all soaking wet, but it was great. It was great turnout, and the fireworks were amazing.
Oh,
they
fantastic.
did it for 5 minutes. It was really good.
Oh, beautiful.
We had about 150 people who showed up for the fireworks there. So
Very
it was
good.
a very good turnout.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And while I'm here today is,
Yeah.
I come from state of Gujarat in India, so today we celebrate New Year. So we are entering 2080. as of our solar calendar. So we are in 2080 as our calendar. So it's Happy New Year. So I want to wish Happy New Year to everyone who's celebrating actually around the world. So Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year.
And I want to thank all the council for supporting the fireworks motion, and people really enjoyed it. So thank you very much for
Well
the
done.
support.
Congratulations. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
And Happy Diwali. Moving on, we just had the Pathstone Gala. Recently, that was, as you can see, that's Howie Mandel. I'm there with my daughter Maya. And he entertained the crowd. He was quite funny. And they raised $357,000 for Pathstone. So it was a successful fundraiser. Congratulations to them. Remembrance Day services were outstanding. There's, as you can see, some pictures here down in Oaks Park at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier and at the Gap Young Memorial Stone. And we received so many compliments from so many people from around the province that we've got the finest looking. You said Oaks Park. Oh, I'm sorry. At the cemetery. Yes, I'm sorry. Oaks Park's across the street. We were at the cemetery. Fairview Cemetery, and it was so beautiful, and they've done such a wonderful job at honoring those that have made the ultimate sacrifice. And it was a big crowd. We had over 500 people there, and you could see the stonework. It in a true professional way, I think it pays respect to those that have made the ultimate sacrifice. So thank you to staff that worked so hard, both in the cemetery and Christine Elia in our office, who put a lot of effort into putting this event together. Outdoor, it's not easy. There's a lot of things that are unpredictable, but they did a great job. It was well attended. So I was joined that day by Councillors Thomson, Pietrangelo, Baldinelli, Lococo, Patel, Newestag, and Strange. So thank you to all of you for being there and helping to support. As well, we had Remembrance Day ceremony the Sunday before in Chippewa at the arena, an inside event for those that can't do outside. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Patel, and Newestag as well. And also, we had one at Christchurch this past Sunday, which also took place. I'm not sure what I'm looking at right now. Oh, the Legion. Okay, and we also had a Legion one. Okay, all right, great. And we also, that was afterwards. That was after the ceremony at the Fairview Cemetery. And that's at the Legion as well, where all the wreaths were relayed. Moving on to Volunteer Recognition Night, which took place last night. Very well attended. Full house at the Gale Center in the Memorial Room. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, Thomson, and Lococo, and as well as doing one of the special awards and attending Councillors Strange and Pietrangelo. So thank you to all of Council for being there, where we honored all of our volunteers in the city. It was a great event and very much appreciated. I'd like to thank City Councillors when they represent the city at events. I can't be at every event all the time. It's very difficult. I get to all of them that I physically can, but oftentimes Council helps out, and I very much appreciate you helping out, row the boat. So first off to Councillor Patel for representing the city at the Niagara Panthers volleyball tournament. That took place at Canada Park, out by Brock University. Also representing the city at the Valor and Victory at Niagara Parks event that took place. I'm not sure if we have a picture for that one or not. Maybe we don't. No? Okay. And a Legion 479 Remembrance Day service, which we already showed earlier. Also, I'd like to thank Councillor Newestag, representing the city at the Project Share Chippewa location grand opening. Not sure if we have a picture for that one. No, we don't. Okay, thank you for that. And also Councillor Lococo, representing the city at the closing of Happy Feet Dance Studio. Picture? Yes, picture? No, okay. So we did have some business openings. First off, this is the Canary Lofts. Cannery, sorry, not Canary. Cannery Lofts was just opened down on Lewis, and I'm joined by Councillors Lococo and Councillor Baldinelli, where they took an old building, redeveloped it, and they'll be using it for people visiting the city, where you can rent up to 4 rooms in one unit, 4 separate rooms. So if you're traveling with other families, you can all stay together and share the same common space. We had the grand opening of Swadesi Grocery. I was joined by Councillor Patel. Was it just Patel? Was there anyone else? Yep. Councillor Patel, that was on McLeod Road. next to the old Canadian Tire, where you can buy all sorts of Indian delicacies. Also, we had the grand opening of the magnificent Women Market on Queen Street. I was joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Lococo, Newestag, Thomson, Patel, and Strange. So that event took place in our downtown last week, and I see we've got Regional Councillor Lococo and our MPP Gates are there, and our MP Baldinelli is there as well. And this is a great market for anyone doing Christmas shopping. I'm having a hard time with the words today. It's happening and shopping. You mix them together and you get shopping. But mark that one down, Mr. CAO, is a new word we can use. At this market, there were 6 different women starting their businesses that we incubated out of our incubator downtown, where you can buy some real neat Christmas items. And that is open Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So if you've got some difficult to buy for a person, great place to go down if you want to buy some Christmas gifts or Diwali gifts or whatever gifts that you want to do. It's a great place. I already went down and did my shopping there. A lot of neat things. We had the opening of the Far Out Cafe. I was joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Patel, and Newestag. We're also joined again by Regional Councillor Morocco and our MPP Gates at the opening of the Far Out Cafe on Kaler Road. It's next to the off-track betting, so a neat place to go check out and support. And lastly, we had the opening of Purple Mint Kitchen. That took place this past Friday night on Lundy's Lane in front of the Howard Johnsons, with some absolutely delicious food. Wasn't that amazing? Like, that food was unbelievable. I was joined by Councillors Patel, Newestag, Thomson, and Baldinelli. So thank you to all who attended. We encourage everyone to check out the new businesses that open up in our city. You will not be disappointed. And our next council meeting will be a budget meeting on Tuesday, November the 28th. So please make a note of that. So I'm now going to go to our clerk and ask him to explain what we're about to do.
Yes, before we start the planning public meetings, we do have one topic for in-camera discussion that needs to be shared with council before we start the planning matters. So I would suggest that we get a motion to go in camera. There are 3 items for in camera. I'm going to suggest that we only do the first item since it is of some urgency, and then we'll come back in for the public portion of the agenda after that.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So I have a motion by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Thomson, that we go in camera. All those in favor? Okay, we're going to go in camera now, folks. So we'll be in there probably for 15 or 20 minutes, approximately, and then we're going to come back in here. So good chance for a bathroom break, and we will resume the regular scheduled planning meeting as proposed. Thank you, everyone. All right, welcome back. We just concluded our in-camera meeting, and that's where we have to leave council chambers to get legal advice, and in certain matters we're not allowed to talk about in open council as per the Municipal Act. So we're now going to continue with the regular scheduled meeting, and I'm going to ask our clerk to please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider city-initiated amendments to the city's official plan. Public notice was given on October 18th, 2023. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the official plan amendment or would like to preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheet located just outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm now going to call on Brian Dick, our Senior Manager of Policy Planning, and he is going to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is that on? Super. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm going to introduce to you Official Plan Amendment OPA 157. It's a similar presentation that was given at the last time I appeared in front of this council in August earlier this year. So here we have the location map that shows where the amendment is occurring. There's two parcels of land centered around the Gale Center, one more west of Stanley, north of Fairview Cemetery, and one more towards southeast of the Gale Center, centered around Hamilton Street and 2nd Street. And both these, so you see that. Then in more detail, we look at Site 1, the location. This is more west of Stanley, north of Fairview Fairview Cemetery, centered around Fraser Street. And you can see in context, just in general, the total area that we're talking about is 3.8 hectares in size. And then the second site, location 2, this is southeast of the Gale Center, north of Hamilton Street, I believe east of 4th Avenue. You can see the site context, and then we're looking at a total area of 2.5 hectares of that were under consideration. So dealing with the amendment purpose, it's to investigate the conversion of 2 long-serving industrial sites, otherwise known as employment lands, to a non-industrial use, residential. The current land use designation of industrial is historic. It goes back decades. The current use of the lands primarily do not conform to the industrial designation as envisioned in the city's official plan. So without the conversion, the introduction of an industrial use to these areas could cause a future land use conflict if additional industrial was ever to be introduced. So what are we talking about when it comes to the amendment? What are we trying to do? We're just basically looking at Schedule A in the city's official plan, the future land use, and we're just changing basically the areas on the map. We're just changing the color. That's kind of the context with it. It's a map change. There are no policies being changed with the amendment. So what is the planning rationale? So the sites are located outside of an established employment area. So these are employment lands. The sites, for the most part, are removed from other surrounding employment lands. The sites are surrounded by non-employment uses on 3 sides. Oops, sorry. The conversion would not create incompatible land uses, and the conversion would not negatively impact other employment lands in the area. Other planning rationale, conversion would be consistent and supportive of the city's planning objectives. The conversion does not go against the city's planning objectives, and the sites offer limited market choice for future employment development due to small lot size, configuration of the lots, and market conditions. And if you recall, when we did our employment strategy, we're looking at the Grassy Brook area of the city to bring in a new employment area where you're looking at large, unencumbered pieces of land that have future servicing potential, and more importantly, strategically located along a 400 series highway. That's how industry today moves goods. As well, the sites do not really offer potential future expansion on existing or neighboring lands. The public comments received. So at the time when I gave the same presentation, and of course there were some comments raised at the last public meeting on August 15th, But at that time, there was no, drafting this presentation, there was no real significant concern raised by members of the public or stakeholder agencies from the OPA circulation. And just also to protect nearby existing or future industries from potential land use conflicts, any future residential development introduced to this area would have to have regard for the provincial D6 guidelines or their equivalent. And that ensures that both residential and industry could coexist with one another with a series of protections. And so then the recommendation at that time in August, or now would be still that council approve official plan amendment number 157, subject to the consideration of any public input presented at the public meeting. That's today's meeting, November 14th, 2023. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions of council for Mr. Deck? Councillor Newestag.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions. So what initiated this whole review process?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's a great question. So we did an employment land strategy, and we kind of looked at that time for employment land conversions of any known conversions through our ECDEV folks or any other ongoing development applications. Since that time, there's been some development inquiries in this area. So as staff, we decided to proactively take a look and do the examination whether industrial use carried off into the future, the next 10, 20, 30 years, made sense. So that's where it originated from.
Are there other areas in the city that we can expect this to happen as well?
To my knowledge, through the mayor to the council, great question. To my knowledge, no. But land use is dynamic, so 2 years from now, we could have a similar situation elsewhere, but I don't think so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, another question. What percentage of lands are we looking at to have employment lands versus residential? Is there any idea of that?
Well, through the mayor to the council, great question. All I can say is that the total hectares combined is 3.8 plus 2.5, and of course my math is very terrible, 6.3 hectares of land, and then approximately 11 acres in total. But of the entire city's land supply, I would have trouble answering that question. But for the most part, future industry, and we have protected, and it's reinforced in the Niagara Regional Official Plan, employment areas where we expect the bulk of the industrial growth of the city to occur.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Through you to our staff member. Thanks, Brian, for your presentation. Just had a couple of questions. I guess, first of all, it's safe to say that if this land had nothing built on it today, staff would not be recommending the conversion of it to residential.
Through the mayor to the council, great question. Yes, if there was no development inquiries occurring, if there was no development interest, then we weren't looking for this project. The project kind of came to us, and we kind of were trying to take a proactive approach.
But the issue is that as we look at it, there's a lot of houses already on Fraser Street and on George Street. Can you just talk to us about some of the challenges that people might face owning a home that has an industrial designation on it as opposed to a residential designation?
Through the mayor to the council, that's a great question. I think it's just in general, if you're the average homeowner, even though the industrial designation doesn't line up with the current use of the lands, if you're just currently living in the house, not changing anything with the house, I don't see any real impact. But I look to other planning staff that could add to that in case I'm incorrect on that. But obviously, any other industries, there's always going to be a potential land use. For the existing businesses in the area, there could be existing conflicts that could occur just by the natural.
I was thinking more from a financing mortgage perspective. So I don't know if staff have any comments on that.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. When a property is designated industrial, obviously some of the banks have concern with getting a residential mortgage on land that's designated and zoned industrial. So that is one factor, and I know we've heard last meeting from one residents that did have that same issue. So that's the issue I know from the banking and financial system. I'm not an expert in it. I've just heard that you do have a difficulty when you have an industrial property that's designated and used residentially.
Okay, thanks. And Your Worship, last question through you to Brian once again. I understand the D6 guidelines. Can you just give it to us in layman terms? If someone was to build residential in the future, they would have to adhere to D6 guidelines. Can you just explain what that is?
Through the mayor to the councillor, thank you for the question. The D6 guidelines are provincial guidance documents that try to protect, try to ensure there's reduced compatibility issues between existing or future industrial and what are considered sensitive land uses, that being residential. And then based on the type of industries, class 1, 2, or 3, and usually class 3 is think of like a DeFasco or a Stelco, and a class 1 kind of more like a, almost like a prestige industrial type of development. There are certain setbacks and zones of influences required. So a class 1 is 20-meter setback, lot line to lot line. Class 2, 70 meters. Class 3, 300 meters. So with those, they just try to protect sensitive land uses from industrial land uses, but at the same time recognizing, sometimes that may not occur with separation distance. Then you would have to employ other sort of mechanisms, either the provision of like registering on title that you're close to an industrial use, or the provision of air conditioning or triple pane glass windows to ensure that you're trying to reduce the negative impacts of sensitive land use coexisting with an industrial land use. Hopefully I layman's that enough.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Patel, Newstag, then Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we had a look at these two areas and they were clumped together, the 4th Avenue and the Fraser Street. Is there any particular rationale that they were put together? Because when going through it and studying it, they seem very distinct to me. And I think that's where we had problems when you were here in August, that it was lumped together. And it came back together as one. Is there any reason it had to, or can we separate it out and look at each one on its own merits?
Through the mayor to the councillor, great question. I think they're geographically separate. They had similar issues, so it made time to investigate, to look at them together. But of course, it's up to the will of council. You may separate them if you choose.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We're talking about rezoning one from the Fraser Street to George Street. Are you not worried about the businesses on George Street are going to be affected by residential around them? Because when residential encroaches into industrial zone, eventually industries leave because they have so many complaints, they have to mitigate so much that they eventually leave.
Yeah.
So.
Great question. Through the mayor to the councillor, great question. For the most part, there is a lot of existing residential already there. So it's kind of like, especially on George Street, I believe it is a bit of a mixed-use area just by the fact that there is residential either backing on to existing commercial businesses, for the most part, that front onto George. So I'm not as worried, no, because this area has coexisted for decades.
But when we rezone it, more likely there will be high-rise, maybe apartment building or townhouses will be coming there. So it'll be more condensed than what it is now.
Yeah. Yes, and then therefore, through that case, then the D6 guidelines, we would look at sort of mitigative measures to ensure that they both could coexist as best we could.
But the way I see it, there are about 25 houses on those streets. So currently, the business owners have to just mitigate with 25 owners. But if we have another 100 people living in the apartment buildings, and they have to deal with 150 people. So I think it just makes their job more harder, so they might just eventually leave, and we might lose jobs because jobs creation, jobs in businesses, small businesses, that's very important, right? Because the way they say it, you need a job to buy a house, you don't need a house to get a job.
Yes, you are correct on that.
And then another question I have is, it's a very small area, so when we put in residential, traffic will be a big issue there, parking and traffic, because when you have apartment building within for example, if the apartment building goes in Dorchester Road, there are lots of side streets that can absorb all the traffic and parking. Here, they are like a little island of their own. There is not much there to park or the traffic to go around. So how are we going to deal with those issues? Because I do go to Niagara very entire often to get my tire rotation and stuff done. In the winter time, they have snow piled up on the parking lot, so people are parked on this George Street all the time.
Yeah. Through the mayor to the councillor, if there was a future development application for residential, there would probably be some sort of parking or transportation study that would have to be submitted as part of the application, and that time we as staff would work through those traffic, transportation issues, parking issues as well.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, another question is, last public meeting, we had a rep from the audio industry come here, and they did talk about vibration and noise, and they do not want residential in that area. So what are your comments on that?
That is correct. Through the mayor to the councillor, that is correct. They showed up at the last meeting. They raised those issues, and I believe they will speak again to those issues. Yet again, through the D6 guidelines, I think their issues can be mitigated, but I'll leave it at that.
And I have another question. Maybe Mr. Nichols might have to answer that. It's the traffic, because I do go to projects to volunteer now and then. And when I'm coming out the George Street, there's lots of traffic coming from the Stanley. And people are going fast. It's not even safe to turn there all the time. So wouldn't that be a safety issue there coming out?
Mr. Nichol?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, any type of development would require a traffic impact study, but Stanley Avenue is a regional road, so we don't have jurisdiction over Stanley Avenue.
Okay, and while we are on it, how about the Pathstone Road extension? When is that going to be done?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's again a regional project that the city has storm sewer infrastructure on. We're anticipating the region budgeting for that in their 2025 capital budget.
Oh. So when is the GO stations going to be done in the university? Sorry.
Thanks. And through you, Mr. Mayor, we're also anticipating 2025 budget for the region. So big year for the region's budget in 2025.
The way I see it is region has 11 municipalities. They have lots more roads in the city to fix, so that might not be on top of their list, would there be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't answer that question.
When I asked, I didn't ask anybody, but I will ask you, is there any way we can take over the building of Pathstone Road from the region and city initiate the project? Is that possible?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. There would be no savings in time or budget by doing that. We have no more resources than the region has. It's a significant project, but both the Pathstone Road extension and Bridge Street reconstruction are upwards of $30 million. And so those need a placeholder in the budget before any of those types of discussions can happen.
But if it's the regional road, then we'll still get the portion of regional paid to us, right? If there's possibility to take over the project.
Yeah, I think what I'm saying is that we don't have any additional resources beyond what the region has. So they have resources assigned to their projects. We have resources assigned to our projects. We don't have any more than they have to move that project along any quicker.
But is there such a thing? Is there any option available like that? Can we do it?
Maybe we could save this for new business. I'm thinking probably we should
Okay.
focus on
Okay.
this issue right now if we could, Councillor. Yeah, I'll come back to you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, I've got Councillor Thomson and then you, Estee.
Thank you. When we have the discussion about this industrial area the last time, I said that it's right to the new cemetery, and why would you put industrial property right beside the cemetery? Is that residential there, and the cemetery? Have you any discussion about that? And it's getting busy now and with that cemetery, and there would be industry with the people they lost their family. Yeah.
Any discussion to that or any thought to that, Mr. Dick, regarding industrial compatibility with cemeteries?
through the mayor to the councillor, if I understand the question correctly, with this, obviously, with this area, the area has been traditionally designated industrial. The properties that face or front or back onto the cemetery are all residential. I believe that's Fraser Street. So even if, I really don't see, if this area was even to remain industrial for the foreseeable future, if that was the will of council, I really don't see any industry moving in, because it would have to buy up all the residences, and as a result, people would probably still want to remain in their homes. So I think there is a bit of a buffer between existing commercial businesses in this area and the cemetery to ensure that the cemetery is quiet. I think I answered the question.
Totally support the residential and for the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got Councillor Newesteg and then Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to go back to the question I asked earlier so that maybe if I rephrase it.
Sure.
In terms of industrial versus residential, in the city of Niagara Falls, where do we have more of an abundance, or are we lacking?
Through the mayor to the councillor, looking at our overall land needs of the city, we have an abundance of residential land, and now with currently with 4 urban expansion areas, we have a sufficient land supply beyond the year I would say beyond the year 2051, because if you look at the building permit activity, we'd actually have a lot more development in intensification within our built-up existing area. Through our employment study that we just conducted, we were short on employment area, our industrial lands in our employment areas, and that's why you saw staff, we promoted a new employment area in the south end of the city. That is where businesses want to go, because for the most part, they're looking for large parcels of land that can be serviced, because there's going to be a South Niagara Falls water treatment plant. They're strategically located because it's going to be on the QEW, a 400 series highway corridor, and there's very few residences there to then potentially have a land use conflict with. That is, so if, we are short on industrial land, or what's called employment area land, and that is where industry wants to go, if you talk to economic development folks.
But if we're short, then this kind of doesn't make a lot of sense that we're giving up employment land, although it may not be the perfect location for residential. Okay, go ahead.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So for the most part, the bulk of these areas are primarily residential. What you do have is existing businesses, and this amendment would not change anything to do with their current operations. So when it comes to the entire land supply of the city, we're talking, what we need is that employment area land, and this is employment. I know this is confusing. This is more or less employment lands, and if you were to take I think I quoted 6 hectares of both sites, and then I looked at how much of those sites is actually existing businesses, it's probably maybe a third, maybe a quarter to a third of those total lands, and maybe even less. I wish I had a calculator.
Now, the last time we had this before council, we heard from a representative from Oleo Industries, and his major concern was if we do all residential, it will put an impact on that industry, and because residents will have, they obviously, even with DC guidelines, have issues with noise and emissions, whatever, all those other things that come naturally with industry. Is that a concern that we should be looking at? Because jobs are extremely important. We know we need jobs. We see how people are hurting today. To risk anything about jobs, is that something we should be considering?
Well, through the mayor to the councillor, as we, as planning staff, we take all those considerations, all those context into consideration, and of course, even with this amendment, we circulate and talk to our economic development staff of any particular issues, and none of those issues were particularly raised. And I would also mention that the existing site still has a quite large concentration of existing residential development or houses close to the plant. And around the city, we have many cases where I think the Nabisco plant is surrounded by existing residential and is able to coexist.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
For the Fourth Avenue property, that's adjacent to, I think that's the body shop right there, right on the side. I'm not sure, is it east or west of it? There's like car garage or something?
Fourth, are we referring to the ball hockey? Oh, through the
Yeah,
mayor to
right beside the ball hockey, there is the car garage, auto body shop or something.
Yes, to the south.
So the D6 guidelines, do they apply there? Do you need to have certain distance from the business?
For the most part, through the mayor to the council, from my understanding and prior role, it's the auto body shop. I don't know if it'd be necessarily considered a class 1 industry, but there would probably be a noise study required as part of that, because there might be, during business hours of operation, the movement of cars, air guns or whatever the case there may be, and as a result, if the ball hockey rink to the north was to develop, then there would be a need for some sort of probably noise attenuation measures needed. So there might be a fence or a vegetative buffering of some sort, the provision of air conditioning with the development, noise clause registered on title, just to ensure that there's a reduction of land use compatibility concerns.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, for that land, especially where the ball hockey arena is, it's very close to where Cyanama used to be. So how about is there contamination?
Yes, and I think the planner for Niagara Planning Group will speak to this, but they would have to do an environmental site assessment phase 1 and 2. I believe they've completed that, so that would do an investigative of what is any of the potential contaminants, and then they would need a record of site condition to clean up the site, to bring it to ensure that a sensitive land use residential could occur on that site, and that it would be a cleaned up site that you could live on.
So how much something like that would cost to clean up some site like that?
Through the mayor to the council, I'm afraid I don't have that answer, but obviously it would be expensive, but you're seeing across Niagara many redevelopments of brownfields. Case in point, in the city of Thorold, the Exelon site, I would consider one of our dirtiest sites in Niagara, is now housing. That's just in Old Thorold.
And one last question. With the 4th Avenue, when you put the residential in there, it will increase lots of traffic on 4th Avenue. And some traffic might cut through the Gale Center parking lot. So that could cause a safety issue there, because there are lots of families and kids are going to the Gale Center, so that could cause a safety issue.
Through the mayor to the council, that is a potential, but of course, through any development application, there may be a need for a traffic impact study, and then we would also investigate through our transportation services folks any other potential issues that may occur along 4th Avenue, and then with the Gale Center, there may be a need to come up with some sort of other mitigative measures needed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Strange and Councillor Lococo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And there's so many residential R1, I'm sure all over, which is south of 4th Avenue, which we're talking about. And across the street, they recently did a development that actually cleaned up all the land.
Through the mayor to the council, that's correct. I think that's the former YMCA property.
Yeah, and so why wouldn't you want clean land instead of keeping it, contaminated, right? And try to build houses for residents.
Through the mayor to the councilor, through provincial requirements, they would need to clean it. You couldn't get a building permit unless that site was clean.
Just like they did across the street, they'd have to do the same thing.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This reconsideration of Amendment 157 doesn't include the approval of the application that is shown to us tonight. It's there to show us what could be done, but we're not approving that application. Is that correct, through the mayor to Mr. Dick?
Through the mayor to the councilor, great question. Yes, they would have to go through an independent development application. So at least the zoning and perhaps an official, if this official plan amendment is not approved, then an official plan amendment and a zoning application.
Okay, thank you. And just so I have it right, the land was industrial. Staff wanted us to convert it over to residential. Council denied that, so it is industrial, and now it's before us again. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions of council? Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Dick.
Thank you.
Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 17 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone scheduled right now to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Your Worship, we do have 4 people who had registered, and then after they are finished, we could open the floor for any other speakers. So first off, we do have from Oleo Energies, Mr. Mark McCulkoff.
Okay.
Good evening, Your Worship, esteemed members of Council, City staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark McCulkoff, and I am the President and Principal of Oleo Energies. We are a manufacturer and producer of lubricants, specialty chemicals, dielectric and transformer fluids, as well as ancillary services of terminaling, packaging, and distribution of those products. We acquired the site approximately 13 to 14 years ago from the Lubrizol Corporation. The Lubrizol Corporation occupied those lands since 1955 and had a manufacturing facility on those lands. Unfortunately, for reasons beyond the control of anything in the city, Lubrizol decided to exit the property at that time. We picked up a site where we wanted to conduct our business. We initially were looking to a biodiesel production facility. Later, based on the regulatory environment and the business climate, we refocused our energies to once again produce lubricants in that facility. Lubrizol was a stalwart member of the community and provided strong employment and great manufacturing jobs. We picked up those pieces. We started from humble beginnings, where we employed less than a handful of people, to a workforce now 40 strong. We have good manufacturing jobs. We employ skilled trades, electricians, millwrights, welders, pipe fitters, and we have apprentices working under them to learn and become journeymen. We employ cooperative education students, co-op students in our lab, and they do 4 and 8 month stints, and we've had a rotational basis for the last 10 years, training our young people to work in that field in an industrial capacity. We are here to oppose the redesignation under OPA 157 of those lands, or at least to have the 2 parcels, as councillors have put forward, considered separately on their own merits. For this parcel, we oppose it for the following reasons. Our facility, under the D6 guidelines, is clearly and explicitly noted as a Class 3 facility. The separations required from sensitive land uses are 300 meters, and an area of influence of 1,000 meters is within the scope of those D6 guidelines. Currently, we are increasing our business. We are growing, and we have contractual relationships with some of the largest corporations, multinationals, the names of which, although I cannot say due to non-disclosure agreements, you would all know them like the back of your hand. As a result, we are moving more and more traffic using rail as opposed to trucking. And we sit on prime rail lands that are bounded by the CN main line on our western flank, and on the eastern flank, the Hydro Canal, and we have a spur. And that spur extends all the way to Stanley Avenue. We are activating that spur. We will be using that spur for an industrial use. And one of the things that we have seen on the diagrams, although we don't have that one visible on the screen right now, is perhaps an omission that there's an industrial corridor which we own to Stanley Avenue, which we were activating. Indeed, we are entering into discussions with an industrial user that will be also the benefactor of using that spur. As a result, it is of prime importance that we can maintain our uses without affecting neighboring lands that have sensitive uses like residential. So in that regard, we feel, because of the D6 guidelines being explicit, and because of our uses and our growing business, that OPA 157, as it relates to the Fraser Street area, is not compatible with our current uses as permitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. If you've got a minute, we'll see if any councillors have questions for you. We've got Councillor Patel and Councillor Newestay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. You say you are going active at this spur. How often do you think you will be shipping out the manufactured items?
Through the mayor to the councillor. We currently obtain rail service directly from Canadian National Railways. They service us on a weekly basis. We receive a switch every Wednesday. We will be increasing the frequency of those switches to probably 2 days a week based upon existing business relationships that we have in place. We need a place to park the cars. So those cars need to go across the right-of-way all the way to Stanley Avenue and form an integral part of our business.
So that must be very noisy operation when they're putting the cars together and taking them off, right?
It is a noisy operation. It is not a noisy operation that occurs throughout the day. However, when rail cars are being switched by the railway, it does create noise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newestay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation and welcome again. A couple questions. So you said that you're planning on growing. How many more jobs will you be adding? You're anticipating growth. How many more jobs do you think you'll be adding to your site?
Through the mayor to the councillor, thank you for that question. We are currently increasing the breadth of our activities. And one of those is packaging of the items that we manufacture. So if we currently employ approximately 40 people, another shift and another perhaps 20 good manufacturing jobs will be created as a result of us venturing into that industry. Furthermore, we have established new relationships with other multinationals that require our services. And although I cannot quantify the labor force that will be required for that instance, suffice it to say that it will be significant and material increase.
Okay, when you say good jobs, when you say good jobs, what does that mean?
Since our inception, we have tried very hard. We've gone through difficult times. And during those times, we have not laid off a single employee. We understand that our workforce are all family people. They have houses and mortgages to pay, and we try our best to ensure that they have an adequate wage to do so. We are obviously, if we have skilled trades and we require those skilled trades, they demand a much higher rate of remuneration than, for instance, a service industry job. We intend, and our business plan indicates that we will be able to offer those kinds of jobs within the community.
Up until now, so there is this residential component over on Fraser George Street. Has there been any issues between the residents and Olio?
We have not encountered any negative impacts. I believe that a resident of the area will be making a submission tonight as well, also in opposition of the official plan amendment. And the redesignation of the lands to a residential and away from employment lands paves the way for increased residential development and increased difficulties in dealing with incompatible land uses as a result thereof.
Explain to us what that would look like if we ended up increasing more residential. What are your fears that could happen?
Well, our fears are that notwithstanding any kind of safeguards or registrations on title or anything that would occur in a residential development, that once the developer has completed his work, then it's the residents. And if the residents don't like the noise that we're making, what we're doing, perhaps the truck traffic, the rail traffic, there will be complaints. There will be difficulties, and we will have a more difficult time to protect our existing permitted uses on the property.
Earlier tonight, we kind of heard that that area is almost becoming obsolete as an industrial area, if I was reading between the lines of what I was hearing, and everybody's moving out to the other area. What are your comments to that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I would disagree with that statement. If we take a look at the percentage, not on a number of property basis, but on an area basis that comprises commercial and industrial uses of that small parcel, it is much more industrialized than what perhaps council has been led to believe by the presentations. We believe that it is bounded on three sides by non-residential uses. To the north, you see Niagara Tire and Battery, as well as a commercial development. To the east, you have, and the southeast, you have a fertilizer industrial facility. To the west, you have the Hydro Canal and Oleo Energies.
You made a comment about industrial corridor. Can you just expand on that? I wasn't sure if I totally understood what you were saying.
So the bottom of, or the southernmost boundary of the area under consideration for this official plan amendment is bounded by our rail corridor. So we have an existing rail corridor on which we have an existing rail siding agreement with Canadian National to service that rail. And we are moving rail cars onto that spur. And that corridor will be between the cemetery and the lands to the north.
All right. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you
for that. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. McAlkoff? Okay, we're good. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Clerk, who do we have up next?
Our next registered speaker is Kevin Jacoby.
Welcome, Mr. Jacoby.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council. The hat I'm wearing tonight, I am a business owner here in Niagara Falls in the Stanley Avenue Business Park, but the hat I'm wearing tonight is for the board of the Niagara Industrial Association, where I hold the position of business development and governance. We are here to support Oleo's vision for their business, as well as the previous council's decision to reject the change of the zoning. One thing you have to understand about business here in Niagara is it is strong, it is vibrant, but we do not have the space to grow and to adapt and evolve. We've had a lot of disruptors over the past 5 years. COVID obviously disrupted everyone, but now we're having the idea of changes in supply chain management, of how we are receiving, how we are building our manufactured goods for our communities, and the ability for our community to support itself and sustain what is needed for being done. We heard that it's a small amount, it's only a few hectares of land. Those parcels of land are integral not only to that space there, but the products that they use affect other manufacturing that happens in the area. Things aren't siloed. It isn't the idea that it's just here and this is all that's affected. It affects other businesses in the community and the attractiveness of attracting more businesses and more expansion in our community by having companies such as Oleo with their products to be able to support what we do here. My background is supply chain. Having the idea of intertransit, so the idea of having that rail line, having that being effectively used in the area is an advantage, and it helps our economic development offices to better put out and advertise our communities as a strong place to build your centers of excellence when it comes to manufacturing, which helps us increase the potential for good paying jobs here in the Niagara region and specifically here in Niagara Falls. But what you decide here does affect, it affects St. Catharines, it affects Thorold, it affects Fort Erie because these products are used throughout the industry. We developed a concept at the Niagara Industrial Association of the one shop floor. And what that means is the idea that we don't look at individuals that may be very modest, having 50 people, even 100 people. What we look at is the capacity of all the manufacturing that's happening in the area here to be able to work and cooperate, to be able to attract and go after these other jobs that might be larger than any particular shop floor could handle. And that's what we're trying to do for the Niagara region, as the Industrial Association is doing, is to allow people to understand that we have skilled trade in Niagara, we have amazing educational facilities such as Niagara College. I'm a past president for WAMIC as well, the Advanced Manufacturing. We have Brock University, all these with their new engineering department. All these things are making us a vibrant center of excellence for manufacturing. We need to diversify. We need to make sure we have those jobs available, and we cannot degrade what we have for our industrial lands. We need to build upon it. Currently, I just received from the region, we're at a 0.8% vacancy rate for industrial space at the moment. That is very low, and we're having challenges. We have the idea of capacity for a lot of things. We're pivoting over to electrical vehicles in support of those structures are going on. We need the land, we need the infrastructure for that. These type of jobs support that initiative that the council here is doing for your community, and I appreciate the work you're doing. And that's why we're here to support you and hopefully make sure that we don't degrade or impact any future evolution of those spaces by having encroachment on lands. I'm part of the Stanley Avenue Business Park. Previous council made decisions that put residential close to two of our members, was Salit Steel and Washington Mills. The studies that were done at that time never took into effect that this company was growing and works at night. So when they did their noise assessment and that sort of thing, it never took the impact of having additional shifts, as we hear could potentially add more jobs to this company. And they're the ones that have to pay for additional assessment. They're the ones that have to pay for any sort of remuneration, that sort of thing. This isn't put on the residents. And you have to remember, too, a developer makes the property. They're not the ones that you're going to deal with in the end. You're dealing with multiple residents that are taking over those lands. We don't have control over that. We don't have grandfathering saying, well, we were here first. We've been here for 50 years. That doesn't exist. If there's a complaint, it's the onus of the businesses then to then deal with that complaint. And that costs us money. It costs us time. And it also makes it less attractive to continue doing our business here. So I do urge you as a council to please maintain your original decision and maintain these employment lands. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. Any questions of council for Mr. Jacoby?
What's this local address?
Address?
Yeah.
Oh, the address of your business?
It's 8699 Stanley Avenue. We're in the Stanley Avenue Business Park. I own the old Oneida building here.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Clerk, who do we have up next? Thank you.
Yes, Your Worship, the next speaker we have registered is Michael Allen.
Mr. Allen, welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council and staff. You're getting the presentation set up, or I do it from here?
Yep, getting it ready.
Okay. So, obviously a very contentious issue with the city, and representing my client, Mr. Sam Visca, he is also a business owner in the city, also employs a lot of people in the city, and that's not what we're here about tonight. Understanding, and I guess in part of the presentation is, we were that developer that spurred the planning department to take a look at this land in conjunction with other lands. We hear what everyone's saying. We're not opposing the growth of other industry, other businesses. We're actually here to support it. What we're here to ask council of is to consider the lands that my client owns, which is on Fraser Street and George Street, and there's a small parcel on Fraser Street as well. We're asking for your consideration for this specific parcels to be site specific, so that we have the opportunity to work with our neighbors, whether it's business, commercial, or industrial, so that we can work with the site-specific design components to install these mitigated measures, whether it's for noise, odor, or so forth. And everything these gentlemen have said is 100%, and we want to support that, because without jobs, we're not developing houses either. But we also need houses. So getting into the site-specific, it does give us that opportunity to deal with the record of site condition. It does give us the opportunity to get the design so that the mitigated measures are instilled. There's many sites throughout Niagara Falls, Thorold, Welland, and so forth that we can give you examples of. We're working on one right now which we can't give you the actual specifics of, but we've been able to create that relationship and put these measures in place so it's a benefit to everybody. These are all pictures that everyone has seen as to where the site is. I want you to see this picture, so it gives you a very clear indication. So yes, there is a lot of lands for the industry area to expand on their own property. But also taking it into context, if we're dealing with site specific, it is surrounded by residential, old residential stock. Yes, it's under the OPA, it's industrial, but it's old houses. If we're designing a new apartment building, We're designing it bigger and better with better measures in place so that there are no complaints. No different than the townhouse development that has been approved by the city, which literally backs on to the industry land. We're separated by the rail, we're separated by the canal. And yes, there's the D6 regulations, and as long as we get these mitigated measures in place, we can work that through. Our property that we're talking about with Mr. Visca's land is 160 meters from the adjoining industry. And again, separated by the physical attributes of the canal and the railway. The intent of this, when we get into the site-specific design, yes, it's for residential. But our intent is to design for multi-residential apartment buildings. This isn't going to be condos. This isn't going to be sold off. This is going to be the apartment buildings that the city needs. Everyone's throwing around the term affordable housing. Well, this is the area that stuff like this is best suited for. So getting into the site-specific, and this does give you an indication. We colored it so you can see there is quite a mix of commercial, prestige industrial mixed in with existing residential in that area. We're not asking the other businesses to leave. We're asking for the opportunity to work with them so we can design a building that will cooperate with it. Even on the small piece along there, you're going to say, well, what's that good for? We've already got a design in place for Mr. Visca to expand part of his business there, where it's that work-live scenario, so that we can actually have some of the employees working down below with 2 apartments above it. The larger piece of land, and it was brought up with respect to parking and traffic and all that, which I'm sure will be questions thrown around here. But the property that is owned by Mr. Visca right now is ideal because we have to design it so that the parking will fit on the property. We have 2 access points between Fraser and George Street, so we can control the traffic and flow of traffic, and we can mitigate even some of those measures right in this specific site. Just a couple pictures. Everyone knows the area. As noted by everyone earlier, these houses have been in existence since 1940. Some of the businesses have been there probably even longer. But I believe they can work together and still keep this city thriving and growing in this small pocket. It is a brownfield site. For our specific residential, we will be required to go through all that record of site condition, environmental, and if there's cleanup, we know that there's things that we need to do to make it comply with residential. What we're asking for is that opportunity to do it. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Do we have any questions? Now, we're not considering, they don't have an application in yet for Mr. Visca. But if you have any questions, general questions to Mr. Allen in regard to his presentation, that would be your chance to ask them. Yes, Councillor Newesteg and Peter Angelo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Mr. Allen. A question. So we heard from Mr. Olio tonight and other, and Mr. Jacoby, about the impact that what residents can do or can make it difficult for them. How can you guarantee or assure them that they're going to be okay, they can operate, continue, and there will be no impact to them?
Through you, Your Worship, it is a very lengthy process, but getting into, and as you've noted, this is not our application. We welcome the opportunity to be in front of you with a rezoning application or an OPA application, and it's through these avenues and processes, with that, even with site plan agreement, where we can have things registered on title. And these are things, even with this other project we're working on, we have an agreement in place between the landowner, even if he sells it, it's on title, so that there's certain things that have to go in place. Because this is rental, yes, you could have 20, 30 residents in this building, but it's the landlord, Mr. Visca, that is responsible for it. And even taking it down to the minute point when you sign a rental application, you have to have all these warning clauses in place and things of that nature, so that when people do rent, it's already there, that whether it's noise, odors, and so forth. Taking it further with all the mitigated measures, Mr. Visca will be spending more money on his building to make sure these measures are put in place. Whether it is noted triple plane, you've got to provide air conditioning so that people don't have to have their windows open. Even how this site is designed so that balcony space and stuff may not be overlooking. How you're doing intake air into the building for your HRV systems. We don't want to be sucking in the air from the industrial side. we've got to put in different HEPA filters. There's 101 things that we have to take into consideration for that. But it can be done as long as neighbors work together.
Okay, so Mr. Visca is he's okay with it remaining like that's not going to be an issue that changing it to residential. You appreciate if it stays industrial and then just.
So for tonight's purpose, I know. Sorry,
that
through
you're
you,
not
Your
here for
Worship.
that.
Yeah, we're not here for that.
I'm
But what
just
we're asking is for that opportunity, because up until now, and to put a little history to this, we've been working on this site for 6-7 years. And when the region had the control of it and it was all the employment lands, we were continually shut out. And it kept going back between the city and the region and the city and the region. It was just at the point when employment lands were being considered by the staff that we sat down with the planning staff and said, what can we do? They're looking at it from the whole site. What we're asking is that the site that we are presenting tonight, we have that opportunity to come and be site-specific to rezone it. We understand we'll be responsible for doing the OP amendment to it as well for this specific properties. Sam does understand that. So eventually it will be zoned residential. We're not wanting to impact what's around us.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, we're good. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Clerk, what do we have next?
Yes, the last registered speaker is Aaron Butler.
Welcome, Mr. Butler. If you just state your address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, members of council. It's 4999 Victoria Avenue, Niagara Falls. I'm with NPG Planning Solutions. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm with NPG Planning Solutions, Inc., and we represent the landowner at 4280 4th Avenue. This is Mr. Kevin Christian, who's a principal geoscientist with Eon Environmental. Kevin and his team have been leading the brownfield remediation efforts on the lands for our client. So we're here to speak to the reconsideration of OPA 157 and to provide council with more specifics about the upcoming development application we intend on filing. That is not in front of you tonight, and the brownfield remediation efforts that are ongoing by our client. So the lands we're discussing, again, 4280 4th Ave, they're within the 4th Avenue area, or Site 2, I think staff have referred to it as, of OPA 157. That's as seen on the right, red arrow pointing to the site within Site 2. It's the former ball hockey rink that's been mentioned a couple of times. Over the last 12 to 15 months, I'd say, our client's been undertaking studies and plans in preparation of filing a residential development application on the subject lands. We've had pre-consultation with city staff. We have our list of study requirements for a conversion to residential, and some of those plans and studies that are underway include architectural plans, planning reports, phase 1 and 2 environmental site assessments leading to record of site conditions, noise and vibration studies, servicing, stormwater management studies, tree inventory plans, to name some of them. The development, which I'll show you on the next couple of slides, is for 72 stacked townhouses. They're 3 stories in height, and this is similar to a development that was recently approved and just built basically across the street from the ball hockey rink, which is also stacked townhouses. So there's a new residential development in this area just south of the Gale Center. And I'll just say, and we'll come back to this, that 4280 is a brownfield site. It will be remediated to residential standards if approved for residential use. This is the site plan that's been developed. This is an architectural plan. So 4th Avenue is on the left-hand side of the screen here. The property has a sliver of frontage on 3rd Ave, which is in the bottom right corner, but there is no access proposed to 3rd Avenue. Access is to 4th Avenue. The proposal's for 5 blocks of stacked townhouses, as I mentioned, 72 units. The blocks are arranged north-south, and they're placed on the site so that development addresses 4th Avenue. From an urban design perspective, we really like this. We think it will be a positive addition to the neighborhood from a residential perspective. Those 2 blocks on the left-hand side, I'll show you some renderings of, have their porches, their balconies, their front entrances facing 4th Avenue. It'd be a really positive addition to the streetscape. Parking is in behind for these units, and surface parking is even further east on the site. In terms of brownfield remediation efforts, I'll go over this, and if you have any questions, I'll concede to Mr. Christian. I mentioned that Phase 1 and Phase 2 ESAs have been undertaken, and I should note that the city's also provided some grant funding for ESAs, as it does through Community Improvement Plan funding. Soil and groundwater contaminants have been found. They are present on the site and will require remediation. The soil and groundwater exceedances are not from the Cyanamid property, according to Mr. Christian. The remedial work plan, which is basically a plan to figure out potential phasing of cleanup, what needs to be cleaned up, and how it will be cleaned up. That remedial work plan has been submitted to the city through its Brownfield Tax Increment Grant Program, and which is awaiting review. The actual remediation hasn't started, and I look to Councillor Patel's question earlier. The costs, which would be borne by the owner, could be approximately up to $1.2 million for cleanup. From a planning perspective, I agree with your staff's position that OPA 157 should be approved. I've reviewed OPA 157 specific to Area 2, to Site 2, 4th Avenue in that area. I agree with the staff position that this property, as stated I think in their memo to you, that this property at 4280 4th Ave is likely unsuitable for an industrial development, given that there are mainly surrounding residential uses. The area is already transitioning to residential. You can see that by the new stacked townhouse development that was approved by a previous council and is now built, the former YMCA site. And the lands are not within an employment area identified by the region and city. Mr. Dick stated there is a need for employment area lands. This is not an employment area. This is employment lands that have not been identified as suitable for large industrial uses that need to be located on employment area lands. It's important to note that the redesignation to residential will increase the likelihood that the lands will be cleaned up, which is an overall net benefit for the city and for the environment. Overall, the site is well suited for residential infill. It's close to the Gale Center, close to the GO station, close to downtown, well connected that way, and to other amenities. And in our opinion, this is an excellent area for residential development. So just in summary, I concur with staff that OPA should be approved. OPA 157 should be approved, in particular for the area around 4280 Ave 4th. I believe it's unsuitable for industrial uses, given that it's already predominantly residential, and that the area is already transitioning to residential. Its location is good for residential growth. It's near community uses and amenities. And lastly, I'd like to reiterate that remediation of the site must occur before the residential use can be established. We've been working with the city on grant funding for the ESAs. Those have been undertaken and have applied for other tax assistance. And our client is committed to the cleanup of the property. And one final note, if I can, that I'd like to note, and I've heard it mentioned a couple of times, that we'd also be supportive of the council if it wished to vote on these two areas separately, as the issues I'm hearing are very different for the two areas. Thank you.
Okay, great. Any questions for Mr. Butler of council? Got Councillor Baldinelli and then Patel.
You were mentioning that the cleanup that would have to be done, it was non-related to cyanamide. Could you expand on that, please?
Yes.
Yeah, through the mayor.
Councillor. Thank you. No, the issues with the soil and groundwater contamination on the site are localized to historic on-site uses. in fact, the north end of the site, there was a rail spur. It was a historic lumber yard. And a rail spur and contaminants normally associated with rail spur ballast, rail line ballast, things like that were encountered. South end of the site, there's a historic use of heating oil tank, things like that, and some other solvent petrochemicals that were localized to the southwest quadrant of the site. Those were the two primary areas of contamination that we identified. Nothing to suggest anything from a wider scale area.
Good. Okay. Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do agree with you, Mr. Butler. It makes more sense to clean up the brownfields and use them for residential once they are deemed saved. But when you do brownfield, when you do the cleanup, currently you're saying the estimated price is $1.2 million. It could go way up $1.2 million. And my question is, if it costs more, is it going to increase the price of the housing units up there? Because that will not make them very attainable housing if the price was way up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe Kevin can speak to that estimate, the $1.2 million estimate.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When we do an estimate for a brownfields remediation, we look to a worst case scenario when we go through the environmental assessment process and we identify contamination in soil and or groundwater. Then we expand out to the next clean sample point that we identify in the area. And that's the extent of the area to calculate the volume and cost of the cleanup that we use. So we go to the very next clean point, worst case, so we know at the extent of our estimation area that we have clean soil and groundwater conditions to work with. So that estimate is considered a worst case scenario for the site.
So once you're done cleaning up the site, is it safe to grow vegetables and fruits in it?
Yeah, the end of the remediation process, then we verify the soil and groundwater conditions are suitable for residential site condition standards set by the province. And that is suitable for any type of residential use of the soil and the groundwater on the site.
And how long does a process like this take?
It varies by site, everything. Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, sorry.
It varies. Some sites can be done within a few months. Some can take years. In this scenario, for this site, if we were to do the complete site, it could be 1.5 years approximately before we were ready to file a record of site condition with the province.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to I think Mr. Butler and Ms. Dolge. So do you have to do rezoning first before the site cleanup happens, or it happens first?
Ms. Dolge?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So a lot of times they do the rezoning in advance so that they know what their use is going to be. They do need to clean it up to a certain standard, and if residential is the new zone or new designation, that's what they'll clean it up to. So a lot of times they do it in advance, knowing that they will be required to clean up, though.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Clerk, can we separate those package now or maybe later? Can we do it now?
Mr. Clerk, what would you suggest?
I would suggest once the public meeting closes, we could entertain that.
So one more question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Butler. You said it's going to be 72 units on the property. And my earlier concern was the traffic. And if there's only one exit on 4th Avenue, traffic will be an issue there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have had the pre-consultation with the city, and city transportation staff haven't identified a traffic study. There are lights at 4th Avenue. I think that may be why. 4th Avenue is fairly well traveled and still an access to the Gale Center. Because there's a controlled intersection, I think there's less of a concern about conflicts on turning from 4th Avenue out to Bridge. So from a traffic perspective, I think 4th Avenue can handle the number of cars that are anticipated.
Because my concern still stands, because when you go to 4th Avenue, there's a traffic light at the 4th Avenue. When you go to Bridge Street, there's a traffic light at the Bridge Street in Stanley. So an individual has to go through 2 lights to get to the Tollstone Road on the other side. They will still cut through the Gale Center to go right straight to the Tollstone Road, so that will still create the safety issues. That is my.
Oh, no, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Lococo and then Councillor Newesteg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to the speaker. You mentioned if we do the complete site for the cleanup. Are you doing the complete site? Why would you not do the complete site?
Yeah, good question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. There's the remedial work plan, as I understand it, and Kevin can elaborate, is that there could be a phasing of this, that the plan is to do the whole site, but one area would be faster to clean up and file a record of site condition than the other. So that could be done sooner, and the full site would be the period of time Mr. Christian mentioned.
Okay, thank you. And earlier when Mr. Hauser was providing us some information about this project, he talked about affordable housing. I don't see anything in here about affordable, and is there intentions about having affordable housing or attainable housing in there? What is the price point?
I don't have, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have price points currently. The nature of these units is they will be smaller. They'd certainly be, whether they were condominium or rental, they'd be on the more affordable end, certainly. Yeah.
Okay, and on the diagram of the 4th Avenue going down to 2nd Avenue, the parcel that you're speaking of is one of the larger ones. Then you have some houses and a few other ones. Right now it's all into industrial, and our report says that there's such a small size there that there wouldn't really be an industrial use that could be applied to this parcel. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the other part of it, Councillor, is the nature of the area already being residential. To introduce industry into that area, you're going back the opposite way of possibly having land use conflicts with a new industry into a residential area. And as I said, there has already been just a very new residential development that's just been built across the street. Even the Gale Center being placed there has kind of set the tone for this area that it's more of a residential community area in the future.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I guess with setbacks about putting an industrial business there, it would be minimize it for that piece of property anyway.
Through you, Mr.
Starting
Mayor,
from
I think the area that you'd be able to build on this property with setbacks from residential uses would be very small, if anything.
Okay. Okay, those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newesteg.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not quite sure who to address this to, but as we're talking about this brownfield issue, why is it that these companies, when they leave, aren't responsible for cleaning up their messes? We're always taught, make a mess, you clean up your mess. And people, are they not, when they decommission or they're done their business and they close up, are they not responsible to clean up this contaminated land? Because it just gets passed on to, and we're talking about affordable housing, well, obviously increases the cost of housing because they've got to clean up these sites. I see that taxpayers are also contributing to cleanup, which we want to have clean soil, but it's just a general question now that we're discussing brownfields. It just makes you question, why is it that somebody can leave their property without cleaning it up?
That's a great question. Maybe we can ask
I don't know who answers that.
I think Ms. Dolch, we can put her on the hot seat, see if she can answer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the mayor, or through you to the councillor. In terms of the property, so in terms of cleanup, we have industrial designated lands. Obviously, they don't require cleanup unless they're going to a more sensitive land use. So a lot of times the industries are there, they say, you know what, we're just going to leave, sell our land. It may sell for an industrial use, but somebody may decide in the future, oh, I want to change it to a residential type use or another sensitive type of land, you know, open space or parkland. That person then becomes responsible to clean up to that standard. So that's why the industries don't necessarily get tagged with the cost of cleanup after they leave.
Mr. Mayor, is there like a possibility that they could add some component, like I know in cemeteries it's perpetual care and maintenance? Is there something that can be in so that we so even if they walked away and nobody was to do it, we still have a city of contaminated land? Like if they made a mess, there should be some element or some reserve fund that can go into cleaning up this land. Just a question.
Thank you, but I will say, through your worship, to the councillor, that's something that would be something we didn't need to look into more legally in terms of our opportunity to do something like that in agreements. I wouldn't want to comment on it here.
No, I just question. Thank you.
Good question, good comment. Councillor Strange.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, in the past, I don't know, God, it's got to be 40 years, we used to play ball hockey all the time in this rink. And probably a lot of people in the audience, and Vic and Jim, I'm sure a lot of us did, and had some fond memories of this. We played it so much that there was holes in all the boards and everything. I don't even think they could fix it if they want to. But you're looking at it right now, and you look across the street where the old YMCA was, and they have stacked towns there. I think it's just kind of doing the mirror image kind of it. I think it makes sense not to have industry there. I don't know what kind of industry you would put there with all those houses around it. So I think it's something that's needed. We need housing. As far as affordability, I don't even think you'll know exactly what it's going to be worth, because it's probably going to be about 3 years from now before you even are able to build on it after the cleanup. And the most important thing is we're getting clean land, which is the most important thing.
Thank you for that. Any other questions of council? No, we're all good. So thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Your Worship, that concludes the list of registered speakers. Since it is a public meeting under the Planning Act, we could open the floor to see if there are any other people that wish to speak.
Is there anyone here? Yes, if you'd like to come forward to the mic, if you could just introduce yourself, give your address. And we ask that you keep your comments under 5 minutes, and just try not to repeat things other people have said if you can.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just putting up a couple of pictures of George Street.
You're not too, okay. Got
Yeah.
it. Okay.
So my name is Linda Pope, Linda Pope. This is my husband, Stephen Lucas. Stephen's with the PH. And we live on the last street, we live on George Street, the last house on the street, which is right up against Welland Canal. So we're right up against the 3 layers of barbed wire that are there to keep the coyotes away from us, and the big sign preventing you from crossing it because of the danger of drowning in the canal. And we're here because we oppose George Street being included as for the designation of residential properties. Can you just go to the first picture?
Okay.
We don't have any issue with Sam Visca. We love him as a neighbor, and we love his business. We hired him to rewire our whole house. And I do disagree with Brian Dick saying that that a lot of businesses want larger properties for industrial use, because almost every worker that came to our house encouraged me to upgrade to 200 amp, because they said this is such a perfect property around all these businesses. Plumber, landscaper, the guy that did the weeping tile. If you ever sell, let me know first. We would love to buy it. For business, not for residential. Nobody came there saying they would love to live there. And just as a comment to Mark, you haven't received any noise complaints. I hear the train often. It's noisy, 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 and compounded because along the Welland Canal, the Medivac goes, the orange ambulance. And so the helicopter's going, the trains are going, it's noisy. But I don't complain because I'm zoned prestige industrial. What do you expect? There's businesses there, so I don't feel a right to complain. But if you start building residences on there and they have babies trying to sleep or people working shift work, there will be complaints, I'm quite sure. This is the first picture coming out of my driveway. And this would be a typical day of what I would see, except it's summertime. If it was winter, like the councillor mentioned, it would just be piled up with snow. You wouldn't have anything but snow where that blue van is. So it's tricky navigating coming out of there. The blue building at the back there often has big trucks backed in, which are also super noisy, unloading the used tires and scrap metal and that sort of thing. And then with the next picture, as you turn down, oh, that's my house on the right-hand side there, I'm the last house. It's a small street, 1 block long, 5 houses. So I wouldn't say there's a lot of residential there. As we go down the street, the other automotive business on my side of the street, Niagara High Tech Repair, has the contract for all the Canada Post service vehicles and delivery vehicles. So right now it's summertime, they've got a few there. In the winter, it's all snow banks, so there's barely enough room for 1 car to get through. There's no sidewalk on either side of the street. So if you had residents there, you should advertise, no disabled people welcome. Nobody in a wheelchair can access this, because the street is not wide enough to even build sidewalks. They would have to, take over some people's properties in order to build that. And keep going. Then as we get down to the end of the street, on one side, it's another auto repair place who has demolition derby vehicles. So right now they're up on the hoist getting fixed, but because they know we're a dead-end street, they use us as their tester. So they come to the end and then they just boot it. And sometimes there's a little dog walking across the street, or somebody holding a baby, and I'm just like wondering, oh my goodness, is an accident going to happen? But that's typical. That's what they use the street for, because those vehicles are not licensed, so they don't want to go on a road to meet up with other kinds of cars. The other side is Niagara Battery and Tire, and great business, but they don't have enough parking for all their customers, and they have the big, long CAA tow trucks coming day and night. So it's nothing but diesel fumes constantly. So even now, we don't keep our windows open because it's just, there's so many automotive businesses there. Let's go to the spreadsheet. Also, that business that had the Canada Post vehicles, the owner of that business also owned the house beside it, and he couldn't sell it because nobody could get a residential mortgage. So he sold it to a mechanic that works in his shop and gave him a vendor take-back mortgage. He just financed it himself because he had the same issue that I had. Here's a little timeline. When we bought in 2018, started off at CIBC trying to get a residential mortgage, and the mortgage officer wouldn't even submit the paperwork. Oh, we know George Street, nobody will give you a mortgage there because they're worried with all those automotive businesses that the soil's contaminated and the water table. So we went to TD, we got the same answer. We went to Meridian Credit Union thinking they're more community oriented with relaxed regulations. We got the same answer. So we went to Toronto thinking they don't know anything about George Street, and we were approved because we have great credit rating and great income. And so I went, oh, here's your letter of approval. Then the appraiser came out and took pictures of the street, and they withdrew their approval. And my mortgage officer said in 25 years of doing mortgages, he's never had an approval letter withdrawn. But they didn't want to finance a house and that was that close to automotive businesses in case of the soil contamination. So I really don't have a problem with the whole plan. It's specifically designating George Street for residential. Fraser Street, fine. Yes, there's lots of houses on that, but George Street's a little different animal. What I did after the last vote in August is I reached out to Michael Allen, the architect for Sam Visca, and I just got some more information, and he told me that, yes, Sam would like to develop his property for multi-residential, and he was really just looking for something site-specific, but when he contacted the planning department, they said, oh, you'll probably have better success if we make it a blanket plan change. And that's how this started. But I don't think it's appropriate at all. I don't know where people would park, where they would go on a wheelchair, where the snow would go, because it doesn't get taken away, it just gets piled up. And I just don't see that it's appropriate at all. So I would encourage you to separate George Street from the rest of it. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Any questions of council for Ms. Pope? I think you did a good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that was interested in speaking to council on this matter? Okay, seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan amendment is now concluded. And Councillor Patel, you're requesting that we separate the two. So, Mr. Clerk, are you able to handle that? And then we'd be looking for some direction from council. Yes, Councillor Newestag. Do you want to deal first maybe with the one on the west side? That would be, no, the west side, that would be George and Fraser. So why don't we just call that the west side? So do you want to start with that one?
All right, so.
Zone one. Zone one, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to keep that industrial and not switch it over to residential. And then the other one to be on the 4th Avenue to switch to residential.
Okay, well, we'll do one at a time,
Okay,
right? Because you
then-
guys want to
okay,
split them?
yeah, so the first
So
one,
if we can start with the first one. You're seconding it? Okay. Is there anyone that wants to speak to this motion?
What's the motion?
So the motion, Councillor Thomson, is that Zone 1, the west side of Stanley, will remain as industrial. That's what the motion is. Councillor Pietrangelo and Strange?
Yeah, Your Worship, I just want to say, I mean, and I know both motions are on the floor right now.
No, we're just dealing with one.
Just the one, okay, so the Fraser and George Street?
Yes.
Yeah, and I can appreciate, you know, staff's opinion in the sense that it should be residential, given the fact that when you look at it, a lot of the homes are residential. We did also have some great presentations here tonight, you know, and I understand that, you know, putting a residential zoning on it would probably cause some anxiety for industrial owners in the area. I will support the motion, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Strange? No, you're good. Anyone else want to speak to this motion? Yes, Councillor Patel.
I support the motion because if all your industry expands and they hire, there's more jobs available. What happens when the jobs are created? It just doesn't affect the people who are working, it affects all the businesses around it. And they affects from people who clean the industry, clean the facility, to people who work with the electrician and IT department. So it affects lots of small subcontractors, and it also affects small restaurants and stores and everyone. So if they are expanding their operation, they will affect the whole Tollstone area and all the business park there. So we have to keep that in mind, that the expanding business and supporting job, it creates more jobs outside that industry. So that is the reason I'm supporting this motion, to keep it industrial, not residential.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sam is, he's not.
No, Councillor Thomson, I know, as I understand it, Mr. Visca, when he comes with his application, he'll be requesting site-specific zoning there. So he'll still come forward with an application in the future at some point, if I understand correctly. Yeah, with site-specific zoning request. Yeah. So are there any other questions or comments of council? Okay, seeing none, on the west side, Zone 1, the vote is to maintain the current zoning, which is industrial. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. So now on the east side, Zone 2, yes, Councillor Newestad?
So I'd like to make a motion that we switch that from industrial to residential.
Okay. And we've got a second by Councillor Strange?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. So now, did you want to speak to it?
I do. Yeah, I think it makes sense to do it. Really, it's too small for it to do for anything else. The location isn't really on any significant roadway for industrial. It's going to clean up the land that's already there. So I just think that it would serve better. If not, I'm afraid it would remain as a brownfield indefinitely. We would not want that. We want a clean city.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Lococo and then Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I voted against the development across the street beside the Gale Center. I felt that it was just too close to the Gale Center, the old Cyanamid. I know they cleaned it up, but in my mind, if you had a contaminated building right here and you had a piece right next to it, there could be contamination. So that's why I didn't vote for that. So I'm thinking about this one. This one is across the street and down a bit. It is going to get cleaned up, which is a positive. It is too small for any other industrial, and I'm just hoping it's not contaminated from the cyanamide. We saw a statement today that it's not cyanamide contaminated. How do we know? I guess we're not going to know, but when they do put the record of site condition that they will clean it up, the bonus is it is going to be cleaned up. I just hope it's not the wrong mistake, the wrong choice.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch. I just had a question about two other properties there behind the ball hockey rink. If there's some kind of warehouse or something back there, and there's a CN rail, how does that affect by the rezoning?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So right now, obviously, there will be some separation required for CN. So a lot of times CN rail will ask for a 30-meter separation buffer. Sometimes they'll request a berm to be put in. But as you know, in Toronto and other places, there is development adjacent, residential development adjacent to rail lines all the time. It's just making sure there's appropriate mitigation, and the same would apply for the other operation as well, making sure there's appropriate mitigation for the residential not to be impacted.
And I have a question for Mr. Nichols, through you, Mr. Mayor. So when you come out the Gill Center to go to 4th Avenue, so in future, whenever the Tollstone extension happens, that will be connecting with Tollstone Road, right?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So Thurlstone Road will connect behind the Gill Center to the roundabout connection at Victoria and Bridge Street. And
what I'm saying, the 4th Avenue, when you're going to Gill Center parking lot, would that connect to the straight 4th Avenue? Will that connect to Thurlstone Road?
at this time, we're not proposing to extend 4th Avenue.
Oh, you're not?
No.
There's no development proposed. They are strictly looking to convert the existing dwellings on the property to be used for vacation rental units. So the applicant has submitted an OPA and zoning bylaw amendment for approximately 0.3 hectares of land. And in the official plan amendment, they're looking to permit a vacation rental unit, which currently it does not permit under the residential designation. And with the zoning bylaw amendment, they're currently zoned an R1E, which is just a low-density residential zone. And they're requesting that it be rezoned to a site-specific R1E, again, to add the permissions of a vacation rental unit for each property. If approved, it would permit one vacation rental unit for a total of 4, and they're not requesting any site-specific zoning regulations, and it will be in accordance with the applicable section of the bylaw for vacation rental units. So an open house was held on September 25th, 2023. There are 2 members of the public in attendance, and 1 voiced support of the application while the other provided no comments. 1 set of comments, I believe it's 2 now since the creation of this presentation, have been received in support of the application to date. So staff's recommendation is that council approve the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment in part for the reasons that staff have outlined in our report, to permit a vacation rental unit in the existing dwelling strictly at 2358 Portage Road, and again, subject to the recommendations contained in our report on the agenda tonight. Thanks.
Okay, are there any questions from any members of council? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone who wishes to speak?
Mr. Chair, there is no one registered to speak, so we could just go to the audience to see if there is anybody here that's looking to speak.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Campbell.
I have to ask the question, why is, turn your microphone on, please, Councillor. Oh, I'm sorry. Question, why is there only recommendation for the 1 permit? There's no reason given for the, not given the second one. Can you explain that?
Yeah, of course. So a little bit more in depth in my report. I outlined that there's a number of factors, but looking at the policy in our official plan, the main thing here is vacancy rates are to be considered when permitting vacation rental units in the residential designation. And when I analyzed the vacancy rates for 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units in the city as per CMHC information. The vacancy rate for a 2-bedroom was below 3%, and generally 3% is considered a healthy rate because it allows for options for renters, but then also allows landlords to rent out their units at a reasonable price for them. So the one at the corner here, which is 2358 Portage Road, it contains 3 bedrooms, and the vacancy rate reported by CMHC for 3-bedroom plus units was 4.2%, which is above the 3%, which is generally considered healthy. So that was a portion of the analysis, but the main portion, I would say.
Did you want to talk about the alternative as well? I think he was asking, the justification for only one, but I noticed in the report it does have an alternative as well.
Sure, through you, Mayor. That alternative was placed in at the request, just for something for council to consider. Staff don't support the alternate recommendation. I'm not sure if Ms. Dolch has anything further to add to that.
Thank you. Acting Worship, through you to the councillor. So in terms of the alternative, obviously the other 2 properties, just to go a bit further into Alexa's explanation, the other 2 properties are both 2-bedroom units, 2-bedroom dwellings. So obviously they don't meet the vacancy rate requirement. And then there's a vacant property which doesn't have a house on it. Whether that's suitable or not at this time, it's too premature to tell. In terms of the alternative, we did look at the lands on to the south of the 3-bedroom property, trying to keep it combined. Should council wish to add an additional one, we can't support it based on the vacancy rate, but we felt that at least it was in line and to the south of the other property we were recommending. So we and it is on the Stanley Road corridor, so it is a transportation corridor and a major transportation corridor. The other ones we don't recommend at this point in time, because again, concentration of uses, concentration of vacation rental units in a residential area as well, if that's helpful.
Does that help, Councillor Campbell?
I can understand what has just been said, but every time I drive down there, it's a business route. And I can't help but think that the housing on a business route is up naturally for individuals to have a family there. I can't help but think that the first request for 2 pieces of property becoming VROs, and I just find that strange that you're not supporting it. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Newstag and Councillor Patel.
Thank you. Do we call you Mayor, Acting Mayor, I guess? I'm not sure what we call you at this point.
Call me what you like.
Councillor Pietra. All right. When we came to the residential vacation rental, so putting through you to putting a vacation rental unit in a residential area, totally opposed to that. And I think we had that good example a few months back when we had the resident from Wilmot Street. And she sent a letter, and I thought that really drove home the idea of people living in their residential area and then all of a sudden vacationers coming in. The two really do not, they conflict. And the lady who wrote the note, or wrote us the letter, was a nurse, and she said, I can't live here and have a vacation rental because they're partying, and rightfully so, they're on vacation, but I have to get up and go to work. And this particular person happened to be a nurse. And thinking more about it, she's going to the hospital, she's got to work. I'm thinking selfishly, I'm sick, I go there and I've got somebody who's been up all night because she couldn't sleep because of these people vacationing, and now I'm at the mercy of her not being on her game. So that made me think really strongly about putting vacation rentals in a residential area. So that says no. However, I took a drive by this area, got out of the car and walked it. I thought, well, this is an odd area. This is just an island unto itself. It's not a resident. I know it's deemed residential, but it it's just an odd piece. There's 4 houses sitting together. There, you go over the bridge on the one side. If you go further down the street, you're at Allen's halfway sand pit. Across the street's an apartment building, and then way over is residential. So I thought if there's any place to have a vacation rental unit, it would be in this area. So, but then, so I would support all 4 because they're on an island unto themselves. I do appreciate this note of having vacation rentals all in one area. And I'm wondering if there's something we can do to hold it there, but really put strict emphasis on the owner of these vacation rentals, that there is it's not going to be some crazy party or anything like that. And further to that point, Stanley Avenue, and to Councillor Campbell's point, it is kind of a commercial area. It's an oddball, and apparently it used to be zoned commercial way back, because these are what the oldest streets, and Portage is the oldest street in Niagara. But Portage, different aspects of Portage as well as Stanley, have businesses, so it's not like we're talking Teresa and Claude Avenue where that's strictly a residential area. We are talking quasi business areas. So I'd hate to even zone 2 and then have the other 2 as residential, so you're renting it, and I appreciate we need rental, but now you're going to have rental there with people who are having their vacation. So if that nurse happens to be renting one of those other 2, I have issue with that. So I would like to support all 4 being a vacation rental. We are in Niagara Falls. We do have to have a diverse economy, and I'd rather see it there than on a residential street. So I would like to make the recommendation that we support all 4. Or I know you have vacant land, I don't know how to handle that, but the ones that are constructed. And further to that, we see residents who have given very positive comments. They said that these were run down, dilapidated, or one at least was dilapidated. They put a lot of money into it. And another point is that there's a heritage piece there too, which kind of can go towards, I don't know if there's such a thing as heritage tourism, but it's something unique that people can come. And people are coming to Niagara Falls. They're going to be spending money and helping to spur on the economy. So those are all my points to having all 4.
Okay, thank you. I can't take the motion yet till I close the meeting, but I had Councillor Patel that wanted to speak as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair. This particular parcel is outside the urban boundary, so how does the vacancy rate affect there? Because there's no public transportation there. So how does that impact?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor, or Acting Mayor, to Councillor Patel. It is inside the urban boundary. I understand the location map was probably a bit confusing, but the lands to the north were outside, and then the lands to the east were outside. So this land is actually within the urban boundary. And if it were outside of the urban boundary, that would be a different analysis that we'd have to conduct.
So is there public transportation available in the specific area?
There is no public transportation route along this section of Stanley. It is part of a biking system, but no, there's no public transportation out here.
And I actually do agree with Councillor Campbell and Councillor Newstead that it is an industrial zone. And when we're talking about putting holding on one property, what happens is this property owner rents it out to long-term renter, and then our vacancy rates goes above 3%. And then their renter is there for 20 years.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't quite understand the question.
So, because there's a recommendation of putting holding on it, right? One of the house, you want to put holding provision on it.
Yeah, so a little bit of clarification about the holding provision. That's to enter into a development agreement with the property owner to ensure that warning clauses are placed on the property to the satisfaction of the CN Railway, just to let people know that there will be noise from the railway.
So that has nothing to do with the vacancy rate?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, so in the alternate recommendation, yes, there is a holding provision. I apologize for until the vacancy rate goes up. If council should choose to go with the alternate recommendation, it would be staff's recommendation that we wait until that vacancy rate increases, just to ensure that, the residential designation is continuing to provide its intended purpose, which is to provide residents of Niagara Falls with a place to live.
So hypothetically, through you, Mr. Chair, how often does the vacancy rate change? Like, is it per month or per few months? How does it work? Through
you, Acting Mayor, to Councillor Patel. I will admit, I'm not sure how often CMHC updates their vacancy rates. It's at least once a year, maybe once a year? Once a year.
Thank you.
No problem.
Are there any other questions of council? Okay, I still have to ask, is there anyone in the public who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay. Seeing none then, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I can call you that. My name's Aaron Butler with NPG Planning Solutions, 4999 Victoria Avenue. I'm here representing the landowners, Darren and Lori Schmall, for the applications. Just wait until this gets queued up. So I'll try not to go over some of the basics that staff covered. What I do want to mention on this slide is that the property known as 2495 Stanley, which is to the south, was actually severed from 2378. So was the vacant parcel. So previously there were 2 principal dwellings here. Now there's a potential for 4. And you'll have noticed, and it's been mentioned over the last few years, that the owners have made significant investment into improving the buildings and improving the landscape on the properties, including the small stone building, which is designated under the Heritage Act and is a draw into the site. And you've probably also seen the small stone wall built on the property. The funds from the operation of a VRU do help properties like this, heritage properties, properties with unique features, help to preserve the heritage. And I'll just mention that the 3 dwellings on the lands have been operating as VRUs, so we have kind of a case study here of how this has been going. They have been operating as VRUs, and these applications are to bring them into conformity with the bylaws. And I'll just reiterate here on this slide, just to talk about where the subject lands are again, that they are essentially isolated on this corner from neighbors and other uses. The lands are bound in sort of a triangle by 2 regional roads, Portage Road and Stanley Avenue, and the hydro corridor to the south. They have no immediate neighbors immediately adjacent to them. And the apartment building is to the north, and 5 houses exist opposite on Stanley Avenue. Further residentials approved further east than that. So the lands, to me, are essentially kind of on their own, in their own pocket at this intersection. I'll jump over both of these slides, and I'm going to go into more detail on the official plan policies, and I think a few of them that are at play here. These are detailed in the staff report, and I think the reasons why it's not being supported in full by staff. I'm going to tell you why, in my professional planning opinion, it does meet the city's official plan policies for 4 lots. This first one is, sorry, let me back up. I just want to mention that the official plan, again, does not outright ban vacation rental units in residential areas. Rather, it sets a framework for considering them through official plan amendments. That's what we're here to consider. So firstly, the first criteria I want to talk about is proximity to tourism. This policy, which is in italics in the top left, the verbatim policy, says that the nature and classification of the street and the proximity to tourist areas shall be considered, among other things related to the lot size and ability to provide on-site parking. And I want to stress that this policy does not say that lands have to be within a tourism district or within a certain distance to a tourism district, but that proximity needs to be considered, is what the policy says. In this case, the lands are located at an intersection of 2 regional roads, not in the middle of a residential neighborhood, with excellent access to highways and the city's transportation system. The sites, for that reason, are easily accessed by tourists visiting the city who are traveling to the city by car, which many people do. And this would not disrupt, a residential area, being that it's on 2 regional roads. Next, the lands are actually very close to a number of resource-based or outdoor-related tourism activities, which I've noted here and they're highlighted in the picture, such as the Parkway, the Gorge, several Niagara Parks attractions. 2 of the city's tourism districts are nearby, Whirlpool and River Road. It's very close to the Niagara Escarpment and the Bruce Trail, which alone are tourism drivers. It's also close to other locations like golf courses, the villages of St. David's and Queenston, some wineries, breweries. It is a location that's desirable for people to stay because of those reasons. In my opinion, the geographic location is good for VRUs, given this. Next is the concentration of VRUs, and then I'll touch on the vacancy rates. So this policy says that basically deals with avoiding impacts on surrounding properties. The policy says that an undue concentration of VRUs is to be avoided in order to reduce the impact of the character of the residential nature of the area and residential enjoyment of permanent residents. So to me, a concentration of VRUs would be undue in a neighborhood if there is a likelihood of having multiple VRUs, say, in one area, which could cause nuisance to surrounding properties and which could impact the character of the area. In terms of character, I think it's evident that the residential character has been maintained and perhaps enhanced while these VRUs have been operating. Next, I believe that permitting VRUs on these properties will not impact the enjoyment of surrounding lands. Again, the properties are isolated from surrounding area. They're bound by 2 major roads and a hydro corridor. Do not have immediate neighbors, and therefore I don't believe that this is an undue concentration. With respect to vacancy rates. So this policy, again in italics at the top of the slide, says that council shall consider the current vacancy rates and supply of available housing for tenants to ensure the city can meet the primary purpose of the residential designation, to provide dwellings for a wide range of households. Vacancy rate data comes from Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC, and it's reported annually, as was mentioned. The data available for Niagara Falls doesn't include detached dwellings or even semi-detached dwellings. The data that CMHC reports is for apartment buildings and townhouses. So just wanted to say that up front. The citywide vacancy rates for apartments and townhouses, as CMHC's reported in 2022, is 2.8%, which is a healthy increase of about 1% from 2021. This tells us there's almost a 3% vacancy rate citywide, which is generally the target. And you did hear from Ms. Cooper that, in her report, that the rates are higher for 3-bedroom units versus 2-bedroom units, which is on the slide. And I'd also like to note that the total supply of rental units is also increasing in the city. There's a typo on this slide, but it is currently in 2022, the total supply is 3,582. That is up from 3,462 in 2021. So over 120 units increase in rental stock that's available. And again, this is only for apartments and townhouses. The data is not available to the city for detached and semis. So overall, the rental vacancy rate has increased and the overall stock has increased over the same time period. With certainty, I can say that permitting VRUs on these lands won't affect the CMHC vacancy rate because these aren't in the data. The data gives you an indication of what citywide generally vacancy rates might be, but I don't think this policy is meant to be hard and fast. If it's over 3%, yes. If it's under 3%, no. It gives you a general idea, and overall citywide, you're at about 2%. And again, in my mind, removing, or I should say adding VRUs to these properties won't affect the city's ability to provide rental housing or housing in general for the city. So overall, I believe the application should be approved for those reasons. The applications are consistent with the PPS, conform with the growth plan, the region's official plan, and most importantly, I do believe for all 4 lots, the applications meet the city's official plan policies. And lastly, I just want to mention that I did have the opportunity to review those alternative recommendations provided by staff. You've heard my reasoning for recommending and for supporting all 4 properties. I think, and I've now heard from Ms. Dolch, that the reasoning for putting forward the other property on Stanley is that those 2 properties are closer together. They're both on Stanley Avenue. I understand that. I would just say that if council does go with an alternative recommendation, that I still really don't believe that the holding symbol for vacancy rates is necessary, given my analysis I've just gone through for vacancy rates. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from members of council for Mr. Butler? Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Chair. If we rezone this to VRU, they'll be paying, what do you call, commercial taxes, right?
I don't, through the chair, I don't believe so. That might be a better question for staff. It's still a residential zone. Residential is permitted on the property, and it would be used commercially.
Thank you. Mr. Butler is correct. It'd be residentially zoned and assessed residentially.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Butler? Yeah, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I think this is actually a pretty good location if you're going to put VRUs in the city, and we're not right in a residential area. We have no complaints from any neighbors. I like the location because, you know, you're tourist-wise, when people come in the city, they're close to Niagara Falls, right near Whirlpool Golf Course, and also close to Niagara Lake. You're almost in the middle of both cities. So I think it's a great place. I run past this quite a bit, and it's the owners have really done a great job of really beautifying this corner. I think it's awesome. I think it's gonna help bring visitors to the city, and I think it'll be really good on the VRU sites.
Councillor Newstead.
Okay, 2 things about these vacation rental units that I've had problems with. One being the residential, which I've already spoken about, putting it into a residential area with people living next to it with normal residential life. The second part is the commercial tax, which I'd like to expand on, Councillor Patel. So if people are making money off of it being a commercial property, so if all were to go all for how, through you, I'm not sure who I address this to, how would we make it all commercial? So if we made it a commercial area, and I don't know how this works, so they pay commercial taxes, so they're on the same playing field as the tourist operators, because it's not fair that they pay the extra taxes when they're making that. So because this is such a unique situation, and it was designated commercial years ago, and it is on commercial roads, is it possible to change it into commercial? Have all 4, because it sits on an island by themselves, have it zoned commercial so they'll pay greater taxes to the city if they're making more, if it's being treated like a business.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just in terms of zoning, I don't think I'd have an opposition to, you know, that pocket being a commercial zoning, but I'd certainly defer to staff in terms of assessment and how the city assesses properties.
Thank you, Acting Chair, to the Councillor. So in terms of this property going into commercial, so if Council's will was to have it designated and zoned commercially, we would require a new application to consider that. We would have to go to an open house for further public meetings. It's not something that was contemplated under this application, so not something we can do. We cannot require commercial assessment. That's up to the Municipal Property Tax Assessment Corporation, and my understanding vacation rental units will continue to be assessed residentially.
Oh, okay, so then it makes no point going to a commercial. All right, thank you. Thank you.
I have Councillor Thomson, then Councillor Strange.
Yeah, I have drive by this probably 3 times a day, and I remember what the property was like 5-6 years ago. It was a garbage situation, and these people have done a wonderful job of cleaning up and really do good, positive thing on the properties. And I have never, our view, the vacation, but I see the two comments of the people who was written, and they said they totally support it, and I would do too, and congratulate the people for doing such a great job on with the properties and the look and the business. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange.
Yes, thank you, Acting Mayor. So I just because you were talking about commercial tax, I think there's a little confusion. I do believe that they do have to pay the accommodation tax because it's nightly rentals now. Am I correct?
The MAT.
Yeah.
Municipal accommodation tax.
Yeah. So it's $2 per rental.
Per room per night.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that VRU should be in commercial areas. I know we had this discussion for quite a few years. Residential areas are for residential, and I know we're looking at a site-specific. I know that the Schmalls have done a great job in cleaning up the property. It looks great. One of the things that I thought of, the neighbors are saying that they haven't had any issues. The VRU designation doesn't just go with the Schmalls when they move around. If the Schmalls sell their property, it's a VRU designation. So the next person who purchases the property, they have the VRU designation. So the neighbors are not necessarily having the same experience as they did with the Schmalls. So it doesn't move with the person, it's for the property. So just because they're good hosts doesn't mean that the people who live there later will be good hosts. We have a housing crisis. We need houses. We don't need more VRUs. We have so many within our city already. I would like to support it because it is in a different area and sort of on its own, but I don't believe it's close to the tourism sector, and I really want to focus on VRUs being in commercial, so I will not support it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Butler from members of council? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Butler. So, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments is now concluded. Does any member of council wish to make a motion?
I would make a motion, we support all 4 dwellings.
Okay. And do I have a seconder to that motion? Councillor Newesteg. Any questions or comments before I call the vote? Councillor Patel?
They are not rental unit, through you, Mr. Chair. They are not a rental unit right now, so we are not taking any inventory out of the rental units. So I will support the motion.
Okay. Any other comments? I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And there's one opposed. I'll get the mayor, pass the meeting back over.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I'll now ask the clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit a 14-story mixed-use building with commercial space and 162 residential dwelling units at 5640 Stanley Avenue, 5609 and 5619 Buchanan Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on October 13th, 2023, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheet located outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Coop. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now I'd like to ask Alexa Cooper, a planner two, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thanks, Mayor Diodati, and good evening to you and members of council. I'm up here for a second time, this time to present a zoning bylaw amendment application for a 14-story mixed-use building at the corner of Stanley Avenue and North Street. So here you can see a location map of the subject lands. They are located on the southeast corner of Stanley and North Street. To the east are detached dwellings and post foods. To the south is a 6-story hotel, and to the west and north are commercial uses. Currently on site, there is a 2-story motel and 2 detached dwellings on the properties facing Buchanan. Here's the concept plan for the proposed amendment. This plan shows, as mentioned, a 14-story mixed-use building with 162 residential units and 480 square meters of ground floor commercial space, which you can see in yellow. Here are some renderings of the proposal. So on the left, we have a view of what's proposed from Stanley and North Street. And then on the west, we have a view of what's proposed from the south side of Stanley, looking towards the proposal. These are renderings from different perspectives. So again, on the left, we have looking at the proposal from Buchanan Avenue towards Stanley and North Street intersection on the other side of the building. And on the right, we are looking at the building from North Street and Buchanan towards Stanley Avenue. So the applicant has submitted a zoning bylaw amendment for approximately 0.4 hectares of land. This land is designated tourist commercial and is in the Clifton Hill Tourism Subdistrict of the city's official plan. The official plan permits a 14-story mixed-use building. The property at 5640 is currently zoned tourist commercial, and the 2 properties on Buchanan are zoned deferred tourist commercial. The application requests that the whole of the subject lands be rezoned a site-specific tourist commercial zone to permit the proposed building. And again, the proposal contains about 480 square meters of commercial space and 162 residential units. As far as what's being requested for site specifics on the property, we have a request for a minimum front, exterior, and rear yard setback of 0 meters, whereas 0 meters is what's permitted, including a setback from the center line. But given that the appropriate road windings can be taken, just going to a straight 0 meters, staff has no issue with. They're also requesting to deem Stanley Avenue the front yard and Buchanan Avenue the rear yard. That any building entrance or patio awning may project into the required front, rear, or exterior side yard setbacks. That the maximum permitted height be 44 meters, whereas the maximum permitted is 12 meters. And staff are in support of this with a modification that an additional 10 meters be permitted for the roof feature, which shall not contain a place of occupancy. So the various heights and their general locations will be captured in the amending height schedule. They're also asking for a required max total floor area of dwelling units to be 69%, whereas what's permitted is 50%. They're asking for a parking rate of 1.25 spaces per dwelling unit, which is about 202 parking spaces, whereas the minimum required is 1.4, which is 266 spaces. Staff are in support of this request, provided that a holding provision be placed on the property until such a time that a parking impact analysis has been submitted, justifying the 1.25 parking rate. They are also requesting to have open balconies not covered by a roof or canopy or at grade project into the entire front, rear, or exterior side yard, whereas 1.8 meters into a front yard and 0.45 into an exterior side yard is what's permitted. Some concerns that we've received from residents includes shadowing on private residents. The projected shadows do meet the city's standards for sunlight, so that's 5 hours on Stanley Avenue, which is considered an entry corridor street, and 3 hours on North Street and Buchanan Avenue, which are considered other streets in our policy. There's concerns that traffic will increase in the neighborhood. Our transportation services had no objections with the traffic impact study that was submitted or to the proposal, and they are satisfied that North Street will continue to operate at a satisfactory level. There were concerns about on-street parking on North Street, and that this development could potentially worsen the existing situation. So parking is permitted on both sides of North Street from Stanley Avenue to Buchanan. I did reach out to Transportation Services, and they are currently reviewing this section of North Street to determine if any parking restrictions are warranted. Unfortunately, I don't have any results to report on at the moment, but they should be forthcoming in the next week or two, I would imagine. There were concerns about loss of privacy from the proposed height. And our official plan does recognize that this is an area in transition, so while we do have to be sensitive to this, the vision for this area is for increased height, increased densities, but I think the proposal does a good job of stepping down from 14 to 10 to 7 to 4 stories, going from Stanley on the west side as you approach Buchanan to the east, and this provides an appropriate transition and minimizes impacts to those residential uses. And privacy fencing will be contemplated at the site plan stage between lot lines. So staff's recommendation is that council approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application, subject to the holding provision, which includes an updated wind study with wind tunnel modeling, a phase 2 environmental assessment, and the filing of a record of site condition if required. The implementation of the noise mitigation measures and archaeological warning clauses being implemented at site plan, to confirm the number of affordable units that are going to be proposed within this development, and as mentioned earlier, to provide a parking impact analysis justifying a 1.25 parking rate within 1 year of the passing of this bylaw. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of council for Alexa Cooper? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Cooper, what does this parking study look like a year from now? What information are you going to get? What will be on that parking study to determine if there's enough parking?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lococo, parking studies typically look at site comparables, so situations that would be similar to what is being proposed, and they analyze what the demand of that use will be for parking on the property. So this parking impact analysis should be submitted and demonstrate to the city comparable locations that still service the parking demand for the proposed use. But that wouldn't be reviewed by myself, that would be reviewed by our Transportation Services Department.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the traffic issue that some of the residents brought up, there's a stoplight at Ferry and Stanley, and then the 420, and this is in between. What kind of, I know that you're waiting for the Transportation Services, and it said mid-November, and you said you're looking for it, but is there a possibility of a traffic light or other scenarios in there to address the traffic coming out of that street in regular time, let alone in tourist time, with 162 units there, I think it's going to be an issue.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lococo, Stanley Avenue here is a regional road. So putting in a traffic light or some other mitigation at the intersection would be a regional decision. And the region didn't request a traffic impact study for this proposal. I assume it didn't meet their requirements for requesting one. And they didn't have any concerns they didn't mention any concerns in their comments about traffic generated from the site.
Okay, through the mayor, I understand that they didn't, but I do see some traffic concerns there. One of the other residents was concerned about the vent and the emissions coming out of the vent. Can you address that at all?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lococo, ventilation of underground parking structures is a building code requirement. At the site plan stage, we may be able to review shifting their locations a bit, but the locations of those the vents for the underground parking isn't really regulated by zoning. It's a requirement in the Ontario Building Code, which I'll admit I'm not very familiar with. And they are required for underground parking. I'm not sure if Ms. Dolch has anything further to add.
Ms. Dolch?
Okay, I'm going to do it again. Sorry. Can you repeat the question? Thank you.
You want to repeat the question? Yeah.
Yeah, just if the underground vents, there are concerns about odors and air quality for the ventilation grates for the underground parking to surrounding neighbors.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. That's something I would have to look into further. Not something I could answer tonight, but I can get you an answer on that.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, that would be appreciated if we could look into maybe the placing of the vent, that it's not going right into the resident's yard and house. That would be appreciated. They also talked about having a fence around the development. Is that part of the plan?
At time of site plan is usually when privacy fencing is considered. Typically, when privacy fencing is installed, it's between property lines and not necessarily between a road allowance and the property. The above ground parking that is present on the property at North Street and Buchanan is proposed to be enclosed within the proposed structure. So there won't be any visible cars to the residents immediately east of the proposal.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, you talked about the holding provision about the affordable until we know the 40%, and I'm going to keep saying it until we come up with a solution, because it's a commercial property. They can be VRUs. They're legally allowed to have VRUs. So we're approving 162 units to go into our housing supply, and they could come out of our housing supply if they're VRUs. And to go one step further, the 40% affordable units, they're going to get benefits and pay less in permits and DCs, and then what if they use those for vacation rental units? I think we're just keep going around in a circle, and there's still no answer on how to fix this. I know that Ms. Dolch said that we could look at the VRU permit applications and take those out of the housing unit supply. But most people aren't. If you look at our website, there's about 20 of them on there that are legal. So out of all of the VRUs that we have in our city, there's only 20 that have a license. So to me, we need houses. Are these going to be built for our residents or newcomers to our city? But we don't have any control over it. So I'm going to keep saying it again until we find a solution, because it's really problematic. We are going to give benefits and rebates and lesser fees on 40% that could be used for affordable housing, and they can turn them into VRUs. So those are my comments. I do like the development. It is a great place to have it. There are some issues with the traffic. I'm concerned about the affordable housing part of it and the VRU part of it. And if we can find out about the vent, and I know the region said that they didn't need it, but I think at some point we're going to have some traffic issues.
Yep,
Thank you.
and we'll get those questions addressed with the applicant as well. Do we have any other? Yes, Councillor Baldinelli.
Through you, Mayor. Concerning the shadowing on the private residences, and your shadow meets the city standards for sunlight, 14 stories. Can you tell me how far that projected shadow goes at certain times, and
Yeah,
how
so-
long would, or how much shadowing would be affecting someone's house? Like obviously it'll be all the front porches, right?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, attached to the report is the shadow study that they submitted. It doesn't have the exact projection in meters, but you can get a general idea for which properties it affects at what times during the day. So the 4 individuals who submitted comments in regards to shadowing, I kind of looked at the shadow study, and they have sunlight in the fall season and in spring until about 3:30, and then it starts hitting their front porches and continues from there. But they do have sunlight from sunrise until 3:30. And in the winter, which generally people aren't really outside in the winter. This is the summer. The sun starts to hit one of the properties around 4 o'clock, and then the rest of their front porches at 5. And again, they would have sunlight from sunrise until about 4 or 5, depending on which property we're looking at.
So past noon, they would get 3 hours?
In the fall.
9 o'clock sunrise?
Yeah, in the fall time, we're
And
looking
less.
about 3 hours past noon. And then in the summer, it's about 4 or 5 hours past noon.
And do you have anything that states how much more sunlight they would get the lower the size of the building, floors? Like say they got a tent, would they get 3 hours more?
I don't have an analysis of lower heights. What they provided was what they were proposing, an analysis for their proposal.
Thank you. Any other questions of council for Ms. Cooper? Councillor Pietra.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask about the, I guess, the comment about approving VRUs. My understanding is that there would be a parking requirement. So could staff just tell us whether or not these would qualify? Like, I understand that they would qualify under zoning, but with 162 units and requiring 2 parking spaces for every unit, it's virtually impossible to, for all of them to get an approval from the city. Can staff just address that? Because I don't want to leave it out there that, council's approving 162 VRUs. Like, obviously people operate them illegally, whatnot. But I don't believe that everyone would be able to get a license to operate one.
Ms. Dolch, do you want to address the parking concern?
Sure, thank you. I left my mic on, so it's a good time. No, in terms of the zoning right now, the vacation rental units do require 2 spaces per unit. So if the reduction goes to 1.25, they're requesting that. There is the provision of the parking study. Not all units would be able to do a vacation rental unit, obviously, unless they reduce the number of units as they go ahead, right? I can't tell you how many units they're going to construct ultimately. They've put in the request, but they would have to provide 2 spaces per unit for that building, if it was all VRU.
You good with that, Councillor? Councillor Pietrangelo, you good with that? Okay, great. Any other questions of council? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To that point, I did talk with Ms. Dolch and ask her who would change the two parking spaces for a VRU, and that could be us. So they could come back to us and say, I only have 1, can you change it? So it would be up to us.
So if there's no more questions of council. Right, you're right. Yep. Tonight, we're not looking at a VRU. We're looking at a residential dwelling unit. Excuse me. So thank you very much.
No problem.
Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting the appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered?
Yes, Your Worship, we do have one person registered. That is Mr. Joseph Katazin. I'm going to butcher his last name. Thank you.
Catanzaro.
And he is registered on Zoom, and I believe he's connecting now.
Okay. So our IT staff will attempt to... He just declined you. Okay.
You can't share a screen without it.
Okay. So nothing right now. So let us know, Michaela, if there's anyone else. So Mr. Clerk, is there anyone else registered, or is that it?
That is all that is registered. You could go to the audience
Yep.
next.
Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this application? Okay, it looks like there's nobody, so we'll move along. Now we're going to hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Okay. You can get the presentation up on the screen. That would be appreciated. Thank you. So again, good evening, Your Worship, members of council and staff, and thank you to Kira and the planning staff for their detailed report. With me this evening, I have Mr. Craig Rowe from Upper Canada Consultants, and we're representing Mr. Daljit Guerrera he's the owner of the motel, as well as the developer for our proposed development. So as it was noted in the report, the existing site is surrounded by commercial and tourist sites to the north, south, west of this property. It's also flanked with Stanley, North Street, and Buchanan Avenue, and to the east of Buchanan Avenue is the existing residential fabric. This site, although it is not in the main tourist district, I will note that it is located along one of the very focal points of the gateway to the district core. Notably, as we put together the design for this development and through the planning matters, we did consider the immediate area and the surrounding context of the existing buildings, what's been proposed, what is built, and the determination of our proposed development. I did want to include just a couple of shots from Google. Everyone's very familiar with the site, but just to put a little context to it this evening. So before I get into more of the explanation of the design, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Rowe. I'd like him to explain a little bit more of the principle or the planning matters that frame our proposal.
Great, thank you, Michael. Staff did an excellent job of providing an overview of all the mechanics of the different planning framework, but I think the key points that I'd like to highlight for the council is about the location of the subject lands. So the subject lands are located in the Niagara Falls settlement area, which is an urban area. The provincial policy statement, growth plan, Niagara official plan, and city official plan direct the bulk of growth to occur in the urban area on full municipal services where they're close to things such as a mix of uses, a variety of different housing types, parkland, and opportunities for employment. So these lands are situated right amongst that as one of the primary gateways into the municipality and close to the service sector where we've heard about a lot of employment as we've discussed this evening. With these lands, they're also within the delineated built-up boundary. The region is assigned a 50% intensification target for the city of Niagara Falls. All development starts within this, all units would count towards that target and help the municipality achieving that. Within the official plan, it is a tourist commercial designation, which does allow mixed-use development, so the principle of land use is a permitted use, although there is a minor site-specific provision to increase the amount of residential versus commercial in the development. It's supposed to be split 50-50. We're within the medium rise overlay, which currently the zoning only permits heights up to 3 stories as of right, but in the medium rise you can go up to 12 stories subject to a zoning bylaw amendment. So that's the purpose of this amendment primarily, and also in consultation with staff, the small increase of additional 2 stories can be contemplated through a zoning amendment. We don't need an official plan amendment. With regards to the zoning of the subject lands, again, the uses are permitted. The nuance in the zoning here is that the tourist commercial zone, where the bulk of the lands are, this permits the mixed-use development. The 2 lots on Buchanan are in deferred tourist commercial, which is a bit of a placeholder, but it's a bit more permissive. So the deferred tourist commercial zone is meant to be a transitionary zone and a bit of a placeholder. So it contemplates a change in land use in this area, but it does, as of right, allow the single detached to continue to avoid any issues if they're going for building permits and stuff. Similar to the discussion tonight, if you have industrial lands trying to get a residential zoning compliance, it can be difficult. So there are some small site-specific provisions that have been requested, and that's to max out the development envelope. So first and foremost, up to 14 stories, 44 stories in height, 0 meter setbacks around the building to bring it out close to the public realm, but that step back at the 4th story to ensure that we don't have a straight wall going all the way up. A small reduction in parking, 1.25, and then encroachments for balconies in that ratio. So overall, from a planning context, these are suitable land use designations. There's a permitted use in this area and has all the right ingredients to help achieve what the official plan and provincial policy is aiming for. Michael?
Thank you. So, as outlined in the site design and the design of the building, the intent was to provide and maintain all of the commercial development facing Stanley Avenue and at the corner intersection of North Street. The purpose of that was to better define the urban streetscape along Stanley Avenue, as well. It also helped us to establish the pedestrian realm within this development. As you will see in the design, all of the surface parking is in behind the primary building fronting Stanley Avenue. We do have some 22 spaces within the building fronting North Street, and we primarily did that so that it did not have the parking right out at the street as that interface to the existing residential. We've included a preliminary site design as part of our submission. Ultimately, if we're granted the opportunity to move forward at the site plan agreement stage, these designs will be much more detailed. But what I wanted to illustrate in this presentation was the enhanced landscaping along Stanley Avenue, North Street, again, for that interface of the pedestrians, as well as to define the streetscape. I will note that the site design itself will have 12.25% of landscaping on site. But we're also proposing into the design to add an additional 18.6% of landscaping, which will be on the stepped roofs, terraces, green roofs, and so forth. So it's not just one building. I just included a quick perspective so it brings into context everything we're talking about at this point in time. So, as noted, and I will get back into more of the parking after we get through this presentation, but 177 parking spaces will be provided underground for the residents of this condo development. Again, just illustrating the main floor, having 480 roughly square meters of commercial space, primarily and only on the main floor. The remainder of that floor will be for mechanical uses within the building and parking on the site. The condo development, and I'm going to stress this is a condo development. We're not here to talk about VRUs. That is not even on the table. So the 162 condo units will start at the 2nd floor upwards. We are proposing a range of condo units from 525 square feet up to about 1,200 square feet. We're going to propose 51 one-bedroom units and roughly 111 two-bedroom units. And we will get into a little more discussion about the affordable housing aspect of it. So I'm not going to get into a lot of detail on outlining the design of the units itself, but there are a couple things that I would like to point out. That at the 3rd floor, you will notice the portion of the building that is fronting North Street. We've designed this building as single-loaded corridor, and I'll get into a more comment on that in a minute. As we get to the 4th and the 6th floor, we are stepping the building at Stanley Avenue. Again, the intent of that is to develop a pedestrian-friendly scale along Stanley Avenue. As we move forward with the building, it is at the 8th floor of the principal building, which is 14 stories. We again are going to a single-loaded corridor. The purpose of doing a single-loaded corridor is to respect the privacy of the neighbors and people in behind this property. Getting into this, we've included an illustration of the angular plane. The angular plane is a tool that's used by all municipalities so that we can define streetscape along the streets, as well as the privacy factors to other neighbors. So the whole point of the single loaded corridor is there will not be any units within that plane viewing back to the residential. So it's something we've taken a lot of consideration with. So now we're going to get into the parking, and I've included this as just a quick illustration. And I respect everything that the planning department has said and what the transportation department has put forth. We are requesting 1.25 parking spaces per unit, and that we're asking your consideration for that. And it's quite simple. Firstly, in their presentation, there was an error. It's at 1.4, it's not 266 units required, it's 226 that we require. So under the requirement of 160 units at 1.4 per unit, we require 227 parking units. 480 square meters of commercial at one space per 40 square meters would be roughly 12 spaces, a total of 239. We have 214, so we're short 25 units, 25 spaces. Now, I will note, and we've been a proponent of it with other applications, 1.25 is the norm for most of the municipalities that are urbanizing and growing. And especially on a site like this. If we were further out, and part of the criteria for transportation to support the 1.25 is we had to be 400 meters to a transit hub, a bus stop. We're 420 meters, which is literally 20 steps. This area is growing, and I would have to anticipate that public transit is going to grow as this area grows as well. But also taking into consideration the fact that at 1.25, we require 203 spots. We have 214. In the tourist core, commercial, restaurants, and so forth require no parking. I'm not asking for no parking for this commercial space, but what I want you to realize is this commercial space is not a destination commercial space. This is actually going to be supported by the 162 residents that live in this building. It's going to be supported by the people within that community. So the parking criteria, I would argue, would be substantially less. But if we maintain the 1.25 spots and still maintain one spot for every 45 square meters, that would give us our 214 spaces. This also goes hand in hand with affordable housing. One of the most expensive components of building a structure of this nature is the underground parking. So if we have to provide more underground parking, you will be getting less affordable housing. I can guarantee you that. But you also have to take into consideration the changing times. Between Uber, we have a rental company that is literally right across the street. People can rent cars. And contrary to the staff report, we did submit a parking analysis traffic study. It is justified that it does work. I can give you a prime example if everyone's familiar with Thundering Waters, the condominium in that golf course. It is at a 1.25 parking ratio. It is greater than 500 meters to the closest transit hub. So I would respectfully ask that you consider our request for the 1.25. So before closing, staff have endorsed our proposal with the consideration of the 4 hold zones. So I am asking you to consider the 1.25 parking so it is not a criteria and we don't have to embark on another detailed parking study. But with respect to the wind study, I don't see the need for that to be controlled by a hold zone. Again, if we're granted the opportunity to move forward with the site plan agreement, that is a mandate of site plan agreement and can be controlled at that part of the process. So coming into the affordable housing part, we certainly, and again, if staff mandate this to be part of the holding zone, we will work with that. But we have every intentions to work with staff in the planning department with respect to the affordable housing mandate. Ultimately, it's going to be predicated by the built form and the final design of our proposal. The one thing I would ask you to consider as part of the hold zone, they put a time constraint of 1 year on us getting this back to the city. I can tell you that is unrealistic. 1.5 to 2 years is realistic to get into the finite details of this building, get it in for site plan agreement, and get it ready to come in for building permit. So if that hold zone is still something that you want to entertain, we would respectfully ask that you extend it to 2 years. So with that, I'm sure there's going to be a myriad of questions, and we'd be more than happy to answer them as we go along. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. So questions of council for Mr. Allen? Well, maybe, go ahead, Councillor Pietra.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Allen and Mr. Rowe, thanks for the presentation tonight. I'm fine with the 1.25 in terms of parking. I know that we've done it many other places. And I also wanted to just say to staff, and I don't know who would answer this, but I thought we were coming back with our own parking study that was going to look at what our parking ratios were across the board.
Who'd like to address that? Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, through you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That study is in flight right now. That's why we asked for the 1-year timeline on the holding zone. So we expect to come back with a modernized parking rate, perhaps with some ways that the base rate can be reduced through car sharing and things of that nature. So we expect to table within about 6 to 12 months from now.
Okay. And in terms of an H symbol, we've delegated that authority to staff now. Are you fine with staff approving an extension on the H symbol, or are you preferable to council actually deciding that it's going to be a 2-year period?
Well, through you, Your Worship, we have no problems working with staff. I mean,
Right.
they're very reasonable and very professional with that.
That's what I
So, and if you don't mind, I did forget to note that we have no issues with the record of site condition.
Right.
That's standard.
That's standard, yeah. Okay. The only other question I had was in regards to the garage vents. We did have Mr. Catanzaro who was on Zoom. I know Joe myself. That's probably what he was going to ask about, really, was the vents that are coming out of the garage. So I don't know what that looks like because I haven't seen a picture of it in terms of whether or not the vents are pointed towards their houses. You would know best. Can you give us some insight into that?
Yeah, so through you, Your Worship, I know that the topic was brought up. The design is not finalized. So as we put together a preliminary design, we were just looking at various areas that we could put these vents. We know we need them. Ultimately, when we get into the final design engineering of it, we certainly would be taking these into consideration. And again, working with our client, we have neighbors to be respectful with and work with. We certainly would take that into consideration.
Would you inform Mr. Catanzaro?
Absolutely. I know
Okay.
Mr. Catanzaro as
Yep.
well.
Okay. All right. I'm good, Your Worship.
Okay, great. Any other questions of Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to comment that's a beautiful building, and I really like the idea of additional 18% landscaping in there, especially on the different levels. It just makes it look unique. So I just want to commend on the design and
Thank
the
you.
idea of the landscaping.
Thank you.
Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would support the recommendation for parking from our staff. I know when we have these developments, they say when you build, it puts the cost of parking adds to the build. And we talk about ride sharing and buses. That doesn't seem to be happening, and we end up with a lot of issues with parking. People are parking illegally. They're parking in different areas that they shouldn't be. I know that that's a goal for us to be carless or less cars and using transit. I don't think we're there yet, and I'm really sad to see that we're still trying to decrease it. I know there's been bike parking or passes for transit. We're still having challenges with it, and if we keep on reducing and reducing, we're going to end up with more and more challenges. So I do support the parking recommendation from the staff.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Or yes, Councillor Campbell?
Yes, you mentioned affordable housing. What are we talking about there in terms of affordable?
So through your worship to Councillor, I can't give you a specific number.
I can appreciate that.
And certainly you have the mandate of hitting the 40%. Right now, if we start looking at the cost of what condominium units are costing, they're ranging anywhere from $700 to $1,000 a square foot. So when we start looking at the affordability, we're certainly looking at the smaller units. So when we get into the final design, we will be looking at units, as I said, around the 500 to 525 square feet.
Okay.
And then certainly working with the client and the city, we have to design them so that they're within that range. I believe in the staff report, they put that range of, I think it was about 350 up to about $600,000 is the range of what affordability is. And I hate giving you a specific term because affordability is a loose term right now, and it's almost non-existent. But certainly in the design of it, if we're going to be working with the mandate of the city on their criteria, being able to get the benefits of reduced costs and taxes and so forth, we certainly would be looking at making them as affordable as possible. It does go hand in hand with the parking, and it is this location. If this location was somewhere else in the city, I don't think I'd be up here having as much of an argument on it. This area is poised not only for people living in this, but it's also poised for the people living there and being able to walk to work within all the hotels and the restaurants and so forth that are in that area. Gone are the days that Niagara Falls is just that summer tourist area. We have really pushed that all year tourist, and that's kudos to the staff and the residents of the city. So areas like this become more and more important. So yes, you don't want to see parking taken out of it, but you can't stop urbanizing, and that's the whole point of these types of developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Councillor Strange.
Mr. Mayor, and Michael, how many one-bedrooms did you say there was?
I said there was about 55 one-bedrooms, through your worship.
Yeah, so it kind of makes sense if you get the 1.25 parking, nobody's going to have 2 cars for each of those, so it's benefiting the whole condo and whole development there by having those one-bedrooms there as well, because more likely nobody's going to, they might not even have a car, you know what I mean, so that'll help out the development. I just want to, it's a really, really nice architecture building. Like it's really, really beautiful. I think it's really going to beautify the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions of council? Okay. Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Beautiful design. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Councillor Pietrangelo? And then I've got Councillor Thomson right after.
Okay. I'd like to move the recommendations. I mean, I'll move recommendation 1 as is. Recommendation number 2, I'm happy to delete where it says, and to provide a parking impact analysis justifying a 1.25 parking rate within 1 year of the passing of an amending bylaw. And that's simply because I'm fine with the 1.25 parking rate, Your Worship. And I would like to add a third recommendation and just ask that the developer or his applicant work with the neighbors, Your Worship, Mr. Catanzaro and the other neighbors, to try to mitigate some of the concerns. And I would so move that.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Thomson. I've got, yep. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Could we break them down?
Separate the recommendations?
Yeah, because I'm in favor of the development, but I'm not in favor of the 1.25.
Okay, we can separate them. Do I need a motion to separate them? Okay. Okay. So we're going to separate. Does everybody understand? Before I do that, is there any other discussion to the 3 recommendations that have been moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thomson? Is there any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Yes?
Your Worship, the only other thing I wanted to say is I know that we did receive some other comments from residents. The one resident, Mr. Originello, talked about how we have the rental car company that always seems to have cars on the street. That would be more of bylaw enforcement, right? It wouldn't be anything that has to do with the development here. So perhaps we can just pass his comments over to bylaw and have bylaw go out and speak to them about putting all their business cars on the street during business hours, because I'm sure it's an annoyance to the residents. I know personally I've driven by there and I don't take that street anymore because there's always cars that come flying out of there. So I can understand as a resident living there how they would probably get a little bit annoyed. So perhaps we can pass that over to bylaw.
Yeah. Who would we pass here? So, okay, we're going to share it. Okay, they've got that direction to staff on that. Okay, so we can do 1 and 3 together then, Councillor, because there's 2 you've got concerns with. So recommendations 1, as you see it, and 3 that Councillor Pietrangelo moved. that staff work, or the developers work with the residents, specifically Mr. Catanzaro. So we're gonna vote on 1 and 3. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Except, no, one opposed, okay, I'm sorry, one opposed. And now we're gonna vote on 2 with the removal of the parking, where are we here, the parking analysis, impact analysis, okay, that's been removed.
Right. But, Your Worship, if I can just say, we're going to keep the wind study, we're going to keep the
Yep.
environmental site assessment, we're going to keep the conformity to affordable units in there.
Yep, exactly. So as you read it, with the deletion of the parking analysis, we're gonna go with the 1.25 with that motion. Okay, we're gonna call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed. Okay, so that's approved with 2 opposed. So this is approved. We thank everybody for coming out, and congratulations. It looks like a beautiful development. This is your chance to leave, or you can hang out. I'll leave it with you. You want 5 minutes? Well, just go. Let's go. We're never gonna get that. Just go. If you wanna go see your friends, go see them.
So we
You
have
wanna
to
go
send
now before we start?
updated, just see if I can get Mr. Clerk.
They don't need me. I don't need slides.
We could put it in here.
I appreciate what you're saying.
It's just gonna be right here. I'm standing by for support.
Interesting. Might want to bring that in.
So he's just gonna plug your presentation in right there.
Yeah, so it's just right there.
So, and will it just come up, or how will we just access it?
I'll take care of it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know which folder it's in?
It's only 2 files, and one's a PDF and one's a PowerPoint.
Oh, I know that's.
Just choose your one. Choose the different
It's not like we're spending all this money, but people want to going there because like, I talked to so many people who said, so obviously the library is very important. I think it would be more relevant, which is what they're talking about. So we got it I think we can do that.
I think it's a very touchy issue. And how you present it would be extremely important. And kind of throw it back their shoulder to make recommendations.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, we're going to resume.
Which one is it?
Next up, we are at deputations and presentations. First up, 7.1. The Niagara Falls Public Library Board is here to make a presentation. So welcome, board members. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Diodati and council members. My name's Ann Andrews-Jones. I'm the chair of the Niagara Falls Public Library Board. With me today is John Anstruther, the vice chair, fellow trustee Barb Ness, and trustee Sabrina Mongrain is watching us from home due to childcare. We have Alicia Subnet-Kilgore here, our CEO and chief librarian, and Laura Martin, our manager of community engagement. And also with us is Kim Silk, principal consultant at Bright Sail Research, and a member of the team at Lord Cultural Resources. Dove Goldstein, the vice president of Lord Cultural Resources, was unable to join us today. We're excited to bring you the Niagara Falls Public Library 2024 Strategic Plan. In a moment, Kim will walk you through the year-long journey we've been on with Lord Cultural Resources to come to this point. First, I'd like to highlight some of the other documents included in your council agenda package. We've included for your information our 2022 annual report and our first 3 quarterly reports for 2023. A few highlights. The library has just over 45,000 active card holders. Plus, we serve many individuals daily who do not have a library card but visit us to use our resources and services such as computer access. There were 25,000 computer sessions in 2022 alone. And those card holders use their cards a lot. Over 500,000 items were borrowed in 2022, a 29% increase over 2021. 300,000 were physical items, like books and DVDs, but also board games, snowshoes, NPCA and Ontario Park passes, light therapy lamps, fruit and vegetable seeds, as well as 200,000 digital items were checked out. This includes ebooks and audiobooks, but also video streaming, e-learning modules from LinkedIn Learning, craft tutorials from Creative Bug, and thousands of magazines and newspapers from around the world with Press Reader, which is my personal favorite. We can't forget to mention our popular and important visiting library service. Staff curate customized bags of materials for customers unable to physically access our library locations. In 2022, over 750 visits were made to our visiting library service customers, delivering over 10,000 items directly to their homes. The library is not just books. Over 1,300 programs saw almost 25,000 attendees in 2022. These programs included everything from baby time to author talks, Rainbow Kids Reading Club to ukulele and piano classes, junior cooks, books to computer help classes. Our staff are out in the city parks all summer and in classrooms throughout the school year. We currently work with 93 teachers in our local schools, bringing the library to their students and bags of books to their classrooms every 6 weeks. It's also important to mention that the library is more than what we've already mentioned. The library is a community hub, welcoming our community partner agencies to our space so they can be accessible to the Niagara Falls community. Some of those partners include the Niagara Region Niagara Assistive Outreach Street Outreach Team, Niagara Local Immigration Partnership, Welland Heritage Council, Niagara Community Legal Clinic, Folk Arts Multicultural Centre, the John Howard Society Job Gym, Street Works Positive Living Niagara, Project Share, and the Niagara Regional Police Services Core Team, to name a few. The Niagara Falls Public Library is truly an asset to our community, and we're excited about the new places our strategic plan is going to take us all. So at this time, I'd like to turn things over to Kim Silk to present you with the Niagara Falls Public Library's 2024 to 2028 strategic plan.
Thank you, Anne. Good evening, everyone, your worship, councillors, staff, and everyone who stuck around for this presentation. I'm going to bring you through the process that we went through to create the strategic plan. The planning process began in June of 2022, and we finished the plan and approved it in September 2023. The process was made up of 3 phases. The first phase was internal assessment, where we spoke with everyone, staff, managers, CEO, board members, asking them about the library, asking them about what their ambitions and dreams were for the library. We did an environmental scan where we looked at peer library systems, mostly in Ontario for context, and also a couple nationally. We also did, as part of that environmental scan, a peer analysis, understanding what other library systems had things in common with the city of Niagara Falls and this community, and what common things were happening in those libraries in those communities. Phase 2 was the external assessment, which included a community consultation. We did a survey, we did a person on the street interactive hanging out at the farmers market one Saturday, then headed over to the hockey rink, which of course is where most things happen. And then we couldn't forget the dog parks, where we were interacting with different members of the community, asking them about their library, asking them if they used it, what their impressions were of it. And that was a really fun exercise. Stakeholder consultation, which included consulting with members of the board and members of the council prior to the election in fall of 2022. Out of all of this phase 1 and phase 2 work came our key findings, which I'll go over. Phase 3, we used those key findings to inform creating a vision, goals, and objectives, and we are just finishing up the action planning and implementation earlier this afternoon. Fun diagram of the internal and external assessment. I'm just going to keep flipping through because I want to talk more about the key issues and opportunities that we found through the consultation process. The library must position itself more effectively as a vital, relevant, innovative, and forward-thinking organization that serves a crucial, important function in the city and for the community. We found that the broader community, and specifically people who don't use the library, are not really fully aware of all of the wonderful things the library can do, particularly once people aren't kids anymore as adults. There's lots going on at the library that is available outside of being a kid in a K-12 education. Many people perceive that the library is just a place to borrow physical books. And as Anne's introduction mentioned, there's way more going on. The library is not, despite a lot of effort in doing outreach, those methods haven't been particularly effective to meet the needs of some of the city's underserved communities, specifically youth and teens and newcomers to the community. We recommend that there would be a stronger connection to the schools in particular, with greater resources allocated towards student learning and literacy. Within the library organization, we found that staffing is not as structured as it might be. The city of Niagara Falls is growing, and the library is growing along with it. This sort of rapid change often has impacts on organizational development, and there's an opportunity for the library to look at that and find ways to accommodate the growth that's happening. Another finding was that the library must prioritize its activities, programs, and services based on budget, resources, institutional mission, vision, and strategic direction. I will say that this is a very common challenge in public libraries. There are lots of opportunities to deliver a lot of different programs and services, and given every single library's resources that are limited just by their nature, prioritizing these opportunities is really important. Facility challenges. If you're familiar with the locations of Niagara Falls Public Library, you will know that some of these buildings are really getting on in age, and they're going to need some attention in order to be able to serve the community effectively. Repairs are needed at Victoria Avenue. Stamford is currently under renovation, and Chippewa is not accessible. And those challenges are there. Finally, the library is impacted, like many public libraries, by the reliance on importance of digital information and digital information use. The library wants to be more innovative and take advantage of introducing new technology and systems to the people of Niagara Falls. And it's vital that they address the needs of the community when thinking about what sorts of digital programs and services to make available. The process that we used in order to determine the 4 goals and 13 objectives that are in the strategic plan was very much informed by these key issues and challenges. It was very community-centric process. By understanding community needs and issues and conditions, that process tells us and helps us prioritize in terms the goals and the specific objectives that will lead to achieving those goals. There are 4 goals, and most goals 1, 2, and 3 each have 3 objectives. The 4th goal has 4 objectives. Goal 1 is focused on positioning and awareness, specifically demonstrating the library's value, both economic and social, using evidence-based data. I can tell you that library staff worked really hard today in a workshop to do exactly that. Number 2, to identify the library's strengths and relevance to stakeholders. And those stakeholders are not only the people of Niagara Falls, the people who use the library, the people who don't use the library, every single person in this room. Finally, the 3rd objective, to seek ways to increase the community's awareness of the library's collections, programs, and services, just trying to increase our reach to the citizens of Niagara Falls. Second goal is about outreach and connection, specifically reassessing current outreach practices to determine the gaps and identify new ways to connect with members of the community, to strengthen the library's connection with teens, older adults, and newcomers to the community, and to prioritize how to support vulnerable and underserved communities given the library's current resources and infrastructure. Third goal focuses on organizational strength to foster a positive and equitable workplace and continue to support the health and well-being of all staff, and to build a sound and future-ready organizational structure. The 4th goal concerns access and technology, including developing initiatives to empower the community to use technology to learn, create, and innovate, to leverage the technology to improve access to the collections, the programs, and the services the library offers, to continue to support staff efforts to establish an internal data reporting system, also known as a data dashboard, to inform operations, and finally, to identify the resources required to achieve these goals. Along with the strategic planning process, the library has recreated a vision statement and a mission statement, as well as a list of institutional values. The vision statement you see before you: to empower communities and inspire the pursuit of discovery, knowledge, and creativity. The mission: to be a gateway to information through awareness, connection, service, and access to technology, fostering community enrichment for all. And the institutional values of equity, respect, inclusivity, accountability, empowerment, and intellectual freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, this is your chance to ask questions. Do we have any questions? Councillor Lococo, Patel, Newestang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have the privilege of sitting on the library board, so I've seen this process for the last year and a half and all of the work that has gone into it from the staff to the consultant and the board. And so thank you for your presentation. I do have one question through the mayor to Ms. Silk. How are you going to measure the effectiveness of the plan and make sure that you are meeting the objectives over time?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lococo, thank you for the question. One of the great ways in order to measure progress towards objectives is to use program evaluation. And what that means is that we take a look at, in great detail, each program that the library provides, so that we can understand the inputs, that all the things that are required for a program to run. So that's staff time, it's budget, it's technology, it's expertise. Understand what activities are happening as a result of those programs. So we have a summer reading program, for instance. We have, I believe our colleague said 1,300 children participated in the TD Summer Reading Program this past summer. So we understand that we're getting a lot of information, qualitative information. We've got 1,300 children participating. They would come to the library X number of times a week. We had lots of performers and prizes and activities. And then we will also implement some qualitative measures where we're going to ask parents, and if permission is granted, children, to understand how the summer reading program, for instance, may have increased their confidence in reading. Finding a love of reading, finding a series of books, Captain Underpants, that really became the gateway drug to becoming someone who loves to read. So this evaluation process is going to be implemented with certain programs at a time over the next 4 to 5 years, and the data that comes out of the evaluation process will inform operations and also tell us how we're doing in terms of achieving our objectives and goals.
Great, thank you. A lot of times organizations work on the strategic plan and put it on the shelf and then don't touch it. So I'm really glad to see how you're going to be evaluating it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for a great presentation. That looks like a very great plan. My one question is, beside the aging structures and staffing shortages and even with the technology, what is the biggest issue you're facing for customer service?
Could I redirect that to Alicia?
Absolutely.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask
Yes,
Alicia to
absolutely.
answer that.
Yes, through you, through the mayor. I feel one of the biggest challenges we're facing right now is meeting the needs of the community. I think quite often, we think about just the traditional use of the library, folks coming in every day, fostering a love for reading. But I think what we're seeing as a trend in libraries, public libraries all across the nation, is that the library is part of your social fabric of your community. And libraries now are doing a lot of work from a social point of view. So we're working with social workers, we're working with unhoused folks, and a lot of our staff don't have the expertise. Many of them went to library school and, learned to do library things. And now the issues that we're seeing walking through the door are, increased issues with mental health, increased issues with substance abuse. So I feel that one of our challenges is managing every day what we're seeing walking through our front door with the really tight resources that we have. So it's trying to, as part of our plan, you'll see it's hard to be everything to everyone. So the idea with this plan is that it's actually going to really give us an opportunity to focus on what the needs of the community is, as well as work within our scope and our own capacity to complete that. So for now, I would say one of our greatest issues is, what we're seeing, the higher needs in our community and dealing with that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, you in your plan, you said you want to do more outreach to newcomers. How does that play in?
So we're just in the process now of working through our action plans for the next 4 years. And, I had a really nice reminder today from Kim when she did some workshop training with our staff that we don't have to do it all in the first year. We have 4 years to complete our plan. So part of that is actually starting and building on the work that we have been currently doing with our community partners and sitting at those tables. So we work with the Welland Heritage Council. We're working with other community agencies that are actually using the library as a gathering place for some of our newcomers to come, so that we are able to show them the resources that they have access to in the community, but also an opportunity to connect them with other partner agencies and community resources.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Councillor Newestead.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, very informative. Actually, talking about the library, very nostalgic. I loved the library, grew up going to the library, went through high school, university, friends. It was a great gathering place, as you're saying. And since this came up, I thought, well, when's the last time I've been to the library? And I was surprised that it was 2017. I recalled why. And I did a presentation, came out, and there was some very behavior outside that was not, it really was quite disturbing. And I don't know whether that was it or not. So you're trying to attract new people. And so then I started asking people, when's the last time you went? So the last 5 days, everybody I've been encountering. So when's the last time you've been to the library? When we think library, we generally think Victoria Avenue one. And I got pretty much quite the same response, like the university women's group that used to meet there said they're not meeting there anymore because they're afraid of going there. So there is a real concern. So if we're trying to attract more and be able to be more accessible, from what I'm understanding with your presentation, but we have an issue with that. Is there any discussion on how do you overcome that? Because it seems to be, and I heard it, and you must have been, you must hear it. So how do we, if that's not, what do we do about something like this? Or how are you planning on handling it? People are afraid to even go in the front door. That's pretty much an issue. We spend a lot of money to be of service to our residents, and yet there's a barrier.
If you like.
I'll start that through me, Mr. Mayor. One of the things we have to remember as a community is that the library is open to all, and that means we serve all members of our community, despite socioeconomic status. So there are unhoused folks that we serve. We have folks that come in just to use the washroom because we're the only spot on our block that has an accessible washroom for folks to use. Now, with respect to some of the issues you were mentioning out front, mostly I would say our main branch, which is downtown, Victoria and Morrison, is that we also have to realize that our community is changing. And with our community changing, that there are quite a bit of stress on our systems. Like when you think about, Project Share and some of our community partners that we meet with regularly, we're seeing that they're having some of the same issues. So for us, when you look at where we are in the community, we're not alone. It's, it's a lot of the businesses in that area of the city as well that are experiencing challenges. So we have a number of ways that we've mitigated this. So our board has actually put into place a really firm but fair code of conduct. So we do have a code of conduct in place right now, and we are taking very much of a zero tolerance approach with that. And it's not the fact that maybe, for example, you may be unhoused. It's the behavior. So we actually have a lot of folks that are unhoused that use our facility and use our services and are no issue, right? So it's the behaviors that we're dealing with. And in addition to that, we believe in a coordinated approach, working with our community partners. So right now we work with NASO, this community street outreach. We're also working with the core unit, which some of you may be familiar with, which is community service policing. And together we've done quite a bit in that area of the city to make the library, but not just the library, the surrounding businesses and community agencies welcoming. So in addition to that, we also have full-time security down at our Victoria Avenue and Morrison location. If you haven't been in some time, I would highly encourage you to come in and take a look. Recently, at one of our community partner meetings, we had some really positive feedback from some of the local businesses on the great improvement they've seen to not just the library, but just in that area of the city. So I do feel we are in a much better place. I think as well as when the city opens up, for instance, I think we just opened up the community shelter. So as some of these resources open as well, I think, working again in that coordinated approach, that will give our opportunity for our city to offer resources in other areas, like right throughout the city. So I feel right now we're actually doing a really good job of making all of our spaces welcoming to all. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Anne?
The only thing that came to mind was one of the partners we've worked with, quite frankly, is the city. Sometimes we get complaints and they aren't things we can act on because they're on the boulevard. And so we have had good cooperation with bylaw officers. You can correct me if I'm wrong here, Alicia. But we've had good cooperation with bylaw officers as well as the community policing group, social workers from the health unit across the street from us. And it's not easy. It's not easy. And you see it in cities right across the country, well, right across North America, really. But the full-time security, the move to full-time security at Victoria during our open hours has helped a lot, which is reflected in our budget.
Next month.
We've also looked at some landscape changes, and when we're closed now, the overhang areas, because it is a 60s building that was designed for different times and different aesthetics. But we have the wrought steel fencing now in the overhang areas so that when we're closed and we don't have security on site, there's better control of those areas. Our custodial staff deserves a lot of credit because they monitor the cameras even when they're not on duty, just to check that no one's setting a fire or anything during the night. So they deserve a lot of credit for their diligence and going above and beyond as well.
Very good. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I thank you very much, and I'm glad this is an opportunity now that you were able to tell the public that the different measures that you've been taking to make sure it is a safe place, because you want to be effective and let people feel safe to come in. So maybe that's something we can work to spread back to the community, that there are measures in place to keep people safe going into the library. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments of council? So maybe I'll weigh in a little bit to my comments. So I want to say I appreciate the honest self-evaluation, because you did a true SWOT analysis and you didn't sugarcoat it. And that's the way it should be done, because the world is changing. And if you don't change, you become, like what's happened to the YMCA, right? They lost their way, and you see what's happening. They're closing down Ys all over the place. It's too bad, because they were right at the front, and it happened overnight, literally, where they became not as relevant as they once were. And they've had to reinvent themselves and decide what they are and what their purpose is going to be. And I think that's the role you're going through right now. You're going through an evolution. And the traditional role of the library has changed significantly. And I, like Councillor Newstag, my mom would drop us off there all morning on Saturday. Well, she'd go do her errands, right? And we just got lost in the books, and that's what we did. And then, but now the world's changed, right? I can visit any library in the world from my phone, and that's how, my kids in university, same thing. It's not like it used to be, but that doesn't mean you're not important. It means your role is changing. That's what it means. So I do have one question. So what business do you think you should be getting out of? And what business, because you can't be all things to everyone, because then you're nothing to anyone. What should you be getting out of? And if you can't answer this on the spot, I don't want to put you on the spot. It's not fair to do that. And if you can answer, if not, that's okay. What business do you think you should be getting into? and maybe you're already going through the self-evaluation through the process. And I think it's great. I really do. Because got to ask yourself the tough questions, right? You grow through it and you're honest with yourself and your board. And I really want to give a lot of credit to the board supporting this process and giving us all these, you were tough on yourselves. You looked in the mirror and I give you credit for that. I got a lot of respect for that. So give that some thought, because when you mentioned about newcomers, a long time ago, the city used to have a thing called the welcome wagon. We haven't done that in I don't know since when. A lot of things have changed. We dropped the ball as a community on a lot of things like that. And maybe because we didn't have a lot of newcomers. Today, that's completely different. We have a ton of newcomers coming, and they don't know where to plug in. There's no central location to plug in. Just throw that out there to you as something to think about. And I'm sure the community, the chamber would all get together and give them that basket of welcome goodies when you got to Niagara Falls, a little bit of swag from City Hall, maybe a library card. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I know there'd be an appetite for that. Just nobody does it anymore. Just throw that out there. If you have an answer, if not, that's okay. I just thought I'd throw that out there and let you chew on that for a little bit.
Yeah, sure. No, thank you. Thank you so much for the question, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of things. Just so you know, we are actually, I think, just finishing our welcome package. That's something that that we've just done with staff. And actually, we've connected with someone at the city that's also working on some similar work so that we can do some coordination. So that's something just nice that we have on the back burner. But with respect to what do you want to get out of and what do you want to get into, so thank you for that question. But I just want to go back to, you're right. We were really tough on ourselves with this. But one of the areas, too, that we really are putting an emphasis on is evidence-based decision-making. So as part of this plan and as part of the work that Kim did with our team today is actually starting to look at proper evaluation and outcome evaluation measures. So, when you truly do that, it means you look at everything, and then you have to, you're not just doing something because you've always done it and you just love it and the staff love it and we want to continue to keep doing it. We're actually going to be looking at, why are we doing these programs? For instance, with respect to programs, why are we doing these programs? What is it that we truly want to achieve from these programs? And how do we build in outcome measures? How do we build in metrics and KPIs to measure that moving forward? That will truly determine what you keep and then what you don't. So as an organization, this has been a journey for us, and this is going to be our focus moving forward. I can tell you personally, and my board chair is literally standing right beside me, so she may have a different opinion, and I don't want to speak for her, of course, but I think one of the things we really need to concentrate on moving forward, especially with, tight budgets moving forward and constrained resources and maybe not the same capacity we've had, especially while we're growing, is to truly look at what the mandate of the library is. And I think, to be perfectly honest with you, over the years there's been a little bit of mission drifting when it comes to that. We know that we got into this business, we're doing a lot of preventative work. For us, a lot of the times it is the long game, We want to make sure that that kid that starts in story time ends up graduating high school and moving on. But over the years, what's happened is, with the extra pressures in our community, we've started to move to drift. To try to be everything for everyone, to try and fill all those gaps and holes in the community. And what we've discovered is that that's been hard on staff, because some of these areas we just don't have the expertise in. And the other part of it is that the more we do that, the more we reallocate funds towards what isn't our mission and mandate, it just drifts us a little bit further, right? So moving forward, we're going to really be putting a lot of emphasis, even though we have in this coordinated approach, working with our community partners. So for instance, working with a lot of the unhoused folks that we do have, especially at our downtown branch, we're really pulling on the region, we're really pulling on NASO and our community partners. And when we sit at those tables, we're also being very honest now with what our capacity is. We're saying this is as much as we can do right now, and we're also looking to you as other community partners to come forward, because we know we can't do it alone. It has to be a coordinated approach doing it together. So I see this as some very fundamental shift a little bit as we look at this plan and we move forward. And now my board chair will tell you what she wrote.
I think maybe a little bit different tack, but I think it parallels what Alicia was saying. I think what has not changed is what's at our core. What's at our core is literacy and information services and making those things available to the community. And that's where the change comes in, is the how. Because if we want to continue to have an informed democratic society that makes good decisions, they need information. And they need to learn how to distinguish good from bad information, especially nowadays. So that might mean, so we may think how we go about that is not just providing the resources, but providing the computer classes, providing fire sticks for people who can't access computers or can't access the internet at home. But then it's doing the evaluation, using those metrics. Did that programming get at what we wanted? Did it build literacy? Did it build information? Did it build, and did it build community? And sometimes you don't always see the direct line there right away. Sometimes we've got to listen to our staff. One of the great successes that I can't wait to see start again at Stamford was Lunch Bunch. Came around very informally because some of our staff at Stamford saw there were students that didn't have a place where they felt safe to go at lunchtime, and they started hanging out at the library. So they developed a program. They started introducing them to library resources. So we're not going to see the results of that tomorrow, but you will see it down the road when those people, when those kids come back to the library, or those kids connect with the social worker that we cooperated with, mental health. So
or they
it's,
graduate.
They graduate. They graduate.
High school.
So it's playing the long game, but while you're doing that, making sure it's rooted in your community and in the community need, but then using those metrics, like, okay, did that program get at that core mandate? So I think that piggybacks a little bit on what Alicia was saying. She just got into more of the details. She's the day-to-day person, you know? We're the policy people.
I get it. Well, thank you. On behalf of council, I want to say thank you very much. Like Yogi Berra said, when you come to a fork in the road, take it, right? So look for a motion to receive the report. Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do come visit again.
Yeah, please visit us.
Yes.
And your worship, we're gonna do our best to purge the facilities of our 8-track tapes and our laser discs.
Just take him to the museum. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Okay, next up, 7.2. I'd like Shelley Darlington, our General Manager of Corporate Services. She'd introduce the next item on the agenda, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Diodati, and good evening, Council. Through the Mayor, I am pleased to introduce the Deloitte presentation on our customer service vision engagement, along with the staff report on the City of Niagara Falls customer service strategy. The city engaged Deloitte earlier this year to support the city in developing customer service vision elements to guide our technology investments and service delivery, and to inform the city's customer service strategy. Staff are seeking Council's endorsement of the strategy today, which aligns with best practices and the city's long history of excellent, strong culture of being customer focused. The strategy on a page provides staff with clear direction or a North Star that will guide process changes and other decisions over the next few years as the city undertakes a number of initiatives and to modernize our processes and services, replacing aging technology and eliminating manual and inefficient paper-based processes. Both the strategy and the city's modernization efforts focus on providing customers with consistent, convenient, and integrated services in a customer-centered approach. I am pleased to introduce Jamie Boyd and Riaz Nathwani from Deloitte, who are in attendance to provide an overview of the engagement, and Savannah Wells Bison, Operations Support Supervisor with the City of Niagara Falls, to highlight a customer journey experience from a municipal works perspective. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to our colleagues from Deloitte and also to Savannah.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Shelley. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fabulous. Well, good evening, Your Worship and councillors. It's an absolute honor to be here with you this evening to present to you a vision for customer service for the city. We believe that it's one that positions the city to be an absolutely world-class service provider. It's been a thrill to work over the course of the summer, starting in June through to September, with Shelley and her team, with staff and with residents, to understand what the potential was for a really ambitious and clear vision for customer service. I have the pleasure of leading a national team of digital professionals, strategists, designers, developers, and we work with governments across Canada. This certainly won't be news to you, but I will relay the observation that there has been a clear shift in expectations around government services. We talk about generative AI, robotics, digital twins, all these things that collectively make up the fourth industrial revolution. And what we've seen is that there has been this clear shift in the information economy, and with that, resident expectations have also shifted. I think the easiest way to perhaps illustrate this is you order a pizza, do something as banal as that, and you can have a pizza tracker, you know exactly where your pizza is. But if you go and do something as consequential as try to get a new passport, many people would perceive that as potentially disappearing into a bit of a bureaucratic abyss. And so in a world where sometimes it's easier to do something like order a pizza than figure out how you're going to travel, there seems to be a very robust shift in what people are expecting from their governments. So in that kind of an environment, seems like this is a particularly timely exercise in understanding where the City of Niagara Falls wants to be with regards to customer service. On that basis, we went and identified a couple of objectives. Specifically, we were looking to align on the city's customer service priorities and excuse me, also articulate the customer service vision, objectives, and outcomes that would allow us to come up with things like guiding principles to guide service delivery and potential technology investments, a North Star. Over the course of mostly the summer months, we spent quite a bit of time with both internal and external stakeholders to gather insights. We also went and drafted a customer service vision, objectives, outcomes, guiding principles on a page, and came up with considerations for change management. If I may, if I could ask IT to share the screen, that would be fabulous. And if not, I'm happy to. But where we wanted to start was by offering you that overview, that customer service vision on a page. Where we landed with regards to that vision in a sentence is the City of Niagara Falls will deliver a welcoming and consistent customer service experience centered around the people we serve.
Jamie,
So
you should be able
hopefully
to
that's
share your
nice and simple. We want it to
screen.
be simple and elegant, and over the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to walk you through how we worked with city staff to land on this vision. We went through a number of different service journeys. We looked at parking tickets, business licenses, requesting a service, so things like filling a pothole, registering for your city programs, trying to get your kids signed up for swimming classes, flagging a facilities issue. And overall, we found that there are some incredibly strong points, but also real opportunities for improvement. So on that basis, I will hand it over to my colleague Riaz, who's going to talk us through some of the inputs for a customer service vision, and I will go ahead and start sharing my screen.
Super. Welcome, Riaz.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for this opportunity. So Jamie, if you can go ahead and share. While Jamie's loading the presentation, I'll talk through some of the inputs that were used to develop the customer vision that Jamie just talked about. So the customer service vision that was developed was informed by 3 different sources of information or input. The first was a jurisdictional scan of both national and global cities as identified through a recent global Deloitte study on future-ready cities, which identified key traits and practices of leading cities in terms of service transformation. The findings from the jurisdictional scan were shared with internal city stakeholders to help spur the thinking on the art of the possible heading into the stakeholder consultations, which was our second source of input to this vision development. The stakeholder consultations were focused around 5 key customer journeys. And for each of the customer journeys, city staff responsible for all or part of those customer journeys shared their experiences and their desires for the future state of those journeys. So for each of those customer journeys, we explored a couple of different questions. The first were talking about what are the moments of delight involved in the customer journey today? What are the challenges involved in the customer journey today? And finally, how would we like our customers to experience this journey in the future? So based on the inputs from both the jurisdictional scan and the stakeholder consultations, we ended up conducting a co-creation workshop with city staff to develop the customer service vision elements that Jamie talked about earlier. And then finally, to ensure that we have public input into the vision, we published a draft of the customer service vision on the public engagement platform Let's Talk Niagara Falls to collect feedback, which we used to refine and finalize the customer service vision. Thanks, Jamie. So in terms of the key findings or key outcomes of the jurisdictional scan, based on what we saw, the leading cities that we identified through the study tended to focus on 3 different things. The first was investing in modernizing services. So this investment focused on transforming service delivery processes as well as the underlying enabling digital technologies. So examples of the types of modernization investments that we saw in these cities was around digitizing access to city services. So everything from making payments for services, to submitting and tracking service requests, to booking facilities, to applying for and tracking permit applications. We also saw a lot of leading cities invest in the digital infrastructure, like expanding free public Wi-Fi to enhance resident experience and to better enable access to the digital services that these cities were enabling. And we also saw some leading cities create programs to help businesses, particularly small businesses, to become more digital and develop e-commerce capabilities. The other practice area that we saw in some of these leading cities was focused on how they tailor their services based on user needs or their life events or experiences. For example, the city of Laval in Quebec a couple of years ago launched a smartphone app to help citizens with special needs such as autism or intellectual disabilities ride the public transit by providing detailed instructions to the riders in terms of their commute, allowing for the tracking of those riders, and also sending location notifications to loved ones who are subscribed to that individual's application profile. We also have seen in other jurisdictions like the UK and Singapore a real focus on a single portal, single point of entry for customer information, and the concept of tell us once, so individuals don't need to provide information multiple times. And once things like life events happen or things changes, information is propagated to different departments and service areas automatically without having the customer individual to repeat information to multiple service areas. And then finally, the other key practice area that we see from other jurisdictions is around nurturing citizen engagement and trust. So this is an ongoing process, and cities take steps to drive greater transparency, privacy, security, fairness, and reliability in the services that they provide. So for example, we saw cities like Long Beach where they've taken a number of different initiatives to cultivate this engagement and trust, such as establishing a multilingual digital inclusion resource hotline, which connects community members with what they call digital navigators to support gaining access to digital inclusion, resources, and services. So really a focus on upping the digital literacy of residents within the community to access those digital services. As well, they focus on conducting training for staff to help them develop more equitable ways in which they collect data from surveys and other sources, data that helps them plan and deliver programs. If you can move to the next slide, Jamie, please. In terms of the key things that we heard coming out of the internal stakeholder consultations, they really built on or resonated on what we saw with our jurisdictional scan, and you'll see some of the concepts and terms from these themes in the vision elements that we talked about earlier. So the first theme around customer centricity, we did find through talking to stakeholders that there is already a strong culture of customer first mindset within the city staff, as demonstrated through the way in which they accommodate and tailor communications to different types of residents, and also the way, for instance, our recreation staff look to optimize schedules around recreation activities like swim schedules to accommodate folks and to maximize the number of people that can enroll in those activities and minimize wait lists for certain activities. However, staff did express the desire to ensure that customer-facing staff are providing consistent customer-centric services, and also a desire to further digitize processes or steps within processes to increase the number of channels of choice that customers have to access different services. And related to kind of that is the tech enablement theme that we heard. And while there are a number of enabling tools in place, staff did identify opportunities for new or enhanced tooling, as well as greater integration between systems in order to reduce the dependence on manual paper-based inputs, further increase automation, and reduce the potential for errors. We do recognize that the city has already identified and started to implement a number of initiatives that will help to address some of these current technical limitations or gaps. When we talk about data-driven, internal stakeholders identified opportunities to better share the data that they have today. Data right now is very siloed within specific departments or service areas, so there's an opportunity for greater sharing and collaboration around that data. Also opportunities to collect additional data, particularly around customer sentiment, as well as to extract insights from those data to help them design and plan different types of programs and services. When we talk about proactivity, there is a desire to be more proactive and solution-oriented rather than reactive when engaging with customers. So proactivity, as staff had described it, could range from everything from being more proactive and automated and providing updates on service issues through the full life cycle of resolution. So customers are updated in terms of what's the status of certain service issues, for instance. But people also talked about having more guided, user-friendly applications when applying for things like business licenses to help customers better understand prerequisites and requirements involved in those applications. When we talk about consistency, we know that services are delivered through different city departments and channels, but there is an opportunity for greater consistency throughout the customer journey to enable to foster that greater trust. So there should be consistency when a customer is trying to access similar services in terms of what answers they receive, what information they receive, and also which channels they can use to access those services. And finally, when we talk about seamless and integrated, is that, while we have different channels to give customers choices, there's opportunities to enable a more frictionless experience for users when they engage with the city. So a seamless integrated experience would include things like a web presence that allows individuals to easily find and access services, greater visibility into the status of service requests, having the ability to enter information once, reducing the burden on customers as well as staff to capture the same information multiple times, and then also the ability for customers to seamlessly start their service requests on one channel and continue and complete on another channel. So these were kind of the 6 major themes or theme buckets that we heard through our stakeholder consultations. I'll now hand over to Savannah to just supplement these findings and talk through and highlight an existing customer journey experience from a municipal works perspective to make this a little bit more real. Savannah, I'll pass it over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me well. As introduced, my name is Savannah. I'm the operations, my title has recently changed, so forgive me, supervisor support of the service center under Municipal Works. I oversee the staff who receive these issues on a daily basis and log them into the system for assistance to our field staff. I will be walking us through the sample customer service journey of reporting a pothole. In my presentation, I will be speaking to some pain points They should be obvious, as we all know, through some of the journeys we go through. So, of course, for the first part of the journey, we need to first receive the issue. The resident is really presented with 3 avenues to present the issue to the city. 2 of them are direct to the yard, which would be through our reporting a pothole system online. Now, to use that, you need to know it exists. To find it, it's on our website. However, it is sub-integrated into other forms. Again, you need to know it exists to find it, so you're searching for it on the website. Same applies for our direct phone number to our yard. To get a live representative, you need to know that phone number exists to use it. If you do not use those 2 options, we see residents typically fall back to calling the city directly. Now, calling the city directly looks like calling the main line, you get the directory, hopefully you select the proper button to get to the proper department. If not, you are speaking to a clerical representative from our clerk's department. From there, they will troubleshoot the issue, they'll get the details needed, and hopefully pass it off to the proper department for action. There are instances where maybe the details are not conveyed as required to get to the proper department. Potentially the right questions are not asked to be sent over to the proper department. However, assuming all is well, you are then directed to the yard, which is the service center, I will refer that to open a work order. You will reach one of our clerks. They will grab all details required and open a work order. A work order is what prompts our field staff to conduct the work. So once a work order is opened, the supervisor of the area will receive the work. They will vet it. They will dispatch their crew based on operational sequence, and the work will be completed. However, just to backtrack a step, once the work order is entered and the call is then over, or the email's received, or the reporting form is reviewed and entered into the system, there is no further communication with the resident at that point. It's not a matter of us not wanting to speak to the resident. We simply don't have the means to close that loop on every single instance of a request. So once that work order goes to the field staff, they complete the work, and unfortunately, to that separate point I've just made, there is no confirmation that goes to the resident who reported the issue that it is now remedied. I mean, we would love to, simply don't have the staff resources to make those calls back, to return every single email advising each service request is complete, nor do we have the technology to mass send out an update to all residents saying this is completed. That is the summary version of reporting a pothole, and as you can see, there are some pockets there which could certainly leverage our customer service journey and review of a system. I'll pass it back to Jamie and Riaz there.
Thanks so much, Savannah. We're almost at the end here. So I wanted to just leave you with the final conclusion. Once we completed all this work and we went through the journey mapping, we understood the views of internal staff, we did these workshops, we had landed on that draft vision for customer service. And as a reminder, where we had landed was the City of Niagara Falls will deliver a welcoming and consistent customer service experience centered around the people we serve. And there were a number of guiding principles that we had laid out. The final step in this process, we went on to Let's Talk Niagara and administered a survey to see whether people were largely bought into this vision. The good news is they were. So we were very pleased to get quite good participation, over 250 respondents to the survey, and you'll see some of the survey outcomes down the right-hand side of the screen, and you'll see that overwhelmingly people were largely aligned with this notion of taking on an empathetic and human-centered approach to customer service. That's it for the presentation. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll hand it back to Shelley or to the mayor.
Thank you to Deloitte and to Savannah for presenting today, and we'd be happy to take any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Darlington. So, council, any questions? Councillor Newestag.
Actually, I'm going to ask this question on through you, Mr. Mayor, to Shelley. I'm going to ask this question based as a resident that just sent this and asked if I would ask, or sent it to all of us. He said that he's listening to the presentation He's asking what it's going to cost, and is it a necessity or another expense, and will it require more staff? So I said I would ask on our residents' behalf.
Through the mayor, that's an excellent question. There's a number of different projects that we're working through our capital budget. So some of the impacts that will be, we have a new financial system that will have a positive customer impact. We have a customer service project that will enable some technology that is also part of our capital budget, so that will have an impact as well. And there's a number of other different software solutions that we've been working on, and one comes to mind is in Ms. Dolce's area, we're implementing an electronic building permitting software system as well that we've been working through. So there are definitely impacts in modernizing technology and modernizing processes by leveraging software that we can use.
Good, thank you. Any other questions or comments of council? Okay, seeing none, we're looking for a motion that we would receive the Niagara Falls Customer Service Strategy and that we approve the customer service vision, motto, objectives, and guiding principles as outlined in attachment 2. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo and second by Councillor Strange. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved. So thank you, well done. Thank you to everybody. And I appreciate the Deloitte analogy. It's always with food. You know, our CAO, former Deloitte guy, is always talking about the Big Mac index. He's always talking about pizza, 8 slice, 12 slice, and now Jamie, I don't know what it is about Deloitte, but they like talking about food. But thank you. Thank you. Okay, moving along to 7.4. Hospice Niagara will be doing a presentation. Carol Nagy, Executive Director, and board members will update us on Hospice Niagara. So welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and as well council and staff members for having us. I believe that we sent a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you very much. Thanks. So next slide, please. So Hospice Niagara is currently underway in building our provincially approved expansion plans for 20 new hospice beds, suites across Niagara. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So our founding, one of our founding donors, Walker Industry, provided the foundational donation in order for us to build in Welland. It will be called Walker House, where 10 beds will be operated. Those beds will be specialty beds that will have bariatric capacity, as well as it will be a fully francophone hospice environment. Next slide, please.
You can use the space bar on the keyboard if you want to advance.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. In Fort Erie, Wilson Industries provided that foundational donation for 10 beds in Fort Erie, and that hospice project is currently continuing under design, and we're looking to meet many of the Indigenous spiritual needs within that hospice. For 30 years, Hospice Niagara has been providing other services as well. We have our in-home services, which help people who are living at home with a life-limiting illness to cope with that illness, any signs or symptoms that could be forming as a result of that, to stay at home as long as possible with the help of NPs, counselors, as well as volunteers. We also, of course, have our hospice where people receive compassionate care 24/7. Our grief support services for children as young as 5 years old all the way through adults who are coping with loss for a number of issues. You don't have to have gone through any hospice services in order to access the grief and bereavement programs. And then finally, our caregiver programs. It's important that we support caregivers who are caring for people, their loved ones with long-term illnesses. We know if we keep them as healthy as possible, that we keep people at home as long as possible, and they don't yo-yo through the emergency room, which is important. All of these programs are also underway in expansion from help from Ontario West. We have a number of municipal partners, and we're proud, next slide, and we're proud to have them on board. When we complete this build, we're looking at approximately 900 people throughout the region being able to access hospice care, another 3,700 approximately able to receive expanded home care services, and then finally another 800 people being able to receive our grief and bereavement programs. One of our critical elements in hospice is our volunteers. Right now we have 300 volunteers that help support the hospice in St. Catharines as well as our outreach programs. We anticipate that we will need at least 700 more volunteers in order to support those 2 new sites. Hospice Niagara is also a contributor to the economy. We'll see 60 new healthcare jobs throughout the region. Now, these are specialty jobs, people who provide palliative and end-of-life care. Often they are part-time or they are casual workers who also go off to work in other healthcare sites. So this really expands end-of-life care through primary care, our hospitals, and long-term care homes. And we also contribute at least $1 million more to the local economies every year. So we have a public campaign to fundraise for these 20 beds. The target was set at $18 million. That was prior to COVID, when the cost of building has gone up, as many of you would already know. However, I'm really proud of our community. We are 79% there, and when we include in that, that funding the Ministry of Health funding as well as Hospice Niagara's contributions, we're 91% towards target. So we're almost there. The board and staff now of Hospice Niagara, we think that these 2 builds are well underway, so we're out presenting to municipalities to look at how we can plan together for greater hospice suites and service capacity across the region. When we set out to build these beds, we knew that wasn't the stopping point, that we needed to continue to address the needs throughout the region. We really consider hospice care, death, dying, and bereavement touches everyone and often multiple times in our lives. And how we support everybody is really a measure of our humanity in our communities. And for this, we truly believe that all hospice services should be at no charge to everyone who needs that kind of support. So thank you. That's my presentation.
Great, thank you very much. We have questions of council. I've got Councillor Newstead, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Wonderful. I have personally experienced your services. My sister had to use it, and it was really remarkable. And thank you very much for the care, on behalf of my family, the care that hospice provided. I also work in funeral service, and I've heard over and over and over, why don't we have a hospice in Niagara Falls? And so we had one in St. Catharines, so we just naturally thought it would come. And then all of a sudden we end up getting one in Welland, or you're proposing Wellington, Fort Erie. Was there a reason why Niagara Falls wasn't next on the list? Because we have like you talked about the 100,000, and we have 100,000, well, pretty close to 100,000 population. Mm-hmm. Was there, what was the decision process to go to Fort Erie and Welland prior to Niagara Falls, given the fact that Douglas Memorial has that really good palliative care hospice type of setting?
Mm-hmm. It really just came down to timing. So we were actually actively looking at Niagara Falls. However, the land opportunities that we had and the zoning that was required in order for us to build a residential hospice, which it had to be designated residential, didn't come into line when we were getting provincial approval. And so that was basically a mistiming of things that happened. And we were really concerned that if we didn't look at the timing of the provincial approvals, that we might have lost that opportunity to other communities. At the same time, we were approached by the hospital and the region who donated the land at the Fort Erie site, and the Fort Erie hospital at that time was planning to close their palliative care unit, and we were concerned that a service that was being provided that community continue to stay open. For Welland, it was just a matter of the long-term care home, Foyer Richelieu, that was building, and they had a half a floor that had empty square footage, and we thought we could present a new model to the province and be able to fit a hospice into that site. As you know, gaining the land and gaining provincial approvals are the two key elements in order to expand. So it really just was a matter of how those things all came together. But again, it was never meant to be a slight to Niagara Falls. We are very committed to Niagara Falls. In fact, we've increased our outreach programs in Niagara Falls. We started with remote care monitoring with the Niagara Medical Family Group intentionally here for Niagara Falls so that we could bring different kinds of services to people who are at home. And we're here to say, you know what, we want to continue planning with Niagara Falls because it is important that there are hospice residents across the entire region.
Absolutely. So now I understand Mayor Diodati, Councillor Pietra, and our CEOs securing property and building our own. Does that mean that Hospice Niagara will bid to run, to program? I'm not sure how you would take it over and run it.
We would love to be the provider. We presented a case when that went out for organizations, and I'm hoping that is the case. I'm hoping we can be involved in the planning of it as well, because there's certain nuances to building a hospice that have to be met by the province as well.
And the other thing is pediatric. Obviously I'm more closer to all of this, so the need for palliation for children or pediatric care for children, is that, I haven't seen that in, Hospice Niagara, St. Catharines doesn't have it. Are you planning on having that in Welland or your Fort Erie site?
We planned it into the Fort Erie site to put our toe in the water with an opportunity for 2 suites that also have caregiver suites. So these children that typically come to pediatric palliative care have very complex neurological issues, and they usually come for respite care. So we were planning that their care team could also stay overnight and give those families respite. However, we are looking at the greater need across the region for pediatric palliative care. It is time that Niagara start looking at that, along with all of the partners that deliver services to children across the region, so that we can build a firm business case with the province.
That would be very good, because there is absolutely nothing in these children, and nobody really addresses it when they're at that end state. My daughter works at Hamilton, she's a pediatrician there, and she says it's so sad that children, nobody wants to talk about it, and they're asking questions, and there's not the structure, the setup to really accommodate them. It just seems to be, we have to be able to have it.
Yeah, now our outreach teams are supporting families with children who require pediatric palliative care in their own homes right now, but it's just not through a hospice facility for respite care or end of life.
That's good. Now, the McNally and what's the other one, Carver, do you work with those?
Yes, throughout the region, we do a lot of collaboration together for sure, and look at best practices and make sure that if there's shared programming, we have, for example, shared programming for virtual bereavement care with Bob Kemp Hospice, because a child who's calling for bereavement care, like a helpline, doesn't care where it's coming from, that help. So we're collaborating so that we can offer twice as many programs through virtual bereavement for children who are needing a helpline.
Out of curiosity, how does hospice and hospitals work together? Do you connect, or
we connect on many different forums. So we are connecting with referrals, making sure that people are getting to us in a timely way. We're connecting through strategies on how we can keep people out of that emergency room cycle in that way as well. And we're collaborating on how we can improve the process of people being discharged from hospital home with palliative care. So when that person goes at home, all those services are ready to wrap around them and make sure that they're getting what they need in a timely way. Of course, at end of life, we're always talking about time, because sometimes people's conditions change quite quickly. So the whole system has to work together with the same information so we can make sure that people aren't left in the lurch or in a gap, because that's when things go wrong and people end up having to go back to the emergency room. And as we know, in Niagara, we had a history of people dying in the hallways, on stretchers, or in rooms with multiple people. And that's not what we want for people.
Another question I get asked often is, what is the criteria that you have? Because you only have so many beds and there's such a great need. How do you, and that must be heartbreaking to have to make those decisions, who can go and who who can't? How
Yeah,
do you actually?
great questions, by the way.
This is mine.
Great questions. So there are some criteria. I want to dispel the myth that there's a wait list. There is not a wait list. Every Monday, our clinical team reviews all the people that are waiting or have said that they would like a hospice bed. Often we have our outreach services in their homes. If not, then we contact the services that are in the homes, for example, home and community care coordinators, to make sure that we have up-to-date information. So we really make those decisions based on that individual, where they are in their end-of-life trajectory, what people in those homes are wanting, the patient or client, as well as the family members, what support they're receiving in the home. Often things that might trigger a hospice referral coming is somebody who's living alone and doesn't have any support in the home, who has a very complex illness that requires a different level of medical care than maybe a family doctor can provide, or a home where there's very young children or children with special needs, because often those families are not wanting a death at home with that circumstance. So there's many more factors, but those are just some of them that each week are reviewed, so that we're trying to make sure that we get the people who need to be in the beds. Most are in the beds at the right time for that family. And it does not work like long-term care. If we say to a family, we have a bed that's available for you, if they decide it's not time, they don't go to the bottom of the list. We just check in with them the next week. We are the hospice that tends to have the most people referred, as well as we're serving the most people within our old HNHB Lynn.
Transportation, now the question I hear is, because some people aren't able, so if somebody goes into hospice and their loved one may be elderly, and right now Niagara Falls getting to St. Catharines. Now that you're going to Fort Erie and Welland, are there volunteers or people who help people if they're not able to get there on their own?
That's our volunteer workforce, but we also try to work with what's in place in other community organizations that provide transportation as well, and not only to hospice, but to any of our groups that are offered in person as well. We're often transporting people all around the region to make sure that they're getting the care or the programming that's best for them.
I think I've asked enough questions. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Ms. Nagy, thank you so much for your presentation. I had a couple of questions. I guess the thought out there is that because there's no hospice in Niagara Falls, that people from Niagara Falls can't get to a hospice. Can you tell us what services Hospice Niagara could provide for a resident in Niagara Falls?
Right now, we're providing all of our services to residents of Niagara Falls. And in fact, in this first quarter, we've had 35% of the people in the residence in St. Catharines have been Niagara Falls residents, and then 25% are accessing our community program. So really a quarter of everybody we've served so far this year has been from Niagara Falls. And I really want to dispel that myth. It made it part of my career. It's so tragic to have people say, I wish I would have known, or I wish I would have known sooner. So it really is on all of us to make it known that those services are available for everybody within the region, particularly within Niagara Falls. And even if Welland, Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, and the Stabler Centre all have hospice beds, the reality is those beds could be full. And at any point, someone needs to look outside of their immediate geographic area if they want to access a hospice bed. Within Niagara right now, we're looking at about 20-25 minutes as the longest drive. When I look at counterparts in Buffalo, for example, they're traveling an hour and a half within their catchment area. So it's always that, how far would you travel to get the compassionate, excellent care that your family member needs at end of life?
Okay, thank you. And with the addition of the 20 new beds, how will that change for residents of Niagara Falls? Is that more opportunities?
It's absolutely more opportunities. It's also specialty needs. So as I mentioned, people that require bariatric care, which is a specialty that now we have to send to the hospital, will be able to serve them in Welland, so they can access hospice care. People who would like to have end-of-life services in French, because that is their first language, will be providing that in Welland. People who have religious cultural practices, for example, Indigenous spiritual care, we will have a spiritual center in Fort Erie that they can access.
Okay, thank you. You said that you submitted an EOI, an expression of interest, and obviously Hospice Niagara would like to work with Niagara Falls. I was wondering if there's an opportunity for you to meet with our ad hoc committee for the hospice, being that you've submitted the proposal, and give some benefits and advantages about working with Niagara Falls.
I would love to do that. You know, one of the benefits of working together is making sure that we have an integrated system. I'm sure all of us have accessed healthcare at some point, and healthcare tends to kind of divide your body into different specialties. That's one thing that we're working really hard not to do any longer through healthcare, and it really matters at end of life when time is of the essence, that we have a system where there is one referral that a family has to fill out, not 3 or 4 or 5 referrals that they then have to track down, where am I in that whole referral system, that we're able to plan with families across all of the beds that are available so we can meet their special needs, but make sure there's a bed available when they need it. And we can only do that when we're an integrated system. Making sure that people don't have to tell their healthcare story over and over and over again, which happens right now when you don't have an integrated system. People don't want to do that. We want to make sure that we have one record available so that we all know what the plan is at end of life. We're all on the same page with the community providers. When people come to hospice beds, they're seamless. We almost already know the family. That's how it's set up right now because we're integrated with the community programs, and it's a simple welcoming and people settle. It's one of the hardest decisions families have to make. Let's make it easy on them by having an integrated system. So I would love to talk to the committee about that, as well as some of the human resource factors. You know, we found out through operating a 10-bed resource through the pandemic, as well as through regular cold and flu symptoms, that we just didn't have that economy of scales of staff. When a number of staff work so closely together and are all off, where are we going to draw the other staff from? So with an economies of scales and more beds available, we can make sure that the best trained people are working in all of those resources.
Great. And finally, are there any other next steps other than maybe meeting with the ad hoc committee? Are there any other next steps to provide a partnership with Niagara Falls?
I'm not sure. I think that's the first step, is let's get talking. I think, again, you know, there's opportunities out there. I always worry, these are long planning cycles. I worry that if we don't start talking early and start planning, government can change, or the priorities within healthcare can change on a dime. And I think it's best to present a new model to the province, like a partnership with a hospice organization and the municipality. Not been done before, and I think the province likes that when we're looking at different kinds of models and ways to integrate and work together.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your presentation, and I hope that we can connect that meeting together with Hospice Niagara and our ad hoc committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
When the time comes, then we'll be prepared to have those discussions. When the time comes, I'm sure we'll be able to have those presentations and those discussions. Right now, we're doing our land evaluation, and then we'll get to the next step. So definitely, and certainly as well, our priority's been the hospital, which we're right in the middle of our capital campaign, and we're still a little ways to go, but we're on our way. So I'd look for a motion to receive the report. Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next, I need a motion to go beyond our curfew, folks. Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Approved? It approved. We got a majority. Moving along, 7.5, community crew. We've got Stephen Cooper, who's going to be addressing council. All right, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, city councilors, city staff, everyone that's still here. My eyes were awakened. I always had appreciation for what you guys do, but tonight I kind of sat back, took in how much data you get dumped, information, resources, really just everything is thrown at you to then use your gifts, your talents to then make the best educated decisions for the best for the city, but also for every person that's a part of the city now and in the future. So kudos to you all. What you do is amazing. To that point, I would like to just first, before we go into just as the scrolls should just be rolling through, is gratitude is huge for me. We had an open house a little while ago for community crew, and You were represented by Council the Coco, and I just wanted to give a huge shout out to thank you for attending, but also just representing City of Niagara Falls. So I'm the new Executive Director for Community Crew. If you don't know me, maybe you know me as Coop. I've been 20 plus years in banking. I retired in 2021. I was always a volunteer for Community Crew and a supporter, and then all of a sudden I kind of for new leadership when Sarah decided to kind of step away. So hey, I'm here, and so my highlight for me to come to council is to debunk the myth that we're a St. Catharines charity. We're not. We serve all of the entire region. So my data today, the one slide, which is really the Niagara Falls specific, is that last year we were at 633 weekly lunches out of the 4,000 we serve to elementary students. We've already seen a massive increase this year at 843. So essentially, there's kids on the wait list. I mean, you guys have had different presentations from a lot. I can sit here and talk, but the reality is the need is greater than it ever has been. Food security is ridiculous. We are one of a cog of other charities, so Niagara Nutrition Partners and Foods for Kids. Most people in our communities are using multiple services. Project Share, for example, being one of them, and then they're accessing at multiple points. Our main program is a lunch program that's designed specifically around the individual child. So whether there's a dietary concern, a cultural concern, whatever the requirement is for that individual child, we will accommodate the menu and get it supported for them. So you're talking vegan, gluten-free, halal, pretty much anything that a parent says, hey, this is a concern for me, because at the end of the day, if we'd identify that they need it, and that's how our program is it's an identification basis, then it shouldn't be just, here's a generic lunch, eat it. Because if all they can eat out of that is an apple, we're not doing our part to make a difference. For a history lesson for anybody that doesn't know about Community Crew, I know that we have done presentations before. Really quickly, we were birthed out of Central Community Church as an idea, meeting with mayors, and then just talking about essentially what can we do and what is the need. That started with one school at Edith Cavell in 2015. We're now at 30 schools, soon to be 31 across the region. We're, again, a couple lunches, handful of hay sandwiches, to we're now at 4,500 lunches a week across the region at the 30 schools in both school boards. So again, my goal today was, again, just talking about Niagara data. The increase from 633 to 843 is about $22,000. We have it down to about $2 a lunch, and that includes the biodiverse and compostable lunch containers that we get. It is discreetly done. We use the grade 7 and 8s to deliver at the schools. My stepdaughter is actually one of those people. It's amazing that leadership you can inspire in the schools to be a part of this for kids helping kids. The greatest, highest need we have is here in Niagara Falls, is James Morton at 114 lunches a day, and they last year needed an extra 50. Part of that is some of it's newcomers to Canada, some of it's just families moving and changing from schools and cities. But even this year alone, a lot of them I need right now is individual families and stuff saying, hey, how do we get on the wait list for schools? How does my child get a lunch? What do you have? How does it work? So there's a lot of questions. Our budget, out of about $600,000 to $700,000 a year, $100,000 of it's just food costs for Niagara Falls. So these are kids that are in a community. It could be your neighbor, it could be your grandkids, it could be a newcomer to Canada that you're talking about creating a welcome package for. We also do community collaborations with note writing. So every once a week, we have human beings, not just pre-printed, cut, designed things that are inspirational notes that are handwritten and putting in these lunches, so these kids get inspiration of hope that you matter, you're loved, and that you're a human being first in this world versus just whatever was happened to your life or circumstances and you can't afford to have food, or maybe your family is not in a position. We want to inspire those kids to know that their life can change and that we're a part of that change and hope for them. The last thing I want to do is just talk about collaboration. We work again with Foods for Kids and Niagara Nutrition Partners. We are starting as executive directors to get together at a table to talk about how do we do this better, how do we share resources, and then lastly, how you can help is we have one event called the Niagara Christmas, which is a partner out at Central Community Center in Niagara Lake on York Road. All ticket sales will benefit ourselves, our food program, as well as Niagara Jazz Festival is the two components for that. But the best one is we have a match campaign. Any new donations up to $10,000 between now as Giving Tuesday is happening. I'm sure you'll hear other charities talk about that between now and December 15th. But the free one, because everyone talks about like, well, people are struggling. Like, let's face the reality. It doesn't matter what walk of life you're coming from. Everybody has a smartphone. I should say probably 99% of people. Many Seeds is a local Niagara-based app that essentially is free to download. You can watch up to 3 12-second ads, or if you're a business, you can create ads for that. You get to pick charities of choice. So, for example, Hospice and everything else that essentially has been brought up. If they're on the list, you can pick those charities. You as an individual get to pick those. So I always bring it up as a means of connecting community together without it being a monetary component. It's a time. We all have coffee in the morning and take less than a minute a day. You can turn it into money. So I started in March for Many Seeds with us. We've raised $1,000 already. That's 500 lunches. So people's time in the community can translate into actual dollars without it actually being a monetary component. That's my presentation. That's in a nutshell what we do, inspire hope for these kids across the region. In particular here in Niagara Falls, it is a hefty a number of the 4,500 lunches that we do a week.
That's great. I've experienced it firsthand. I've been in the schools when they were coming in to pick up their lunch and their snacks. You know, it's pretty amazing. So council, we've got Councillor Strange, Councillor Lococo, Councillor Newesteg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Stephen, for the presentation. And this is probably one of my favorite charities because, you know, you can't imagine kids going to school without any food in them and, you know, how it affects them. And we shouldn't be, they shouldn't be living through that nowadays. You know, it's unreal, and especially, I'm sure you're feeling the pressure. We have refugees coming in, staying at hotels, and their kids are going to schools and going through the same thing, like and standing in line at Project Share as well, and waiting for the food and obviously for lunch. And you don't realize, you know, these kids are going to school and how tough it is to learn without any nutrients in your body. You know what I mean? Tough to stay awake, tough to, you know, just to think. And it's something that, you know, no kid should have to go through that. You know, growing up, I never even seen that in my school, but I'm sure it was out there. But now it's out there more than and you see it every day. Is there any way that, I know there's volunteer, is there a way to volunteer to help stack lunches, make lunches? I know you do have volunteers. Is there a way that maybe, you know, our council could come out one day and help deliver some lunches to our Niagara Falls schools on behalf of you guys, or help out in some way, and maybe we can collaborate through our mayor's office?
Yeah, so through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, thank you. Yes, we're an 80+ driven organization for volunteerism. Currently, we partner with Grantham Optimist, being our new site. That was one of my first jobs was, hey, we have to move out of the old Central Community Church basement because they're tearing it down, find a new place. But Grantham Optimist stepped in. So we have a St. Catharines prep site. We also have a Fort Erie prep site for the schools out in Fort Erie. There's tons of opportunities. I could do special days where essentially you're not a part of the craziness, and we do a special kind of setup where we do part of the snacks and circumstances. But for the lunch delivery, we always need drivers. They're usually about 10 to 10:30, so we could do a specific day if it was designed ahead of time. As well as it's, you know, we got about 20 to 30 people there from, you know, 8:30 to 9:30 on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, prepping lunches. So you would be a part of a community of people, some of them being in Niagara Falls, speaking of which, thank you for an amazing volunteer night last night. One of our volunteers was recognized as both being a resident here, but also contributing because she was a volunteer in prepping Caterina Ficano. So super amazing of what we do as a volunteer base, always willing to say yes. Collaboration's key. To me, I think a not-for-profit world is getting hammered. We're at all-time high of usage, all-time low of resources. So the more that we can collaborate together and use our resources together to achieve this in a collaborative approach, 100% I'm saying yes, we'll figure it out.
Okay, maybe we can, like you said, collaborate through the mayor's office, and somehow we can help through staff, through council, through everywhere at City Hall, that we can kind of help and contribute, and especially with the Niagara Falls schools. I think we have 6 or 7 schools here that we can help out our local children. I think it'd be great for all of us to get involved. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lococo, then Newesteg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Stephen, thank you so much. It was a real eye-opener for me when I went to the open house to understand what you were doing. One of the meals Stephen showed me, it said senior, and I said, oh, you give meals to seniors too? And he said, no, I'll let you explain about what the seniors is.
Sure, through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Lococo, so thank you. it's a common misconception, especially when our volunteers come and be like, wait, we do this other program. No, our program is elementary schools currently, but we are registered as a poverty reduction charity, so that could change and pivot. But it's the seniors traditionally need more, so they're the grade 7 and 8s, right? They need more. So the general lunch that we would provide for, say, a grade 1 or 2, the nutrient value that they need is not the same as a potential grade 7, 8, especially if, no offense, but if it's, I say growing boy, but whether it's, craziness with sports or whatever, they're more active. Boy, girl, doesn't matter. Like, it's just, the more active they are, the more that they potentially need the nutrients to sustain them. And if they don't get that, to your point earlier, Councillor Strange, then they can't do everything else. They can't be a part of sports. They're not going to be engaged. They're going to have more behavioral issues. It comes mental health issues. So to that point, there is an opportunity within our school system that we cater to every single child. If that child says this isn't enough, and maybe they're not a grade 7 and 8, but the school working with those champions and relationships, we get a chance to actually work with those schools and say, we'll figure it out. So whether it's a dietary or individualized need, we figure it out. So thank you for bringing that up.
That's great. And for me, it's all about awareness. Once you know about something, then something happens. A couple of days after I was there, someone contacted me about looking for food for their child. So I was able to connect them with Stephen. It's all about knowing what programs are out there. And lastly, I wanted to say about the many seeds. I have it on my phone, and you can go in and change the three charities. I like lots of charities that I'd like to support them, so for a while I'll leave 3 and then I'll go in and I'll pick 3 different ones, and you just watch these 12-second little advertisements and money goes to the charity, so everybody wins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really neat. Councillor Newstein.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for the presentation. Question, unless I missed it, what happens to these children on weekends and summer and holidays? Is there a place that they come in, or that's just, this is strictly for while they're in school?
Yeah, so through Mr. Mayor, thank you, Councillor Newstein. So there's a couple things there. One is, like, during shutdown, we currently, so again, my model that I inherited, did not have a means to distribute any food to theirs. That being said, we partner and collaborate, because why reinvent the wheel when there's already people doing amazing things? Foods for Kids Niagara, for example, does weekend packs. All through, they also have a summer program. So again, working with Amber and that, then you start to understand why go into that realm when that's what they do really well. And instead, we collaborate and make sure that we're offering a collaborative and complementary programming, because otherwise we're going to waste resources trying to do that. So the shutdown periods would be more food banks and our partners in that realm, because really there's no distribution network within the school system, because we're using that as a means to getting it directly to the kids. So a lot of times the challenges we were presented was we give these gift certificates or we give these food bank kind of components, but the parents potentially are misusing the resources. Our program was designed so that it actually went right from donor money, food purchasing, distribution directly to the schools, so the schools got it to the children. So there was no maybe of misuse of the resources, or maybe the parental, again, I'm putting into stereotypes there, but sometimes those parents are not in a good position to make sure that the kids get that food versus themselves, or selling it, or whatever the case may be. So long-winded answer, short version of that is we work with our community partners to do that. So weekend packs would be Foods for Kids Niagara. During the holiday shutdowns, we've worked, for example, I just had lunch today with Pam from Project Share Niagara Falls, because we're talking about the same language. How do we collaborate? How do we not reinvent the wheel when services are at all-time high? How do we make sure that any donors' dollars are being maximized together so that the kids in the community or partners in the community are getting the most bang for their buck, so that we help more people in the community together?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, one final question. So you said food for kids, make sure that kids get food on weekends and shut down. What distribution system are they utilizing?
Yeah, so very similar sizing, very similar circumstances, and I'm happy to talk. I actually invited Amber to come with me, but she just couldn't make it today, because that would have been amazing. And my vision is that we always consistently have the same language, and we actually are a unified front for that. So they have a prep site in St. Catharines, very similar kind of location to where we are on Cushman Road. They have donors that come in and do packs, things just like we do. So theirs is a little bit different because it's generic, right? It's just here we pack these bags and we drop them off.
But how do the kids get them?
Sorry. So they distribute it to the schools. So they have a listing of same on their website of the, I think they're in almost 30 schools as well, or close to it. Very similar. It's like 90% the same schools that we're in. Again, most poverty data driven schools. But they get it to the schools in a secret bag, and then they have help in the schools to make sure it goes into the kid's backpack and goes home with them.
Oh, so they take it home for weekends.
You got it.
But what about Christmas, where they're so they're off for 2 weeks? How do they get food during that time period?
Yeah, so some of it is right before their last day, and then some of it is, like I said, some of it's gift cards and some of it's other avenues. So it's not always just here's a whole 2 weeks worth of food. It could be a means of, and they work with every family. So the key with that is like you got to know your families, right? Like, because some families, if you give them gift certificates, they're not getting that food, right? That's going to be sold and reused. So Amber will tell you she's got a pretty in-depth approach, and I would welcome and I will encourage her to apply for a council opportunity to have a speaking point, to go into the nuances of how that is actually articulated, but it's knowing the families. And then once you know the families, you can assess, here we can give this family gift cards, or this family we have to just make sure we give enough of a distribution for them to make sure that those kids have those meals.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, great presentation. And I haven't been in a grade school for a while, but when I was, about 3 years ago, when I was a parent council member, this is around COVID time, they used to have lunch program for the kids, but principal's office would have lunch, and they will give it to certain kids that they know they don't bring the lunch to school. And they used to have fresh fruits delivered to schools from La Cocos. And lots of that fruit used to go to waste because kids didn't eat that fruit. So how are you collaborating with the schools?
So thank you, through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Patel. So we have champions in all the schools, and all the schools kind of do something slightly different. Food waste, so we always review every year to be like, what are the kids eating, what are they not? But waste is actually going to happen when you're trying to introduce things like fresh cucumbers and carrots to kids that all they know is prepackaged garbage food in some of these circumstances, or they just have never been exposed to fresh fruits and vegetables. So waste is going to happen. The schools are a champion. Like, we can't be there every 2 seconds to make sure that happens. But that being said, we've been assured, and when we are there and visiting, that they have metrics in place to make sure that essentially food waste is at a bare minimum, and that kids know that are part of our program that if you're not going to eat that, another kid will. Even if they've not been identified, and even if they're not a part of our program, they have all kinds of pantries at all the schools, breakfast programs, snack programs. It goes into buckets. There's just a way to make sure that food is not being wasted. And then basically we rely heavily on those schools to give us feedback, to evolve the program. It's changing. One of the things we recognize even from what we do is a language barrier is a massive thing. Our form is written in English. Many of the parents, especially when they're newcomers to Canada, don't even know what they're signing. So a lot of those things, we rely on those schools to now give us that feedback and honest and hammer it to us to say, how do we do this better? And including the notes, right? The notes are in English. Well, now we're trying to inspire these kids hope and messaging, but yet if it's not in the language they can understand, there's not a translator in the school. So those things we're evolving. We're getting to the point of saying we're a lot bigger than we used to be at that 1 to 2 school component. And the only way to get better is by talking, by making people aware. A lot of people don't even know who we are. So like, we know Niagara Nutrition Partners because first of all, they were in the news a lot lately, especially with cuts in programming and putting pressures on governments to lobby for essentially a support from a kind of a higher level component. But to your point, food waste is not an issue when I am in the schools because we always find a way to get it done. But I think to that point, even if there is, and I expect there's some and they're just not telling me fully, it's always because the seeing, touching, smelling stuff that they would not normally see in their food component at home, whether it's pops, chip, just junk. To me, even if they get exposed to it slowly over a period of time over the next couple of years, we're doing our part. Because now they're seeing it and knowing that there's more to life and more to a food component and nutrition than just what was provided to them by their parents or guardian.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've had a fulsome discussion, so maybe we can get a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Patel, and Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? That's approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. We're almost there. So next up, you just find Next up, 7.6, we've got resident Joe Rosick wanted to address council regarding his concerns on homeless encampments. Welcome, Mr. Rosick.
Thank you. Well, originally I was going to start out good afternoon, but I guess it's good evening now. So
actually, it's almost good morning.
Almost good morning. Yeah. Fortunately, the chairs are comfortable with the pads on them. Good evening, Mayor, members, council. My name's Joe Mrozik, and I believe that the clerk has my address. I'm here as a delegation before council for a few reasons. To ask for some help in addressing a problem that my neighborhood is having, and also to question about what's happening to address homelessness in the city, and some suggestions to assist in hopefully addressing homelessness. I live in the Thundering Waters vacant land condominium. And about 2 weeks ago, there was a large police presence in the area for several days on Thundering Waters Way, which is a private road and forms one of the access points into our community. After numerous inquiries of the police and other sources, it turns out that they were investigating a homicide that took place in the homeless encampment on the east side of Thundering Waters Way, west of the CPR line, on the Ontario Hydro right-of-way, and partly on privately owned lands. Residents in the past have asked Ontario Hydro to repair the gate and fence that were cut and damaged to provide access to this area, but however, to date, nothing has happened other than the incident that's occurred and has prompted me to request to appear before council. I'm the president of the Thundering Waters Condominium Association, and several residents contacted me to express their concerns about what had taken place and other concerns about the encampment. Over the course of the summer and the early fall, there's been an increased amount of activity in our community, with residents from the encampment wandering around the community during the day and evening hours. There are a number of older residents in the community, along with single individuals who enjoy both daytime and evening walks in our neighborhood. They are now concerned for their safety, both personal and property safety, with the encampment and the associated criminal activity that's taking place there. In the past, there was an encampment on north of this site on the property that was that's owned by the Marina Thundering Waters Development Company, which was the subject of a rezoning and official plan amendment application probably about 2 years ago, and I think it was dealt with by the previous council. I attended that at that meeting to express some concerns about that. There have been vehicle break-ins during the night and on one occasion during daylight hours, and there was some property damage that has taken place. In addition to this activity, there's a lot of activity during the night in a remote corner of the Thundering Waters parking lot, and I've had in the Thundering Waters parking lot. I've had a very positive conversation with the Niagara Regional Police about additional patrols in the area during the night as a result of what's taking place. I spoke with, I believe he's one of the members on the team that's set up to deal with homelessness in Niagara Falls. Based on what's happened in our area, along with reports in the Niagara Falls Review about homicides and other criminal activity associated with encampments, seems to be increasing in our community. This is an issue that is not going away, and more needs to be done by the various levels of government to address homelessness and provide support for people that are experiencing these issues. Since making my request to appear tonight, I've become aware of the municipal team that's been set up in Niagara Falls to address homelessness and encampments, and I have had some very positive encouraging discussions with some of the team members. Federal government seems to be taking care of refugees that come into the country by providing them accommodations and in Niagara Falls and other locations. And it is my hope that over time that they will become permanent residents, contributing to the growth and prosperity of the community, like previous refugees and displaced persons following various world conflicts. Maybe the federal government should be providing funding to help address this Canada-wide crisis of homelessness for Canadians. The province seems to have set up some sort of process with 47 service managers who, in part, are to be setting the local district vision for housing and homelessness plans, and developing and administrating housing and homelessness programs, along with other important housing policies and initiatives. Unfortunately, based on my research to date, I've been unable to find any positive or negative results coming out of this process. In the 2023 provincial budget, it indicated that the province would be providing an additional $202 million for homeless prevention programs. In a May 25th, 2023 provincial news release, they indicated that the new money is in addition to the $4.4 billion that they had already invested over the past 3 years to grow and enhance community and supportive housing, address homelessness, and respond to COVID-19. Has any of this money been provided either to the Niagara region or to the city to deal with the homeless situation here? I'm not aware of it, but council may have more information on that. Another potential source of funding to address the homeless issue may be the OLG funding that is received by from the province for hosting the casinos. Based on the information on the municipal website, it looks like 30% of the casino money in Niagara Falls goes to property tax relief, which artificially lowers property taxes. The website acknowledges that this is not a best practice due to the uncertainty of the funding annually. As a result of this practice, the homeless residents in the community with the greatest need get no benefit from the OLG funding. Maybe a portion of that funding could be used to provide shelters and services for these people. And I was just wondering, is it a normal practice for in the other host cities that that have casinos to use the OLG funding for property tax relief? I also understand that part of coming out of the comments of the Committee of Adjustment a couple of years ago, the city was undertaking a planning study to look at boarding house provisions and single room occupancy units to address the affordability and housing options for a portion of our population that is experiencing homelessness. This could allow for some of the underutilized older motels in the community to be converted to permit year-round occupancy in a safe and warm environment with proper sanitary facilities. I was just wondering how soon before the final report is prepared with recommendations and appropriate bylaws are amended to permit this alternate form of accommodation. It's also interesting to see the various planning applications that have been submitted to the city, such as some of the ones before council today, where new residential accommodation is being proposed. Unfortunately, some of these applications may be exacerbating the homeless problem by removing some previous affordable accommodations that existed on the properties. I'm aware that the province and local municipalities are encouraging developers to create affordable housing, but no one seems to be encouraging these same developers to provide affordable housing for people that have been displaced by these projects and may now be homeless. As opposed to encouraging, maybe the province and the municipalities should be requesting developers to contribute some funding to building accommodations for these displaced individuals. Rent evictions and condominium conversions of rental accommodations also contributes to homelessness, but does nothing to contribute to a solution other than leaving it up to the various levels of government to address the issue using public money. It seems unfair that a few profit from these types of development and the rest of the residents in the community have to pay for it. There's a need, there needs to be a partnership to address homelessness and not just the various levels of government. Thank you for permitting me with the opportunity to address council on this important issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mrozek. I'm going to ask our CAO just to address this. You brought us some good questions and some of the things we are exactly addressing. And I know we've even got Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco, who co-chairs public health at the region.
Yeah.
And it is a coordinated effort. Most social services come from the region, not the municipality, but we do work together, and we have done some pretty big deals, including bridge housing. But I'm going to let our CAO maybe address this. He'd be the best person, I think.
Sure, thank you. Through the mayor, I'll just make a couple of brief comments. So we're always looking for ways to do it. It's a tough problem. I think if there was an answer out there, other communities would have that. With regards to your specific issue with regards to encampments, encampments on private properties, we have a limited ability to deal with that. We have to get consent from the property owners. And sometimes getting that consent is difficult, so it's hard to deal with that. We are a bit of a best practice we have not experienced, and I'm going to knock on wood, large encampments like you've seen in Toronto or St. Catharines for that matter, because we tend to move on our encampments quickly if we get consent from owners. The challenge is we need shelter space, which we just opened up recently, to be able to displace those encampments. And then with regards to funding different activities, this council and the residents of Niagara Falls actually on a per capita basis support poverty programs higher than any other municipality in Ontario. Our direct funding to food security programs and Project Share, our funding to shelter programs with YWCA, mental health programs, is pretty significant. It's a subject of a report coming later this year that council has to report back on. And our contributions to the capital, such as the bridge housing program, is all things. And this council, we're going to be asking to do even more. Currently, my bylaw officers are probably we've added complement to our bylaw officers, and we're probably about 30% of our bylaw activity is housing and mental health related. At the end of the day, with regards to OLG funding, the councillors around the table have heard this from me before. We spent that 9 different ways to Sunday. It only goes so far. More than half of it goes to capital. At the end of the day, the taxpayer relief is a much smaller portion of that. But capital includes some of the affordable housing things that we are looking to do. This council will have some decisions, and hopefully, in the new year, you'll be happy with a couple of those decisions coming forward. The challenge with housing and with these issues is it's a very expensive problem to have, and you can't do it. If I go to buy a housing unit, it's going to cost me $700,000. If I go to have a housing unit with supports, the supports are for that individual. You're probably approaching another $100,000 on top of the housing component. So at the end of the day, there needs to be contributions of financial resources because there's no silver bullet. This is going to cost us dollars, and it's something that this council has had a track record, frankly, of stepping up on. We work well with the region on that, and we try to work well with the province and the feds, but we're hopeful for some half funding that we've applied for, which is a Housing Accelerator Fund, which is a federal program, that we can start to make even bigger gains on that. So I appreciate the thing. We are trying to do it. I think you've had some reach out with staff, and we have a homelessness call every 2 weeks, and the call is multidiscipline. It's one of our success factors. Other people are now copying what we do, but the tide is pretty big that we're fighting against. But we've been trying to manage it going forward. But I think your information at council is a good one. Because it provides a resident's perspective on what they're seeing, because not all the time does council necessarily see some of this stuff, and it's always good to get a good resident perspective on it, so we do appreciate it.
also, I know that Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco, maybe she'll add 2 cents from the regional, so it's coincidental
Joe can
that
stay
she's here
right there.
today.
Thank you, Mayor Jim Diodati and members of council. Being co-chair and of Public Health and Social Services, as I just briefly mentioned to Joe, that when I came in, I've had the conversation about the situation that happened in the last while with the encampments down there, and what can we do, and also with the chief of police. They are going to look at it, but we do have to deal with other levels of government to actually pursue them from being evicted from there. And you know, I guess the government says that you can't take them from where they are until you have a place to put them. And unfortunately, a lot of them don't even want to go into housing. So this is a problem that we're facing. But I want to just say in the short of it, because I know it's a long evening, I would invite you and your group to come to the region and meet with Commissioner Julie and our public health, Mr. Dr. Kazmati. And let's have a conversation, because I really want to tell you how much we've been doing and how much we built in the lower income housing. And some of the other shelters that we have throughout the Niagara region, we just have another one that we opened in Niagara Falls as well, to help those people and not only just do part-time, but actually more full-time housing for them. So there are a lot of programs that we're doing. There is a lot of money being spent from all levels of government, just not here in Niagara Falls, but the entire Niagara region is investing, and we are really trying to combat the homelessness. And not only that, we have to deal with mental illness as well. That is the biggest problem that we have. And later on in the next couple of weeks, I will have the minister responsible for mental health to come down and do a roundtable with us to actually take on that task. So we are all working hand in hand with the city and the region to try and make the lives for those people a little bit better, and also the safety of the people that are in our community, which is mostly the most focus that we're on. So anyway, I welcome you all to come. Let's talk about having a time to come to the region, and we'll show you the programs that we're working on, and your input would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Well, yeah, I think it's important to provide safety for all the residents, including the people that are living in the encampments. I mean, they're probably the most vulnerable group out there. So, I mean, they've got, probably at some point in time they were, they may have been taxpayers, and for whatever reasons are now out on the streets and having to survive the best they can, and then encounter other issues in terms of drug use, mental health issues, and some of the research that I've done just briefly, in preparing for this meeting and making my comments. I ran across a program that they're setting up in London, Ontario. It's a hub program where the municipality is building or getting accommodations for the individuals, as well as providing the support services that they need. So, but I mean, in looking at that, I mean, it's an expensive program. It doesn't come cheap. So I believe I sent the members of Mayor and Council a link to one of the to the website. So.
And we're doing exactly that. The old library on Victoria Avenue is the bridge housing project, and we're doing exactly that. It's cost millions of dollars. It's very expensive to get them the counseling, medical help, the mental health, and of course the addiction counseling. It's a big, I'll tell you, it's a big challenge. It's a big challenge. It's not easy, and like the CAO said, there's no silver bullet, but we're not going to give up on it. Yeah. And I think we've done a good job, and comparative to other municipalities, put in a big effort, and expressing best efforts,
Well, based on the interactions that I've had in the last couple of days with the municipal staff and regional police, I mean, I was pleased to hear that what's taking place. I mean, I wasn't aware of this until just recently, so it's good to see that things are being done for the people. Do we have an idea of the need in terms of how many, like an approximation of how many people are out there that need, you know, shelter and these services.
Yep. I can ask our CAO to address that. We do.
Yeah, the region actually has a best practice in Ontario where they actually have an individual file on each person, and every interaction with those individuals are tracked. Now, the population is fluid sometimes,
Yeah, yeah.
so but there are ways. So we understand when people are coming from. Like what happens sometimes is people leave Toronto because they hear about a rental rate in Niagara, but then they get down here and find out you can't actually get an apartment here, you know, but their social services are back in Toronto. So we understand where some of the migration is coming from. But you know, approximate numbers for, you know, what would be kind of deep need individuals, you know, are around 100 was my last update. You have to understand some of those people that are actually in encampments, some of them are actually housed. They actually have housing, and they're choosing as a lifestyle to actually be in an encampment for other variety of reasons. So therefore, you know, when you see some of these encampments, you know, they say, well, they all need housing, but in some cases they actually do have housing options available to them, and they are choosing not to fully use them, and they're choosing to be part of an encampment. So, but true deep need housing is, you know, 100 or less, and it fluctuates a season within seasons.
Yeah, well, I mean, the encampment that I was, that's in our community. It's I mean, the location. It's not an ideal location. It's down in a depression. It's like with winter coming on, the fall weather with rain and everything. It's not a safe or healthy location for people to live. So,
I've got Councillor Lococo wanted to say something. Then I know I've got another speaker to the same topic. Brittany Ferguson, Violi, are you here?
No, she's not. I have a letter from her.
Oh.
So if I can continue.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Mrozek. We've achieved a lot in homelessness and housing over the last few years, and I'm really proud of this council that we've moved towards that. And a lot of support has come from the region, so I'm really happy. And just on what the CAO said about that this council has funded the highest per capita on social, I haven't heard that statement before, so I'm really happy that we are. Then I flip it and I think, you know, we do receive a lot of OLG money, and I think that our residents should be getting those services. So I'm happy we're doing it, and I think we do have a responsibility. Regarding about how many people, Mr. Mrozek asked, there's a point in time count that the region does, and they go out and count homeless individuals. It's around mid 600, 640, 660, and that's the Niagara region, not Niagara Falls. And what our CAO was saying, there's a program called HIFIS, and they keep track of all of the individuals that use our services, so you can see where the services are being used.
There's
so
about
that was
100
great.
Niagara Falls.
Right.
We have an exact count. Yeah.
Right. So that in the region, it's 640 plus, I think it was 640 or 660. When I saw Mr. Mrozek was on the agenda, I did contact him to ask him about his experience, and then I was in contact with this Brittany Violi. Yesterday, Mr. Mrozek and I went out and met Brittany Violi. So she was here earlier. She wrote a letter, and I'm just going to read part of it so it gives you an idea about her concerns. My name is Brittany Violi, and I have property located in Niagara Falls. I wanted to address the crime in the area and how our industrial areas are being largely affected, including residential. I'm writing today because I'm scared to speak. The south end of Niagara Falls has become the unknown land of crime. This area is not being patrolled or secured and has allowed criminals to treat the area as their own. I'd like to have a full presentation on this matter and have these concerns addressed. I think that there's a thread running from Mr. Mrozek's presentation to Ms. Violi's presentation to Crime Stoppers. Even the library talked about homelessness and crime, you know, having to put up gates, having to put up lighting, cutting down trees. I've heard a number of organizations that are cutting down trees and bushes for safety, and that goes back to what I brought up about a community safety program. It's all about partnerships and working together with Crime Stoppers, working with the police, working with the BIAs, working with the schools, and that was my idea about a community safety not a vigilante, go out and do things, but there's different ideas about what you can do, some of the best tips and practices, and knowing what's going on as part of it is the awareness. So I'd like to thank Mr. Mrozek for coming out and bringing this issue here. We need to keep everybody safe in our community, our residents and our unsheltered people. We want everybody to have a good standard of living. So I think we can do some more. We're doing great now, but there are some more things that we can be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mrozek, I point out too that we're in regular contact, our bylaw and the police work hand in hand. And you'll see in front of the library, we don't have the problem that we once had because of the work that they're doing. And whenever we get word of an encampment, it's our bylaw and police that go in and deal with it. So we're very much engaged and involved in it. And when you point something out to us, a specific area, we're on it quick. We don't waste too much time.
Yeah, I had a good conversation with Mr. Spencer
Right.
The other day. So
Head of bylaw, manager of bylaw,
Yep.
and he works directly with his counterparts at the police. We work directly with Crime Stoppers. I mean, we've got all hands on deck on this, and we do have a good handle on it. But it's sometimes you have to be the eyes and ears for us because we don't know where everything is. But you tell us, once we're aware, we take action.
Yep.
We don't sit back, that for sure. But I just want to, on behalf of all of us, thank you for taking the time. You waited through a long period of time. I don't. Are some of you along here with Mr. Mrozek?
yeah, they're my
okay. Well,
my neighbors.
Well, you know, you're good people, and we appreciate you. That took a lot of time to show support for an important issue that's going on in our community, and it's coming from all angles. You know, we got community crew trying to feed them when they're kids, making sure they don't end up homeless. You know, we've dedicated housing like the old library, bridge housing, so that we can help get them integrated back in the community. We've got people on the ground that know every single homeless. They know all about them. They know their medication, their counseling, their story. We know who's taking a bus here from Toronto. You know, we know which ones are living outside, even though they can have a house, they choose not to. We just opened up our homeless housing at the old Coronation. That's opened up now, so they have a place to go. We've got warming centers, Project Share. We're the only municipality in the region that foods their food bank, hundreds of thousands of dollars that this community gives to the food bank every year to make sure everyone has their food. Because with food in your belly, you make better choices. Making sure they have roofs over their head. I'll tell you, we put in a full effort. I know nothing's ever going to be enough, but as long as you bring it to our attention, we will get to the issue, and including the encampment that you speak of. So appreciate that. And now you know Gerald's number.
Oh, yes.
He's a great guy. I'll tell you, he deals with things expeditiously. So I just want to say thank you to you, Mr. Mrozek, and to all your neighbors for taking the time to sit through all the other fun stuff that we had to deal with.
Well, some of that was, I found it very informative. There's a lot of good
I'll
information.
look forward to seeing you at the next meeting then. That's great. Yeah.
I see you're only halfway through your agenda.
We still got more to go. So maybe we can just receive the presentation. Councillor Newsteg, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, folks. You don't have to leave. I mean, there's more to come. Stick around if you like.
Oh, it's really exciting. the bench is starting.
And thank you to Councillor Morocco, too. Appreciate your involvement. All right, speaking of this topic, next up is Crime Stoppers. So Crime Stoppers, we've got Mike Britton here. Mike Britton is going to be making a presentation on behalf of Crime Stoppers, and you can let us know what you're doing in our community for us. Keep us safe.
Sure. Okay, well, good evening. I guess not good afternoon, as was said. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, city staff, members of the media, and for those who are staying for our presentation, we thank you, and members of the public who are watching online. My name is Mike Britton, and I am a board member for Crime Stoppers of Niagara, as you can see in the presentation. And from my shirt here, I'm a walking billboard for you all. And I'm joined here with Vice Chair of Crime Stoppers of Niagara Board, Jason Snyder, who will be talking to you about some statistics and fun things about that shortly. So Crime Stoppers, I always want to introduce, what are we? And I first want to start by breaking a misconception of what we are not. A lot of people think that Crime Stoppers is actually the police. They might see some young, muscular men, strapping men like Jason and I, and think that we're police officers. But we're not. We're civilians. We're a civilian body that works with the police to help create a safer community. So our mandate is to get the community involved in making the region safer, and we believe that it's critical that the community helps to fight crime in our community. And it actually will be very effective, which is what Jason will be talking about. So if you ask people in the community, what is Crime Stoppers? I find that if you're over about 40 years old, most people will know about the tip line, the anonymous tip line that we're most known for, and that's the mainstay of our organization. Under 40, it's about hit or miss about who people know, and we're trying to change that. We're working to get into the schools on that, but the tip line, for those who are not aware, is an anonymous tip line where if you see a crime, if you know of a criminal that is at large, if you see something, say something is one of our slogans, you can call our anonymous tip line, which is 1-800-222-TIPS, and report the crime completely anonymously. So if there's, the idea behind this is so that you can be a part of the solution of solving crime without fear of reprisal. If there's perhaps gang activity, if it's somebody that you maybe know, unfortunately sometimes it involves family members or people close to you, and you don't want to have that fear of reprisal, that is very serious. That is what the anonymity of Crime Stoppers allows. And just to be clear of how anonymous, this has actually been challenged to the Supreme Court twice in Canada, trying to ask for our sources. But it actually been ruled twice that Crime Stoppers is completely anonymous, and it's been ruled so heavy that it can't even go back to the Supreme Court at this point. It's completely anonymous for people who deal with Crime Stoppers. So that is an assurance that we can give to anyone who is going to engage in our services. So how effective has this program been? Well, the answers vary, but I'm going to bring up Jason Snyder, our vice chair, to talk about some of the statistics on locally in Niagara. So I'll pass it over to Jason.
Thank you very much for receiving us. We'll start with our presentation. So this is data over the last 2 years, not including 23. This is the 2 years previous to that. I don't have obviously the 23 numbers as of yet. We have, from a funding standpoint, we have pulled directly through our tips, and that is not, police might show up on a tip and find other crimes, but we don't count that. We count directly for our tips. So our tipsters in Niagara region have led to the seizure of over $332,000 worth of drugs pulled off the street. They have recovered almost $380,000 worth of stolen property, and straight up cash recovered, just over $250,000, $273,000 over those 2 years. That is from our total funding, without doing the math here because it's after my bedtime and I can't think about it. For every dollar that we have raised in fundraising from all sources combined, we've been able to return back $3.74 of value to the community that helps support us. And this is some of our high-level stats. This is pretty nice numbers to be able to give. When I started in Crime Stoppers about 2 years ago, one of my complaints, because in my real job I do a lot of statistics, as I went to my chair and I said, we had none. We had no statistics. Like, why aren't we measuring this stuff? And he's like, well, glad you're here, go do it. So that's what we did. So it was a bit of a challenge to find out what I could measure and what I can't measure. So what I can measure are the tips that came in that did want a reward. So the way our system works, if you give us a tip, we don't know who you are. We give you a tip ID number. If you don't want a tip, or if you don't want a reward, we don't give you a tip ID number. That's about 60% of the people who call in generally want a reward if it comes to fruition. So 5,057 tips received where rewards are wanted. Over that time, that's an average of 4.6 tips every single day, or 32 tips a week, that wanted a reward. And you can add another approximately 40% on top of that in terms of tips that we don't track. And we're very specific about not tracking these sorts of things because anonymity is key. Our tips over that time generated 125 arrests, 289 charges were laid. Those arrests and charges allowed our police to clear 84 cases off their workload during that same time, and we pulled 6 guns off the street. and those are directly from our tips. Those are not when the police show up and maybe they'll find a gun, but maybe there's X other crimes. We don't measure that. We don't get feedback on that. And then the difficult part was the stuff I couldn't measure, and I really tried. I was trying to figure out cost per hour on an average investigation for police. Those numbers aren't readily available, or at least not in a format that I could digest very well. So it leaves us with some questions. How many of these crimes would be reported to authorities without the anonymity? If you're going to be calling on your, I think my neighbor is beating their child, that's not something you might do. You don't want to be a part of that. You want to be able to just get away from it, make the behavior stop. So those sorts of tips without the anonymity, I don't think they'd be coming in. How many of these crimes would still be under investigation? How many would be even known? Because a lot of these tips are generating brand new, like the police are like, hadn't heard that, so we'll go and investigate that sort of thing. When we cleared off 84 cases, how many of these police officers were freed up to actually work on other cases? So these are the sort of the tertiary benefits of our program. And would all of these cases even be closed, or would they still be taking up regional time, the police time, and money? And then, of course, with the 6 guns off the street, were lives saved. That's a pretty obvious one, where police saved from having to be in an armed standoff. So that's sort of the core business and how we're benefiting the community from that core business. The next part of that is we're obviously a communication hub. So in this slide, this is sort of I've pulled things from newspapers. Every time if you were to go to the Niagara Police website and they're asking for information, 100% of the time you will see they're putting our phone number up there. They're saying if you don't feel comfortable, call Crime Stoppers. The other slides we have, so there's an Amber Alert that was put out where they said, hey, call Crime Stoppers. There's a murder up there. Everything from any newspaper, same sort of thing. When they're reporting a crime, newspapers, almost 100% of the time you will see our phone number there. One of our recent success stories is a little clip here from Detective Sergeant David Perini. Those of you who might remember, not terribly long ago, there was a murder of Raymond Riley. It was a pretty tragic thing, and the police were stumped. They were just stuck on their normal investigative. So they put a call to action out to the community, and we got 4 tips that no one of those tips would have solved that crime. But 4 of them, in the way they overlapped, and the way they overlapped with the investigation, how the police had already gotten, we were able to help them get that case closed and pull that individual off the street. So then there's a couple of other quotes here where we talk about Detective Sergeant Rose, who now actually works with us, has talked about the valuable partnership that Crime Stoppers has with the community. And then, of course, a quote from our Brian McCullough, our Chief of Police, calling us an invaluable resource for the police in the community. Next, because we didn't want to stop there, we start taking on educational programs. So this one specifically, we got a grant 2 years ago to start putting together something for elder abuse, which is actually a pretty significant crime. And it's actually more prevalent than you might actually believe. So we put together training programs. This is over COVID. Like I'm saying, this is a couple years. So this is over COVID. And we covered topics. We did 32 presentations during COVID, during lockdown, with a bunch of individuals who were uniquely targeted also by COVID. So when presentations weren't really possible anymore, we started to do individual education. And we educated 641 individuals who were specifically targeted by scams or fraud, education on personal safety. And then we followed that up with a Be Aware, Take Care booklet as a quick reference guide. This is these are the types of things you might see. These are the people you should call. Here's some numbers for you. Here's some resources for you, that sort of thing, which we give out for free. So on top of our elder abuse awareness, we also have a human trafficking awareness program and a legal dumping awareness program, a Fight for Youth campaign, an online shopping campaign, and then, of course, our Be Aware, Take Care booklet. These are all campaigns we're doing all the time. Can we move on to the next one, or is it? No, just. And this leads us to our path for this coming year. So we are working on enhancing our human trafficking awareness campaign, and this for me was specific. This is when I got on the Crime Stoppers board, it became one of my priorities pretty quickly. My daughter was in public school, and she was on her way home from school, and she was 12 years old, and a rather elderly man tried to coax her into his car. She handled it very well. It was, but she, frightened, as you might expect. But as she told me, I think I was more frightened. And I went into full parent mode, and I started calling the world. One of the calls I made after the police and all that such was I called the principal, and I was like, do we teach these 12-year-olds how to deal with this sort of situation? He says, well, really, we teach stranger danger in kindergarten. So there's obviously a hole there. There's somebody from kindergarten is going to have a different instruction and have to deal with a different type of animal than a young woman who's going through that age. So the goal here is to reach out to school boards, and we've been trying. It's been difficult, and to have students talk to students, because nobody really wants to hear me. 15-year-olds don't want to hear me talk. We were hoping for older students to be talking to younger students and make it part of the vernacular. Sort of like we teach our kids look both ways before you cross the street. This is the type of thing you should be looking for, and if you see it, that alarm bell should go off in your head, and here's how you should proceed if you think this is real. So that's the goal going forward. We've made some progress. Unfortunately, school boards tell me to talk to the principals, and the principals tell me to talk to the school boards. And it's a much bigger and wider, this is not just sex trafficking, there's also labor trafficking. It's a much bigger problem than I originally thought, so now we're looking for, we've applied for grants, et cetera, so we can try to bring in some experts so that I'm not giving any information to these students that is wrong. So that's sort of our, I think I made it pretty quick for 11 o'clock, so that's sort of what we do from a statistical standpoint, and then I'll hand it back to him for.
Yes, so why are we here before you, Niagara Regional Council, and it's Niagara Falls Council, is the partnership opportunities. We're going to be doing this with all the municipalities across Niagara. We're trying to not only create awareness, but also create partnerships between the municipalities and Crime Stoppers. So first off, when we're talking about partnerships, we're not asking for any direct financial support. I put that first because I know that City Council gets a lot of asks, and during budget time it's tough, and the budget dollars can only go so far. I also understand that there is mandate creep. Something for crime and for community safety is Niagara Regional, as we heard about tonight. We have Niagara Regional Police, and sometimes it's outside of the scope of a lower tier municipality. So we want to be clear on what we're asking to partner as well. So some simple things that we're hoping we can partner with all the municipalities. First is communications cross-posting. We are a public service, and so we want to get more out there. First off, about the tip line awareness. That's our main thing, as we talked about. And the younger generation is on social media, and so that's where we have to get to them and talk to them. So that's something we're hoping we can work with city communications on that. Specifically when we launch new campaigns like the human trafficking prevention and awareness that Jason talked about, that's going to have tips about how you can identify someone who's being human trafficked, what to do, and also how to protect yourself and your family from things of human trafficking. And these are issues of public interest, and when we launch those campaigns, we'd love to partner with the municipalities, including Niagara Falls, to help get the word out there and help to protect your residents and all the residents of the Niagara region. And also a more tangible ask, something that we're not asking for any approval tonight, maybe take it away, ask for a report, and think on it, is signage within the city. So, I mean, I am assigned tonight, but I can't be everywhere. So you can see up here on the screen, there's a sign, you can't quite make it out, but it says Crime Stoppers of Hamilton. So we don't want to be outdone by our neighboring region of Hamilton. We want to make sure that Niagara municipalities also are part of the signage. Now it looks like on the side of the highway, but I think that's actually the side of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, which is municipally owned. And we're looking for opportunities to put signage up, not just about the tip line, but also other campaigns. We're going to be partnering with the Niagara Parks, for an example, on putting signs on the back of stalls in the washroom about human trafficking. This is for, unfortunately, when somebody's being trafficked, they don't have much time by themselves. One of the few times they're by themselves is in a bathroom. So that's one of the things that we're doing there. But with the City of Niagara Falls and other municipalities, we'd love to have more stationary signs like this. And another part of that would be revenue for us. Now, this is something where it does not have a sponsorship, but we would love to have the idea of having, you know, a Crime Stopper sign brought to you by or sponsored by one of our partners as a revenue source for us. Now, I'm not sure all of the bylaws that go into that, the signage bylaw and the opportunities, things. That's why I'm saying if you could take that away, maybe talk with city staff and see if that's a possibility. We'd love to have these all across the region as a stable funding source, because as Jason mentioned, we have all these programs we are attempting to do, whether it's human trafficking, whether it's anti-bullying campaigns in schools, whether it's elder abuse. We have all these programs, but we're a volunteer organization. Myself and Jason and our board are volunteers, and we spend probably, I'm not exaggerating when I say 80 to 90% of our time as volunteers is on fundraising to try and get these programs off the ground. And so if we had a stable revenue source, which, I mean, it wouldn't cost the city anything, it would be more permission, this would be able to help us focus more on developing these programs and giving them to more people throughout our community. So that's something to take away with there. The one that I didn't put up there, but this is because it's not just for the city, but to anyone watching, to councillors, to city staff, is we always need volunteers. While we deal with a lot of heavy and important topics, we try and make volunteering with us a lot more fun. We have awareness campaigns, whether it's at the Ice Dogs games, where I've seen some of the council, and other kind of fun community initiatives like that. We could always use volunteers, and that's a way to get involved. So I believe that's our last slide for today. So I'd just like to thank everyone for listening to us tonight. I know later on the agenda, I see that we're asking for our annual flag raising, for our annual proclamation from the mayor. So we want to thank you for your past support and your continuing support of the program. And I'm open to any questions that you may have for myself or Jason.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Very informative. I've got Councillor Pietra.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just want to say thanks to Mr. Britton and Mr. Snyder for coming down and making your presentation. It's pretty eye-opening when you actually look at the statistics, to be honest with you. I'm quite impressed. And I know you talked about signage would help you. And Your Worship, don't we have some municipal electronic boards around the city? And don't we also deal with just some billboard companies in terms of promoting community initiatives? This would fit in that, wouldn't it? Absolutely. Okay. Perhaps I can just leave that with staff then, and perhaps staff can, I guess, reach out to some of our community partners that are in the billboard business, and also we have some electronic municipal signs around that I would love to have you on. So.
Well, that's great. Thanks. That's why we're here. Thank you.
That's great, especially we've had some issues out Fireman's Parkway, and they happen to have an LED electronic programmable board.
Fantastic.
And we're putting more and more of those around the community. So I know our CAO is going to give you his card with some information, and very much support that. So that'll be direction to staff.
Great.
And maybe we can also ask staff to come back with a report, Mr. CAO, on how we can work with you folks. I think that's great, and get some volunteers to help you represent us here in Niagara Falls. So were there any other questions or comments of council? Did you have a question, Councillor Thomson?
Just
to receive it?
Support and have a relation with them, and so we can both groups get better.
Yep, work together. Okay, that's great. So we've got, obviously we got a lot of support. Maybe then we'll get a motion from Councillor Thomson, receiving their presentation and asking staff to come back with a report on how we can work together. Okay, seconded by Councillor Lococo. If there's no further discussion, we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's clearly unanimous. So well done, very informative. Really appreciate you taking the time to come here.
So just one final thing is we have it's a history book about the history of Crime Stoppers, then and now, which goes from the founding of International Crime Stoppers in, I think it's Texas, all in 1973, all the way to modern Crime Stoppers here in Niagara, that we'd like to give you, Mr. Mayor, and well, maybe I'll pass it to Councillor Lococo, and if you want to take a look, you might have to share with some of the other councillors, but that's a gift that we have for you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Appreciate that. Very much. Thank you. Thank you. Very valuable. Yeah. Okay, guys, we're going to move along to reports. We've got the city outdoor pool update. Very popular update, I'm sure. And I don't know why my... Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, yeah, thanks very much for that. Okay, so who do we have? Do we have somebody that's Kathy? Oh, there you are. I'm sorry. So Ms. Moldenhauer, our general manager of Parks and Recreation, is going to give us the update on the presentation.
Important to remember how old our pools are. And you can see just in the point above that, that it's approximately $3.4 million that we need to spend on the pools. So with that happy news, we'll move on to the next slide. Our youngest pool, of course, is Buck Hinsberger. This is located in Chippewa. It's around 20 years old. We've included some pictures just to show you the condition. It's just kind of a snapshot of the pools. You can definitely see we have cracked floors inside the buildings. There's cracking on the decks. And this is why the consultant is recommending that we do a further engineering study for every single pool. Because you will see all of our pools have decks that are cracking, heaving, that's Mitchelson, and different cracking going on in the walls around the floors. You can also see some of our mechanical systems. We're experiencing leaks, and they also need to be replaced. And out at Chippewa, you know, it's lighting, it's fencing, it's similar to our other pools, but this one is considered fair. Okay, so it's only, I think, $250,000 that we need to spend here. So we'll move on to the next one. Mitchelson, as you're well aware, currently is closed, and it was closed this summer. You can clearly see, again, the cracks in the deck, and the deck there is heaving, so there is definitely tripping, you know, hazards there. Some of the deck, it's hollow underneath, so there would have to be further investigation on that. You can see the roof shingles, some are missing, some are heaving. We have pictures there of our electrical room. It's corroding, it needs to be replaced. Like, there are significant repairs that have to take place at Mitch. We're almost looking at $1 million. And it's of course unfortunate, but we haven't spent the money on our pools. You know, we just try to ensure we're spending enough to keep them up and running, but now it's time, because of their age, that we're gonna have to spend money if we wanna keep them open. So the next slide. FH Leslie, of course, is our oldest pool, the largest pool. This is where we do have our highest attendance at this pool. It was opened in the 1920s, but we did do renovations in 69, so it's not that old. This pool also requires around $1 million. And you know, this pool, I will say, is my favorite pool because it's our largest pool. And it's located in a great park, but you can see we've got the same cracks. The parking lot needs to be replaced. That's another common theme at a lot of our pools. The parking lots are in very poor condition. You can see some of the interior shots there. You can definitely see where we've had leaks in the past that have been repaired. Here we have some accessible features, but again, we need to do more at this pool to make it fully accessible. So our next one is Niagara Falls Alliance Pool. Again, it's also around 40 years old. We have spent some money on this pool, and that's why we're only looking at around $400,000 rather than the $1 million that we need for a lot of the other pools. Again, cracks in the deck. You can see where we have done repairs. You get like that look on your deck where it almost starts looking like a quilt because we've had to, you know, cut and repair so many different spots. Our diving board needs to be taken out, and then we'll have to repair the concrete pad. You can't probably see it, but the lifeguard chair is starting to rust also in the bottom, so we've got to take that out, get a new chair in there, and do some repairs as well to the pad. The parking lot up front is in poor condition as well, and we do have to do some probably replacements to some of the washroom fixtures at this location. So our next one, this is Prince Charles. You can see we got kind of a common theme. A lot of them are around that 40 years old. And at this pool, it needs around $750,000 worth of repairs. You can see, again, cracks that we've talked about at the other pools. The picture of the fence, we definitely need to get some new fencing here to replace all of that. We have talked about at Prince Charles the potential of expanding the fence, since we do have to replace it, because we thought it'd be nice to include like a picnic area or something in that space. The flooring at Prince Charles is currently being completed, but we have to do some other work at that facility in the washroom as well. So, future decisions by council. As you know, staff are working on our asset management plan. So you'll see probably more details on all of the outdoor pools and our recreation centers later this spring. I think is the anticipated date that you'll be getting that information. And the purpose of this presentation tonight is to show you the condition of our pools, to tell you what we need, but to also identify other priorities. And I know we, have limited dollars. We can't do it all. I wish we could. It would be wonderful. But we do have some big projects coming up with recreation, culture, and facilities. Chippewa Arena, again, it's aging. We need to replace the floor there. Our change rooms are in poor shape. They're not accessible at all. They're way too tight if anybody's ever been in there. So we're looking at spending at least $2 million at that site, if not more in the future. We've talked about also having the Chippewa Library branch at that site. That would be additional dollars that we would need. Kaler Park, some of you probably remember years ago, we opened up our turf field. It honestly feels like yesterday. We're needing to replace that turf at that site. Hoke Park, you've heard Eric talk about our plans for that site. There's additional money there. We also want to build a new cricket facility. There's an identified need in our Rec and Culture and Parks 10-year plan for that site. We also need dollars, of course, to maintain McBain Community Center. It's 18 years old. I can't believe that. Like, it still looks fabulous, but we got to spend money on that facility to keep it going. Gale Center, too, we opened that in 2010. We have spent some money at that site. We'll definitely be spending more money in the future, and of course also at the History Museum. So we need dollars for everything, and it's coming up with that proper plan and priority of where we're going to spend our money. So the next slide. The next slide speaks to our Rec and Culture and Parks 10-year plan. In our plan, it didn't recommend any new outdoor pools. It did direct staff to, just to continue to monitor the pools and, see what dollars have to be spent on it. With indoor facilities, we currently have only one city-owned and maintained indoor pool, and we refer to the Boys and Girls Club kind of as our second community pool because it is accessed and we do provide them with some funding. So 2 pools to a population of around 100,000 population is acceptable, but our city is growing. So we need to consider too in the next 5 to 10 years if we do want to build a second pool. And, knowing the condition of Mitch, we have tentatively talked about, would that second pool be located in the north end. So it's just food for thought at this point, but one of the report recommendations does speak to doing a feasibility study to determine if there is a need in the future for a second indoor pool, and also to speak to it, where it would be located, how much would it cost, and kind of what other amenities would be part of that pool complex. And I think I've made it to the end. I tried to be quick.
Wow. All right. Thank you for that, Ms. Moldenhauer. First up, we've got Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kathy, for the presentation. I know you're in the hot seat tonight. But, I just, You know what, as a kid, I grew up at the Lions Park and the Lions Club. And I took actually swimming lessons there in like 1975. So I think it was probably a year, whatever it was. But I have fond memories of going there with my friends on their bikes, and we would skate there in the winter and then swim there in the summer. And that, like I said, I used to go there all the time, and there'd be lifeguards there, and it was a great spot. And even my dad ended up building a pool at my parents' place, and me and my friends still went to the Lions Club because it was just a great place to socialize in the summer. I don't know how we got to where we are with these astronomical amounts of money. It's crazy. It's, especially, I just looked at the Buck Hinsberger, if I'm saying it, Hinsberger, in Chippewa. My pool is probably bigger than this. And I don't understand how there can be a $250,000 in life cycle there. Like, I don't know how, where we first of all, who takes care of our pools? Like, is it city workers? Do they take a pool sample in? Do they look after the equipment? If there's something wrong with the equipment, do they go to a pool store and say this, or do they order it off? Because I've seen some of the reports and some of the stuff that we've replaced, and I've even talked to Councillor Baldinelli about that, and there was some replacement of $7,000. He looked to see what the replacement cost. He says the most expensive one was $2,000 on Amazon. So someone's making $5,000 by installing this, obviously. But what is the who takes care of them? Is it a student? Is it like during the summer? Who takes care of the 5 pools? Is it one person, or is it?
We have a team of 4 operational staff, and they're actually our arena staff, so the staff that work in the Gale Center or Chippewa, and then the summer 4 of them then move over to pools. They are certified. They have taken the courses, of course, so they know how to take care of the equipment and take the water tests. When we do run into a situation which is kind of beyond their expertise, we do contact local pool companies. So we do reach out to them for their expertise. If it's beyond them, then we would also reach out to somebody else. The costing in the report tonight, that was generated from our consultant that did complete the building conditional assessments. And with the consultant, of course, they're experts in this field. They do travel around and do this for other municipal facilities. So it's an average cost. It could be a little lower. It could also be a lot higher in the pricing. And they're just estimates, but that is what our consultants provided to us.
I just, I look at the Mitchelson and it says, almost $900,000. Like, you could build a whole pool with $900,000. I don't understand it. I really don't, because I take care of my pool every day. If I need something, I take the water test in. If there's a problem, I'll get someone to fix it. And I don't know if it's, we take it to the pool and they know that we work for the city, so let's triple charge them or 20 times charge them, because I don't get these prices. I really don't. I don't know if anybody's on my side here, but I just, I don't understand. So if you want to close a pool and people want to go in the summer to an indoor pool, I just don't see it. I can't fathom someone, when it's 85, 90 degrees. And like when I was a kid, we'd love to socialize. That was our thing to do. Ride our bikes, go to the pool, especially nowadays. You want the kids getting off their phones and stuff. It gives something to do. It's socializing, which was the best thing. And now we don't have a pool in the North End. We're getting emails like crazy from residents. And I just don't understand. So if we close this pool, and then you're talking about, well, maybe in 10 or 15 years, we might open a second outdoor pool in the North End, which would, according to, I think it's going to cost like $7 million to build anyway. So I don't understand why we wouldn't just fix this. And it's just a hole in the ground. It's just, you have to, it's a new liner that you, every 15 to 20 years, you get. I don't know whether it's, if it runs by chlorine or salt, or do we have pools that have salt water in them?
No, all of our pools are chlorine pools. The problem is, to be honest, they're old pools.
Yeah.
And if you have a backyard pool that's 40 years old, you have to spend money on it.
Yeah, mine
yeah,
is exactly
and-
40 years, and we do
Yeah.
the same thing. We get the pipes fixed. There's no way, like the one in Chippewa, if I would lose everything if it cost me $250,000 to fix my pool, which is basically the same size as the pool in Chippewa.
Yeah.
I just don't understand it.
It's the, like the concrete that needs to be fixing, like everything has shifted and you can see the cracks. And to be honest, these pools have not been maintained properly as far as preventive maintenance. We've been band-aiding them because of limited funds.
Yeah.
So, you know, like obviously we've replaced filters, we've replaced, you know, chlorinators, but and roofs, we do roofs, of course, and you might put in a new toilet here or a new sink, but the money that truly needed to be put in them has not been put into the pools.
Okay, well, I just, you know, that's part of our asset management plan. I would kind of be thinking, right, we got to take care of this. We should have been taking care of it. I just don't think, you know, last year we get, okay, we're going to have to, you know, pay almost $900,000 or we got to close this pool. And you know, everyone's upset at us that we want to close pools, and we should be upkeeping these pools. And I just figure some way that we could reach out and to either naming rights or sponsorship or advertising. Like there's ways I think the community will get behind something like this. I think, you know, whether it's through Centennial or Culinary or something like that, even through concrete and cement. We did it at Fireman's Park. I think people want to help, and I think they want, whether it's through naming rights or something like that, in all of our assets. You know, whether it be a park or even a playground at a park, which you could actually name, or the tennis court, which you can name, or a basketball court that you could name, and help raise some money that way. So whether, you know, we do it, you know, in Toronto, the hockey arena, they went, you know, they go from the Air Canada Center to the Meridian for sponsorship money, and I think we saw it here at the Convention Center. We used to be the Scotiabank, and now it's nothing. But I think if we can create some kind of policy or something, and I believe you brought it up last year with some kind of naming rights, whether it's, you know, 5-year naming rights where it's advertising. I don't know. I find it really tough to just take this pool out and demolish it. It's only 48 years old. I think it's a lot. It's a hole in the ground. You should replace the liner, and then to go and say, okay, well, maybe in 20 years we'll get a second pool, which will cost $7 million in the north end. Why would we do that when we have something we could fix for $800,000? I know the funding is not there, but I really, really find a difficult time right now to close pools, especially in the north end. And I know we have pools close together. And I know St. Catharines, they only have 2. And I'm sure at council they'll probably say, well, we should be more like Niagara Falls because they got 5 or 6. And they have beaches, which we kind of don't. We used to have, you know, Chippewa Beach. We used to have Dufferin Islands and other stuff where you cool off. We don't have those anymore. And for kids and people, when it's that hot out, I think the last thing they want to do is be indoors at a pool. You know what I mean? I think they want to be outside. They want to enjoy the sun and socialize. So I don't know. I have a very, very difficult time, and I'm hoping that we can come up with some way to fund this, whether we reach out to some partners through the community or something like that, because I'm sure there are people that are willing to help. It's just we have to reach out to them.
Thank you for that.
Oh, if I could
go
just
ahead.
clarify.
Yeah, Ms. Moldauer.
We do have a sponsorship policy, so we could definitely look into that. I just wanted to clarify too, all of our pools are concrete pools. 4 of them have liners because we had cracks in the concrete, and it was cheaper, easier to put in liners rather than repair the concrete pool. The only pool that does not have a liner is Chippewa Pool. And again, it's our youngest pool.
Which is our newest pool.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, our CEO is going to jump into
So concrete pools are, they have challenges in climates as Canada because of cold weather and retraction, so they require a lot of maintenance. Prior to actually creating a facilities team less than a year ago, effectively, you know, maintenance was not really, preventative maintenance and that kind of stuff was not a priority because we had essentially 1 plumber for the whole city doing doing our facility work, and he worked half-time for water. And if you read anything about concrete pools, you know, they will say that they're the most costly to maintain, and you have to put an extensive amount of work into them. And my experience from my prior job as CEO, anytime you opened up a concrete pool, as soon as you open it up, you have to bring everything up to code. And anytime there's anything wrong with it, you are digging up concrete and then you're redoing the concrete. If you look at modern pools that are designed now, you'll see a lot of their piping is actually an open space where you can get access to now, right? So if you see but that's a very expensive build, and you would never do one. They do it for the indoor pools, and that way when a pipe goes, they're not digging into concrete to fix the pipe. They actually have free access to it, but the design cost is much more significant, and you'd only do that for an indoor pool. So the challenge is, you got 40-year-old technology, you got 40-year-old stuff, so as soon as, and I always caution any of these estimates, because I'll guarantee I've never repaired a pool that didn't cost more than what they originally said, because then you're into, you know, well, we dug it up, but we found this, or we dug it up and, you know, pavement, you know, so I just be careful. Sponsorship, we'll always look at it, we'll always look at it as an option. We just really don't have a network of people going out and, you know, selling pool sponsorship opportunities, right? So it'd have to be someone would have to step up and arrange that. But just wanted for the public, you know, they're concrete pools. Anyone who Googles concrete pools versus vinyl pools or fiberglass pools, you'll see the first thing they usually say is these are expensive pools.
Oh, I agree. I know a lot of people that have concrete pools. They got to paint them every 4 or 5 years, right? I'm just surprised that we got the one in Chippewa is concrete because it's our newest one. If it was a problem, right? Why wouldn't we get one with a liner?
Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to offend anybody and I don't want to lay blame, but I don't know how we got here, and I think that this asset management plan that is mandatory has really put us in a place to figure out all of this. So we have to come up with a solution. One of the challenges I'm having is we look at different projects and we approve them, the capital, and then there's maintenance later on. It doesn't seem to me that we are looking at all of the options all at one time. So in the report it says, okay, well, we're going to have to put money to Kaler Park to the turf, Hout Park for the new amenities. But when we approved them, it wasn't stated that, well, now you are putting money towards this, you're going to have to take money away from the pools. So now we're at a decision, where do we put the money? We're not looking at it as a whole, and I think we really need to do that, is look at everything as a whole. How much money do we have in our little bag of money, and then where are we going to put it? And it's not just about building something for the capital at that point, it's maintaining it year after year. And I know I've brought this up before, that, you know, when we're looking at that, we look at it as a whole. So that's sort of my challenge. My other challenge is, like Councillor Strange said, most kids don't want to go in an indoor pool, they want to be outside. I was wondering, do we happen to know the number of hot days, the increase? Like they keep saying we have so many more hot days than we have. Do we have that information? Sorry, I just thought about it now.
I don't have that information on hand, but they definitely have increased over time. And to be honest, when it's super hot, people want to come indoors. A lot of people don't want to be out in the heat.
Okay,
so
thank you.
It works kind of both ways.
And I really believe that if we close the one in the north end, the Mitchelson pool, we're never going to get one back, or it's going to be many, many years down the road. So I think we should look at opportunities like sponsorship, like Councillor Strange said, or look at different pricing. Like, I don't know why everything is so expensive when the city goes there. Once we close it, I don't think we're going to get it back. So I think we really need to look at that. And maybe we need to reevaluate where we are spending our money. We're just given this now to say, well, if you have to put it in the pools, it's going to cost X number of dollars, but you've done this, this, and this. So maybe we need to reevaluate everything that we've done. Maybe looking at it as a whole, maybe pools will rise to the top and something else will go down to the bottom of the list. I don't know, but maybe we need to look at it as a whole, because this is very difficult. It's like piecemeal here and there. When you're at your home, you have X number of dollars and you figure out where you're going to put that X number of dollars. Sure, things creep up later, but this is very difficult to do budgeting this way when it's one thing here, one thing there. And what I also wanted to say, okay, so North End, yes, we have to do something in the North End. I really don't want to close it. I think it might be better well spent to repair it and have an outdoor pool. And I know at the last time we were talking about pools, one of the comments was made that we want to push everybody to the McBain pool. I don't believe that that's a good theory. We should have pools in different areas of the city. I understand that McBain, there's a big investment in there and you want people to be there, but at some point if you're pushing everybody over to a certain area, it's going to get overrun as well. So those are my comments.
Thank you for that. Mr. Sayo?
Thank you, and that's why we did the presentation. I agree with the councillor, and that's why we specifically put the slide in with regards to the other projects that you have to consider. And when we do have the asset management plan, you'll see all the different obligations that are there. We're just not ready yet. But from a staff point of view, you know, the reason we did make the recommendation, just to be clear, is it was the first budget that I got here at, so just over 2 years, or just the two budgets ago. This council made a major investment in aquatic services, i.e. taking over the McBain Center. So if you remember, that budget spiked taxes because of the cost to take that over. So from staff's point of view, the amount of investment we've made in aquatic services has significantly increased. So the number of hours that we're providing and paying for aquatic services, it's significantly increased. And that's why staff felt comfortable to say, listen, we made this investment 2 years ago to take over and operate that pool, and therefore, you know, we can't do everything. We know we don't have enough money to do everything, and that's why we were comfortable with giving the recommendation. It's up to council to decide how much you want to invest into aquatics versus, versus cricket versus hockey versus baseball. But you know, from staff's point of view, we made a significant increase in total hours of service. The hours, even with the pool being closed last year, the hours of service are still up. And so that's why we felt comfortable with recommending it. I understand the challenge for council closing anything. It's not a popular thing. No one ever gets elected to close stuff. It's not something that people want to do. We do have the study out there. If council feels more comfortable, waiting till the study is complete and you can have a larger picture on that, that's fine. But there is no plan in the budget that we're going to be going forward with a capital budget. Ms. Clark could correct me, but I think we only have a couple $100,000 in actually for pool repairs in the capital budget going forward for this year coming up. So that'll be another budget item that we can discuss at that time, and we can defer it to the budget. But that's where it should happen when all the other decisions are there. But we wanted to close the loop on this report, because if you remember, this report is actually a request from when we delivered the initial report. We had to report back to it, and that's what this is, our report back, and you can defer it to budget or defer it to another time.
Councillor Strange?
Can we maybe just get a report just on the Mitchelson, because we know it's important. If we're going to do something, we have to do it, I'm sure, right after winter, and get it done right away. I just want a list of actually what has to be done and the cost beside it. Like if it's cement work and it's $500,000 and it needs to be leveled off, maybe we say, okay, maybe we reach out to somebody and say, hey, your naming right's going to be there for the next 5 years if you fix this or whatever. I don't know, but I think I would just like to see a list of what actually is needed. I'm sure Councillor Baldinelli and the rest of us would like to see. We'll
deliver it.
Okay.
The one item we do need to complete, though, is a detailed engineering study, which is $20,000. That's the first thing that has to be done, because as Jason was saying, there could be additional items and additional costs, because when they did the building conditional review, they just looked at everything on the surface. So they have to do some further investigation to know that final cost.
Okay, who would do that, Ms. Moldenhauer? Would it be an outside?
Yes, oh, definitely.
Like a pool specialist?
Yeah, like an engineering company, we'd be reaching out to do that.
Okay. Are you done, Councillor Strange? Yep. Okay, so I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, then Baldinelli, then Lococo. Remember that, please, because I won't remember.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. First thing I want to say is I think Thorold has a Mountain View pool, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, so I mean, the possibility of having a corporate citizen step up to the plate and, you know, put money in a pool is probably not really that far-fetched. I mean, I'm sure it happens all over the place, but I mean, it's in our neighboring municipality. I just wanted to put that out there. And by the way, I've gone to that pool.
Yeah.
It's very nice. I believe it's heated on top of it.
Oh, it's right on the highway. It's beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to mention is if you look at the statistics that staff gave in their report on page 5, you'll see that our 4 pools this year, our outdoor pools, they did over 42,000 attendees. So that's just in July and August. So if you do if you do it by the numbers, that's only 60 days, 62 to be technical. We service over 700 people a day at our outdoor pools. And the number was almost the exact same for 2022 when Mitchelson was open. So yeah, I agree with Ms. Moldenhauer. I mean, people just, you know, went somewhere else. But it doesn't mean that we're actually decreasing. If you take a look at 2019, you can see that we've increased about 65% in attendance for our outdoor pools since 2019. So we're going up in attendance, not down. I mean, I could appreciate it if staff brought us a report and said, our attendance is really declining at outdoor pools. But it's not. It's actually going the other way. It's on the upwards trend. I mean, I would rather consider closing a pool if the attendance was really plummeting, as opposed to just coming to council one day and being given a report saying, you know, for whatever reasons, this wasn't looked after and this pool has to close. And by the way, we have these other repairs over here, so I don't know that we'll ever get around to this. I don't really know that that's the way to operate, Your Worship. I mean, the city is supposed to be run as a business, and I don't think most businesses would operate that way. You wouldn't just show up one day and say, yeah, we're closed because we didn't do this or we didn't get this done. It's not a good way to run business, so I just want to throw that out.
Thank you for that. Councillor Baldelli.
Thank you, Kathy. I agree with Victor and Mike. I was just wondering, I'd like to really take a tour of all these pools and actually see the actual damages that are done. I have a different perspective when I look at damages, and I know the engineering that looks in. I know a lot about pools, and I know a lot of people who do pools, and I know a lot of people who are experts in concrete and electrical that are retired, and I spoke to Kat, it was a liability thing, but we have the people that want to come out and help. I don't understand why we can't have them come out and help the municipalities, just like, you know, you needed a hand building a home or putting in a driveway. Back when I was younger, everybody used to gather and do these things. So even if you have an engineering report and we have the qualified people who still have their tickets, I think we should, you know, there's an opportunity to save money that way. Because I agree with Mike, I'm not really convinced that things are costing hundreds of thousands of dollars when, you know, concrete's not that expensive. Ingenuity is very, very cheap. I mean, so I think we can do something, and I'd like to actually see the damages. I don't know if anybody else would like to see them, but I would.
Well, maybe we can arrange for council to go do a tour of a couple of the pools, specifically Mitchelson, since that's one right on our radar right now. Maybe not a bad idea. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Strange asked for a list. Do you mean the same list that's on like from page 11 forward with the list of all of the repairs, like for Mitchelson? Yeah, starting on page 11, it starts with all of the list of what would have to be done in 2023, 24, and it goes page 12.
There's a more detailed list we can provide. So I think he was asking for the more detailed list. That's the summary comments.
No. Oh.
Yeah, there's a more detailed one that will summarize.
Starting page 11, the bottom of 11 is Mitchelson, and then page 12 is all of Mitchelson. Page 13, most of it is Mitchelson.
We'll swim in his pool. Oh, good.
That's what I thought that we were looking for, was a list of all of the things that needed to be repaired and, okay, good, thank you.
But the CEO is saying there's another list, there's a more comprehensive list.
There's a more comprehensive report.
Any other comments at this point? Yes, Councillor Newesday.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand we've been discussing a lot of it just based on financial cost, but I think there's another element to it as well, and that's the social cost. We have children, they are relying on us to make decisions to help them enjoy and to have their life. Right at the beginning, Councillor Strange stood up and spoke about his childhood. As he was doing that, I'm sure all of us were going through in our mind the times that we spent at the community pools. So there's more than just the financial costs, it's the social cost, and for the children who may not have another place to go. In today's day, when it's so increasingly hard for everyone to exist, if we have a place for children to play and grow, I think we need to really consider that element as well. Also to Councillor Peter Angelo's comment, yes, it is 2 months, but it's 2 months of concentrated time, which is like a year of anything else, because it's 2 months that people are there every day, as opposed to something that you're going to once a week over the 52 weeks of a year. So I just think we have to consider all aspects to this decision than just financial. Although financial is important, there's more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To that point as well, a lot of seniors have contacted us as well, and that is their recreation, that is their enjoyment. So there is a huge social aspect, but yes, we have to look at the financial.
So it seems to me that council's not convinced we should be closing it. So maybe we can get a motion other than the recommendations that we have here. So one is we want to get a tour. Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Patel. Okay, so one is we want a tour. 2, we want to get a more comprehensive list of the specific repairs with costing. What was the next thing? Do we still want the study? There was aquatic services feasibility study for a new indoor pool and the cost and possible locations. I mean, is that an internal thing or an external thing? Like, would staff be doing that?
No, we'd be hiring a consultant to complete that, and they would be looking at the service levels for outdoor pools as well. So we would truly understand the demand for aquatic services, indoor and outdoors, here in Niagara Falls.
Do we have an idea how much that would cost?
Usually they cost around $75,000.
Wow. Yeah, that could do some repairs, right? So maybe so.
Community partners as well.
Yeah, looking at the option of community partners, and then there was a fourth thing I thought that we talked about. But you did say you needed the engineering part, right? Because the sooner we start that, then the sooner you can fix Mitchelson. Is that right?
Correct. We need to do the engineering study for all 5 of the pools.
So for that 20,000, is that for all 5 pools?
No, that's 20,000 per pool.
Per pool.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I wanted to just let you know too, the other 4 pools, they may need some money spent on them this summer, but they don't need the full recommendations with all of the repairs this summer. So we could look at, a plan that we're spending X amount of dollars per year for the next 4 to 5 years to fix all of the pools.
Okay. So, yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, is there any way, we can contact a pool company? Is there an easier way instead of hiring, $20,000 per pool seems a little steep. We can make a pool for $100,000 where we're spending. We can make a pool.
Yeah, it is really important, I feel, to hire an engineer to do this, because we need to understand about the foundation of our building and the decks, and I wouldn't want to cheap out and then I have to stand in front of you again in 5 years and tell you this horrible story. So I think we need to get all the information from the right people, so we know what we're facing as we go forward.
Oh, can I just ask a question? Do you think Buck Hinsberger would be 20,000? Like it's a small pool.
It may be a little
And it's pretty
less,
mini?
yes.
Would they give you, so they give you a quote based on?
Correct.
So do we get a quote? Is that how you start? Do you go to RFP, you go to tender to get this? Is that how that works? Or do we sole source? Is there enough competition to do that? Do we know? I don't know if we know procurement wise.
Yeah.
Go to Shelley.
Okay, Ms. Darlington.
Thank you, through the mayor. I would suggest that we would want to issue a request for proposal and hire a qualified engineer to do this consulting work.
Okay. So it seems to me there's four main things, if I got it right? Take the tour, comprehensive list of repairs that we already have, explore the sponsorship opportunities like Mountain View Pool and Thorold.
Sponsorship, naming rights, whatever we
Yep.
can advertise, whatever we can do.
And also get, issue RFP for engineering reports on the pools, so we'll know what's going on. So is there anything else that we want to do besides?
Now that we've told them that we're willing to give 20,000 per pool, then RFPs.
No, we're saying that.
Well, Your Worship, do we not want to look at our capital budget for next year?
Pardon
Do
me?
we not want to look at our capital budget for next year?
Well, let's get our CIO in on that one. I know Tiffany's on there too.
Well, the capital budget will come before you, and you know, council can make some decisions. We've put some items in the capital budget for the study and some other items. So, but that'll come before council next month. So you can make your decision. Then you will not have the engineering study complete at that point in time. Yeah.
We're still going to have to set money aside. I mean,
We have set some money. We set some money aside to take care of the emergency life-saving or life danger items, and that's what we've done at this point in time. We have not budgeted anything for the reopening of VE at this point in time.
The money we suggested though for the aquatic services review will probably be similar to what we're gonna need to do the engineering for all the pools.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say, Your Worship, is I haven't heard anyone tonight stand up and say, let's close the pool. So we know there's going to be a significant cost, and if we don't have that money allocated in our capital budget, perhaps we should be looking at that as well.
okay. Yes, Council?
Mr. Mayor, for engineering studies, are we taking different quotes from, like, prices from different places, or are we just picking the one?
For the engineering?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna do a request for proposals.
Okay.
And so they'll tender that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So then, are you gonna move it then? You had your hand up? Yep. Yep, okay, Councillor Newstag. So we're asking staff to coordinate a tour of the pools, come up with a comprehensive list, look at sponsorship naming opportunities, and tender out for the engineering reports for the pools. Yes, Ms. Darlington?
Through the mayor, I might just suggest that final recommendation just to give staff the direction to proceed with hiring a consulting engineer. There may be a roster already established or a vendor of record that we may be able to expedite sort of the engineer to do the work. So I don't just want to tie our hands that we have to go to RFP, but we'll look at what's available to us.
Okay, so the mover and the seconder are good with that, so you'll wordsmith that, Mr. Clerk, to reflect what was just said. Okay, so you heard the motion, seconded by Councillor Newestag. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. It's good, right before the stroke of midnight, we got that. Yeah, it's gonna be the next day. Do we need a motion to go past midnight, Mr. Clerk?
We may need a motion to get past breakfast, but.
No, we're good. We're good. Okay, 8.2, further update on strong mayors legislation. Ms. Pignatti, you. Okay. Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for this very detailed report. It answered a lot of my questions. I did have a question, though. On page 11, which is the mayoral decision, it talks about the bylaws for that meeting. Sometimes we approve something in one meeting, and then the bylaw comes to another meeting. How does that work when it's on two different meetings?
I guess we'd have to ask Ms. Pignatti.
Thank you. Through the chair, each of the bylaws would be from two different meetings.
Okay.
So each meeting would be followed by a decision of this sort, assuming that the veto is not being exercised.
Okay, thank you. And Nothing against the individual mayor, I'm just asking questions. So it seems to me that the powers that have been given to the mayors, it changes the power balance between the mayor and the CAO. Before, the CAO was the council's employee, and now it can be just the mayor's employee. There are mayors that have delegated the power back, and I know that the power can be removed at any time. Have you considered about delegating the power back for the CAO administrative and political structure?
No.
Okay. And my last one, so regarding the CAO hiring and firing, could a mayor fire the CAO on a Saturday and come and tell us on Monday? Like, how does that work?
I don't know, because I have no intention of doing any of this, Councillor
I'm just
Coco.
asking.
So,
Because I haven't heard, I've looked into a lot of different questions from different municipalities, and that's my question. Because it says that you would tell us after or exercise the power without knowledge. So I'm just wondering, can you do it and then come and tell us, or do you come and
well, I'm going to
have
go to
the
Ms.
discussion?
Pignarti, because we had our meeting and it made it clear it's window dressing to delegate your authority away, first of all, because you can take it right back. So it's just for optics. It doesn't serve a purpose, and I'm not about optics. I'm about doing the right things. So I sat down with our solicitor and our clerk, and we talked about what's best for the corporation, not what's best for me. And Ms. Pignarti can explain, it's quite simply that, you know, from her perspective legally, how that would work. So I think it's best she answers it rather than me. I get my smarts input from them, definitely.
Thank you. So it's just the one question, can a mayor fire a CAO on the weekend and come and tell us on Monday?
So the way the legislation reads and the way the powers read as assigned, they are unilaterally exercised. So that means that the rest of council doesn't really get a say.
Okay.
So what you say can theoretically happen.
Okay.
But as the mayor has said, he does not intend to exercise these powers, and there are specific provisions in this new legislation that say if the powers are not exercised, everything remains status quo. And I went into that on page 3.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to receive and file, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay. Yep. Did you want to comment, Councillor?
Yeah, I haven't been upset about this. If you're weak, mayor, I would like to have a strong mayor. And I think this really is politics. If you're going to do something that upset the council or the residents and the people who vote for you, you're not going to do that. So I don't have any concern about your strong mayor. I think it is politics, and you're going to make the proper decision with respect to the council.
Exactly.
So,
Yep. You're right.
yeah.
You're right. Thank you for that, Councillor Thomson. I appreciate that. Okay, 8.3, revisions to the road resurfacing mill paving program. Move the recommendation.
Is that what you could refer to it now as mill and pave?
Well, I just read what it says here, resurfacing mill and pave. I like the shave and pave, that's my favorite term. But apparently Mr. Nickel has, he likes mill and pave, you know? That's what they say over there in that department, so. Engineering, you just never know. Tomato, I don't know. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, thank you. 8.4, electric vehicle charger and vehicle infrastructure update.
Yes, so, yeah.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thomson.
Yeah.
We've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One quick question. What if someone leaves their vehicle there for a charge, say it was going to take 20 minutes and they take off for over an hour? Is there a fine system for the time after it should have been charged?
Mr. Nicol, do you know that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a great question. The 4 chargers we have today, we don't actually charge for charging. We will be changing that as the market starts to see more electric vehicles in demand. And what we would do is we charge like an idling fee, because it's important that those chargers are available, because for us, those parking lots provide a service. So we want to see turnover to get parking revenues, and we want to have available units. So we'll be able to program it to charge an idling fee, which is going to be probably more than it would cost to charge. So then those users can come back, move their car, and then someone else can come and use it.
Thank you. Through the mayor, will it be a lower amount than a regular parking fee? Because I've heard of people that just leave it there because they don't want to pay a regular parking fee.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, all of those things we will have the opportunity to work out if we're successful to implement this program.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Thank you, that's approved. 8.5, now I know Andrew Bryce is still here. Permitting 4 dwelling units in a dwelling in urban residential areas. There are 2 recommendations. One is permitting 4 dwelling units in a dwelling on urban service residential land. And is that it? Yeah, and then secondly, council directs staff to forward this recommendation to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation and the Federal Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just a couple of comments. I know we received an email today. I think it was from the Niagara Association of Realtors.
Yes.
Of Realtors, yes. What they said we were approving was 4 units, 4 stories.
Yes, they did.
But I think that was the original recommendation that came out of the province when they did their housing strategy, was 4 units, 4 stories. But that's not, I just want to be clear, that's not what this recommendation is. This unit, or this recommendation is only for 4 units, but we still have a building height of 3 stories. Just want to double check if,
Mr. Bryce?
see if that's correct.
The author of the report.
Yes, so you, Mr. Your mayor, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Past my bedtime.
I've been called. I've been called worse. I've been called worse.
Yeah, so the recommendation is for staff to prepare an amendment for council's consideration and have the necessary open house and public meetings and come back and report on the standards. So there's no recommendation for 4 stories. We're looking at 4 units in a dwelling. We have to look at appropriate regulations for that. You have to look at a number of matters like lot sizes and maybe even the location of where they may be permitted. So that's something we're going to study and report back to council on.
This doesn't say, but it doesn't say not 4 stories though.
No, that's not what the recommendation is.
Okay, nice tie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, behave.
The other question I
Oh,
have,
behave.
Your Worship, before I make a motion to approve the recommendation, is simply because it says, permitting 4 dwelling units in a dwelling. Does that mean that they're all contained within the dwelling, or are we doing like would the proposal be 3 in 1, or would it be all 4 in the dwelling? Like, with the ADUs,
yes,
how we did 3 in the unit or 2 in 1. Would this one be similar, or would it be all 4 in the unit, or would it be 3 in 1?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, we'll look at that through the study, but it could be 3 in 1. Could be 3 and 1 in an accessory dwelling unit, and that's an accessory building.
Okay. Well, Your Worship, I'll move the recommendation.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. We've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick confirmation, these are not for VRUs, they're just for residential dwellings.
You want to confirm that?
Through that, Your Worship, through you, Your Worship, it is, we're targeting urban residential lands, so lands that are residentially designated and zoned. So for someone to seek a vacation rental unit, they will need an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's approved. Thank you, Mr. Bryce. 8.6, response to rodent control efforts in the city. There's, yes, Councillor Thomson?
Yeah, I had an information until I read the health department has come back on our resolution, and the $200 for the people who get a professional but to deal with this. I think that this is great, and the staff should work with the health department to deal with the rodent, and I can't believe that, and it's great, and they take the responsibility. So I would.
You gonna move it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Coco and Baldinelli, and then USAG.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For confirmation, it says 50% of the cost, maximum $200 per application. Did it mean per application to kill the rats, or an application?
Oh.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is it per time that they killed the rats, or is it per application filling out the form to a maximum of
That's
X
a
number
good
of
question.
dollars?
Ms. Dolch, do you know the answer to that question?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So it's a maximum of $200. So if you hire a rodent company, the maximum for that service could be $200 for that service that they provide to you. So when a rodent company does come to your home, they provide you with a program. They give you a bill. Oops, sorry. They provide you with a bill. Sometimes it's in and around that $400 mark. So $200 of that would be covered.
Thank you, through the mayor, but say if I had a rat in March and I did that, and then I had another rat in September, can I do $200 and $200 two times throughout the year? Because it says per application.
Yeah, so do we have a limit on that? Is it a yearly thing, or is it, I thought it used to be like a yearly, no, lifetime.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, it is a yearly program. So obviously if you apply for that rebate program, normally the application, and I have dealt with it myself before at one point, the application is usually a year-long program. So it's about $400 for the year from a rodent pest control place. So if you do have them, they keep continually coming to your house to kind of provide those rat baits. And that's the whole program. That's the service for that year.
Okay, so maybe we can clear up our wording because it's unclear. It says maximum $200 per application. It doesn't say per year. So maybe we can clear that up. And the other thing I wanted to ask, on page 2, it talks about the pellets on the benching of the manhole. My understanding, when the rats eat the pellets, it goes in their stomach because there's water and acid and it dissolves in their stomach. If it falls down into the water, why won't it dissolve in the water, but yet it would dissolve in their stomach?
Yeah, Mr. Nichols can answer that.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the manhole has a flat surface above the lower level, so there's actually a dry platform in the bottom of the manhole. And so then that packet will stay dry, and then if the rats go down, they can eat it, and they're usually looking for water, which activates the poison.
Thank you, through the mayor. I did understand that, but the report said if it did fall into the water, it wouldn't dissolve. And my question is, why wouldn't it dissolve if it fell in the water, if it would dissolve in their stomach? It said that in the report. I didn't make it up. It said that if it fell in the water, it wouldn't dissolve, and that doesn't make sense.
Maybe we can come back, excuse me, come back with an answer on that.
Okay, thank you. That would be fine.
Okay. So did you want to second the
Sure,
report?
yes.
Okay, so we got and Councillor Baldwin, you wanted to speak to this?
After we spoke, or after we had discussed this, and I had asked about the $200 rebate, which I didn't know nothing about, I did find out that I had some rats in my backyard. And for $35, I got my own little trap where they walked in and 2 little spikes, and you had a brick load of food, and 5 days later, I filmed it all. I had about 30 rats in my backyard.
30?
Yeah, you don't know them until they start frolicking around. And they did on one morning. It was misting out, and I have garden beds, raised garden beds, and I had one where I put some grass on top of, and they were just frolicking around and ripping around and zipping over here and over my aunt's house, and she has apples, and started reading up on it, and they love fruit. So I went down to Canadian Tire and got some bait, because I couldn't find it anywhere else. Although they say Walmart didn't have anything, nobody had it, but I went down there anyways and picked it up. So they didn't go into the box. I put it in a location, and it takes 2 or 3 days for them to get used to some object being placed there. But then I just got the food out, put some gloves on, and I started carving up the food and putting it around the box. And I'd go out there a half an hour later just to take a look, and it would be gone. And then I'd carve up another one and throw it out there, and 2 hours later I go back there and it'd be gone. And I just kept feeding that area until they didn't eat anymore. And it doesn't dissolve in water. So rain and everything else. So it actually worked, and there's not one around anymore, 0. Actually, I went by the box, and there was a large one that was not alive anymore. And the next morning, he was gone. So possums or whatever. And so the $200 rebate's a great option. I'm just wondering if the city ever considered, providing. It would cost a lot cheaper. If you had $35 in one of these traps and the extra food, and I'll write them with point-by-point instructions on how to get rid of rats. And it'd probably be a lot cheaper because you spent $15,000, $17,000 before. I'm sure we can buy a couple skids and give it to people that need it, and then get rid of rats.
Like the rain barrel program.
$150. You can take care of all the rats.
I agree.
Line 'em up, and I save $50.
I like that idea.
We can put it towards the pools.
Yeah, that's right. And and it's funny. I was thinking about you said it didn't dissolve in the water. The stomach. I know of a dog will dissolve bones, right? But a bone won't dissolve sitting out in the rain. So I wonder if the rats got the same kind of. I don't know. And again, I'm not a science guy, so I don't know that. Did we call the vote yet? Okay. So let's call the vote on the rat program. All those in favor? Oh, you had a question? Okay, you can still ask it. We voted for it, but go ahead and ask it.
Just questioning the decrease in rats, because there's less money being spent on it, so this program it's been reduced. So does that mean we have less rats? Does it mean that our education component's reduced, or does it mean that people aren't taking the rebate?
I think we got vigilante rat people like Tony Baldinelli. That's getting rid of them for us. Maybe we have an answer, Ms. Tolcho's, your department. Do we have an answer why that is?
Thank you, Your Worship. It has decreased. I can't really give you an explanation on why it's decreased. It's possible that people just aren't submitting the applications. That's what I would assume, but I can't guarantee that. It could just be, as you're indicating, people are solving problems on their own and not using the rebate program, and that's why it's decreased. In 2022 it was about 19,000, and in 2023 it was about 11. So there is a significant decrease.
Or could we just have a decrease in rats overall?
Yeah, and again, I can't say that whether we do have a decrease in rat, but people aren't using the program as much this year as they were last year.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor?
I think you don't know you have them until you actually see one. So I had no idea. I have 7 garden beds, raised garden beds. I had no idea I had one until I planted my garlic 3 weeks ago. And I noticed that I had a hole going underneath and coming out the top of it, because I had put chicken wire down. I didn't want the squirrels burying all their nuts where I was planting my garlic. Then I stood back one day and I was watching, and I saw one fly by. So you don't know you have rats until you actually look for them, and then you have to look for signs of it. So I'm guarantee you, I saw one, and then the next day, and I could show you a video, there was 30 of them, and they're different sizes. So I'm sure there's more rats than people think.
They reproduce extremely fast. You'll have thousands by the end of the year. Like, it's why you gotta stay on top of them. I've had problems in the past too. So now we're at the consent agenda. What's the will of council? Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Mike Strange. That we, yes, Councilor Lococo?
Sorry, I just wanted to pull 9.2. I just had a question.
Well, let's do with that one first.
Okay, does the petitioner pay the costs up front?
Mr. Nichol?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, the way the Drainage Act works is that the works are completed and then it goes through a court of revision and adjustment, and the petitioners are assigned the costs of the work afterwards.
Do we ever not get paid?
We would collect via tax roll.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yes, Councilor Newstead.
I have a question regarding 11.2, the annual report from the.
Oh, we're not there yet. We
I
still
thought
gotta do
we
the
were.
consent agenda. So we're gonna 9.1 to 9.3. So we've got a motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. And that just quickly is the Q3 parking fund budget versus actual, the appointment of a drainage engineer, and a sole source purchase for trails and active transportation master plan. Now we're on to 10. Okay, 10.1 and 10.2, communications. Yeah, motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Thomson. Did you have a, no? Okay, and then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? And real quickly, for those at home, that's flag raising for Crime Stoppers, January 2024, and proclamation request to Talk to a Stranger Week. That's November 20th through 26th. That's what we approved. We're on 11 now, communications and comments of the city clerk. Councilor Newstag, you had a comment on one of the 11s?
Yes, on the Integrity Commission one. When he wrote the report, he was saying we had a significant amount last year, although it's decreased. He's still trying to say to us we need to pay attention. And we were given an amount, but my question is, can we get that amount broken down as to where that those funds have gone to, so we can have a better idea of where what's eating up that money?
Who could address this? Oh, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, I could certainly reach out to the Integrity Commissioner. I believe in his annual report that just goes through from April of 2022 to April of 2023, he's suggesting that the $60,000 that was paid to him by the city was, you're right, it was a collection of investigations, advice, and education. So I could reach out and ask him for that breakdown.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On 11.1, the NPCA, the link wasn't working, so I just don't want them to think that we received all of that information. I've checked with Ms. Rizzolo, and she is working with the NPCA to try to get that to us, but the link didn't work.
Okay.
So that information wasn't there. 11.2, the Integrity Commissioner report, it said that there were provisions of the code that need to be reviewed and updated. I was wondering if we can follow up on that, what those provisions were, and are they coming back to us?
Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, as the Integrity Commissioner suggests, I will reach out to him and work with him as to see what he suggests come back. We've got some suggestions ourselves, so we'll look to do that in the new year and see if there's any other training opportunities that might exist.
Okay, great, thank you. On 11.3, the regions correspondence, one is the Uppers Quarry. 3 residents forwarded me a bunch of questions, which I did forward to the clerk. Are they on the agenda now? I missed that.
The correspondence from Fernwood?
Yes.
Yeah, that's on the agenda.
Okay, so it's been
Yeah,
added,
it's under
that's great.
11.3.
Perfect, thank you. And then we got an email that the region would answer that. Some of the residents were concerned that they offered to do a phone call and go through the questions. They would like all of them in writing. Is there any way that we can ask for them in writing from the region and not the phone call?
Mr. Clerk?
I would suggest the residents should be asking the region for that and
Okay.
not the city asking for that. It's the region's report.
Okay, thank you. And then under the region as well, about the Niagara Regional Transit. Okay, I I'm just going to go back to I really have a problem with the Niagara Regional Transit, how it was displayed to us, how we voted on it. We went through this when we got the tax bill. Like in December of 2021, it was supposed to be 0%, then it went to 7.3%. Then when we got our tax bill, it was either 26% or 46%, depending on the subsidy. Now they're saying that they want to increase it 7.8% on top of that. And I know I put a motion forward and it was approved that at the end of the year, the Niagara Regional Transit give us a report back. This isn't what we bought into, and I'm really having a challenge that they keep on adding stuff. I know Councillor Pietrangelo brought up about the rural. It was 16.6% increase that they've never had before. This isn't what we signed up for, and this report talks about upload errors of $950,000. It goes through and talks about they were not aware of the municipal transit share of the budget, and it should have been increased to $800,000 for the city red line, the WeGo. That it was understated. It was a reduction of $800,000. Pressures for 2024. The WeGo transition, $570,000 additional for cost. This just seems out of control. I don't know how other councillors feel, but this is not what I agreed to. We were supposed to have 0% increase for 5 years because we handed over $39 million worth of assets. There's something wrong here.
Well, I don't know who would like to address, because I can tell you that at the region, there's a lot of frustration with regional councillors, a lot. And it just seems the costs just keep coming up and no one can quite understand it. So we sent them back after they gave us their budget proposal. We sent them back and asked them to find ways to reduce it, reduce service, delay buses. So reluctantly, they're looking into it. So it hasn't come back yet. This was just a week ago. I don't know if there's any further input from our staff. Mr. CAO?
Through the mayor to councillor, I'll try and choose my words carefully. You know, I think staff have some challenges too. They're an independent authority, you know, that runs the transit system and levies a tax through the region to us. So our ability to, you know, direct them is nothing. They are the authority on transit and they'll tax what they see is appropriate. You know, and I don't want to get into managing their business. I got to stay in my swim lane. So we had our questions to them. We have some. We had some reservations, but it's not in our position to drive that because we are no longer responsible for transit. At the end of the day, you know, the Transit Commission needs to answer to the residents of Niagara Falls for what they're taxing for the services that are being provided, and that communication should come directly from the Transit Commission to the residents and vice versa. All we are, frankly, is the middleman who takes what they want to levy to the taxpayer, puts it on our tax bill. And that's the position we're in at this point in time. And I don't want to, like I said, I want to stay in my swim lane.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I know we can't go out and find another provider. We've amalgamated it and uploaded it, I get that. The mayor talked about reduction of services. We were told that we were going to have the same amount of hours, the same routes, everything was going to be the same. And we answer to the residents. They're not answering to the residents. I really have a challenge with this, and I don't know what we can do, but we have to do something. This isn't right.
I don't disagree with you. I don't know what the answer is either.
Okay, I'll just leave it there. The other one I wanted to pull was 11.6, Mr. Caruso's letter. I know it's not our jurisdiction. It's not the jurisdiction of municipality. Apparently, Wayne Gates's office is working with investigating it, and they're forwarding the proper information. So I'm confident that they'll work that process out.
Okay, so I can't remember if there was a motion or not a motion. Mr. Clerk?
We do not have over yet.
Motion by Councillor Thomson. No, all of them. It's just to receive all of them. Yeah, that's the recommendation from our clerk, is to receive and file all of them, 11.1 through 11.7. Motion by Councillor Thomson, second by Councillor Baldinelli. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you for that. 12. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Thanks, Mr. Bryce. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag to move the communications. All those in favor? That's approved. And just real quickly, we approved the Niagara Shriners Parade June 8th street closures. That's referred to staff. And Niagara Falls Hydro Holding Corporation, a memo regarding corporate updates. So now, I know we've got is there any resolutions, Mr. Clerk? No? So we do need to go back in camera. We do need to get legal advice on a matter. So Mr. Clerk, do we need another vote? How do we do this?
The only thing we might need to do is redate the resolution.
Oh, right,
This
redate.
is now November 15th.
It's
Other than
November.
that, no, you've already passed the resolution to go in camera.
Okay, so do we need to do anything then, or can we just, do we need a motion?
No, we've already got that motion, so we can just take a recess from the open portion of council here and go in camera. When that's done, I'm assuming we're going to come back here and ratify anything that needs to be ratified from in camera, and then
the bylaws?
Pass the bylaws.
Yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna go in, we're gonna come right back. So you don't need to take everything with you. All right, folks, welcome back. It's 1:13 a.m. the next day. Wednesday. So this went a lot longer than a normal meeting. I think this is a record for quite a few years. This might even be a record. Anyway, everyone had a lot to say tonight.
Not done yet.
We're not done yet, that's right. I've been told there's some new business, so we might be really entrenching the record. So we just finished our second in-camera meeting, getting some legal advice. Now we are ready to ratify our in-camera directions, so I'm going to go to our clerk for ratification of in-camera.
All right, there's two matters to ratify. Firstly, the council delegate authority to staff to take any action or step necessary to protect the interests of the corporation with respect to contract 223-519-20. And secondly, that the CAO and the general manager of planning, building and development and the city solicitor be provided the delegated authority to take the appropriate steps to represent council's interest with regard to OLT matters, OLT 23-000937 and OLT -000906 as directed in camera.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve ratification. Councillor Newestag, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? That's approved. Thank you. Are there any new business or motions of new business? Councillor Pietrangelo, Councillor Lococo, Councillor Patel.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. At the last meeting,
The hell's going on?
I haven't taken up ventriloquism, so I'm not sure.
Who else did I say? I said, and Patel, that's right, thank you.
Yeah, Your Worship, at the last meeting, I brought up the issue of parking at the Fire Hall Theatre.
You did.
I did, and I know there was a meeting since then. City staff met with representatives of the Fire Hall. I think Councillor Newesteg was there. I think we all got the email, right? And I think it was sent to our clerk, Mr. Mattson, as well. Your Worship, I don't know if you want to look for a notice of motion. I don't think we need a notice of motion. I think council has pretty much agreed that we want to provide the fire hall free parking. It's what we do at all our other recreational facilities. So I don't know if you want it to be direction to staff or if you want it by way of motion, but I was going to make a motion that we provide free parking at Lot 18. The fire hall look after the temporary permits and placards, and we also provide free parking on Lewis Avenue adjacent to the old arena. Once again, the fire hall looks after the reusable placards or the temporary permits, and that free parking remain in place for the Fire Hall Theatre on a long-term basis or indefinitely, and not be revoked or negotiated as long as other recreational facilities that are municipally owned continue to have unpaid parking, and I think that's fair.
Yep, so that you're making that motion?
Yep.
Seconded by Councillor Newestag. Discussion, Mr. CAO?
Yeah, through the chair, I just want to clarify, not all our recreational facilities have free parking. The exchange will not have free parking. The museum does not have free parking. And the users of the other facilities, such as the Gale Center, they all pay for use of the facility. The Fire Hall Theatre, there is no pay for that use of the facility. So the facility is provided for free, unlike the other facilities. And the use of the passes, we have no control over that. And then the use of guaranteeing street parking, we can't control street parking. If neighbors are parking there, we can't give them preferential on-street parking. That's why the codes for what was offered, the codes for Lot 18 was the most usable solution for them. We're still not clear why that solution was not acceptable to them, except it was different. But I just want to be clear, there is no free parking. So to say it was similar to the other ones, this would be a very special deal for an organization that pays nothing. In fact, it's a negative amount at the fire hall because we have to pay for all the utilities, we have to pay for everything for that operation. If I'm a hockey parent, I'm paying $200 an hour for ice. So that's why There's a provision for that. If I'm at the museum, I pay for it. So none of our other recreational facilities have that deal, just to be clear. They have represented that, and I've spoke to them, and I told them that representation is inaccurate, because they're trying to make a parallel, and that's not true. And so I just don't want a false premise coming through, because that group has presented that, and that's not true. We've given them some options for that. But council can direct it as they see fit. I just don't want that as a premise, because what I don't want now is the hockey guy saying, well, give me less hockey, the museum guy saying, you know, let me have free parking. And, you know, we have budgetary considerations here. And at the end of the day, what we're saying is, if you're attending it, we'll give you a pass at the honk place, and that's the best thing. And there are residential complaints on the city streets, and they actually are provided for free parking. It's just not sufficient on that building premise, so they can control that parking lot that's on their premise as they see fit.
Any further feedback?
No, I'll let the motion stand.
Okay. Any further discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Put your hands up, please. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's approved. Just want to make sure. Councillor Pietra, you still have the floor.
Yeah, I just had one other question, Your Worship, and it's just about some of the larger holes in the ground that we have. I keep getting complaints about the one on Stanley Avenue, and then there's the one also over in Chippewa. And I guess the resounding question is, can't the city do anything about these holes that we have? Because, I don't want to speculate. I don't want to say that they're not going to get filled up, but is there a mechanism that we have that we can actually do that, or no?
We'll go to our CAO.
Through the chair, they're unfortunately, some of those holes are created by the new economic circumstances that we find ourselves in, so some of those projects are delayed. We cannot, the only thing we can do is to ensure the safety of the site from a bylaw point of view. So we just enforce the bylaw, but we can't make a builder build something on their property or to complete a project or any of that stuff. All we can do is ensure that they're meeting the bylaw requirements for construction, fencing, and the other items.
Okay, got my answer.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo, and then I got Patel, and then Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was very pleased to see the addition of the farmland at 4357 Kaler Road. The urban boundary expansion is going to be reversed by the province. A letter was sent to the mayor to comment on the reversal, and that will be going out shortly. I've had a conversation with Ms. Dolch.
It's already gone out.
Okay, I'd like to confirm with our planner that we don't need the farmland at 4357 Kaler Road as urban boundary expansion, and it will be reversed by the province.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So again, in terms of being reversed by the province, that's a decision that they'll make. We have provided commentary that the 3 urban boundary expansions that were supported by the region that were originally approved do satisfy our needs right now until 2051. We will continue to monitor growth as we move forward in time, at the 5 and 10 year review periods, and determine whether additional urban land is needed at that time.
Thank you. So we don't need this one at this time?
That's correct.
That's correct. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, we haven't. That's why I'm bringing it up under new business. I asked if it would be on the agenda. It was only to the mayor, and they...
We'll release as part of the correspondence.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, I don't know if I should bring this up under now for new business, or there's 2 bylaws that I wanted to discuss things on.
On tonight's agenda, bylaws?
Yeah, so I don't know if I should bring it up. It sort of is, well, it's not new business. I can bring it up under bylaws if you want me to.
Yeah, probably that would
Okay,
make more
that's fine.
sense. Sure. Okay, I've got Councillor Patel, then okay. Perfect. Councillor Baldinelli.
Through you, Mayor, just a comment on the holes that Mr. Councillor Pietra was talking about. Is there any way that we can draft some type of proposal of bylaw that requires fencing that has some kind of decorative, like they do in Europe? they do something and you can't see through it, and, you know, it's such an eyesore. Why can't we just get rid of eyesores and do something that's like the Europeans do, you know, make it better, make it look good. Whenever there's anything being developed, we can have the proper fencing and some kind of mask over top of it.
So let's get you an answer. You're absolutely right, but our CAO's going to address that.
We're bringing in some new rules around that. You do always have to be careful though. Like, you know, we're trying to get pricing of construction down, and then the more you put on builders to do stuff, they will say, well, that has that. But we are bringing in, and I'm looking at Ms. Dolch. We were supposed to bring in the construction fencing bylaw changes later, like early next year.
Thank you, CEO. Yes, we are looking at that through our building bylaw. We are looking at making modifications to the hoarding fencing requirements to make them a little more appeasing to the eye and to the general public. So we are looking at that, and that should be brought forward in the new year.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just on that point, if we do change the rules moving forward, would that apply to any holes that are still there?
No, it's not about holes.
No, I understand. It's the fencing that's around the holes.
Active construction sites.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So would it apply to any of those that are already up?
I don't know.
Or is it only on the ones moving
Yeah, it's kind of
forward?
hard, eh? Yeah, I don't know. We'll get back to you on that.
I can indicate.
You know the answer?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can indicate generally, it's tough to apply it retroactively to building sites. However, should the fencing start to fail or other things, that bylaw would then apply at that point in time.
Got it? Okay, no other new business? Okay, we are now going to the bylaws. Motion by Councillor, Pietrangelo to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. Seconded by Councillor Thomson. I've got Councillor Lococo wants to speak to two of them.
Yes, 2023-107 and 108, it's about delegated authority. So the last time when we were talking about committee of adjustments, I put a motion forward to have a report come back about the interpretation about who could be on the committee of adjustments and delegation. 107 and 108, that's part of delegation, so we're making a decision when we don't have the report yet.
Who would want to address that? Ms. Dolch?
I don't believe that motion passed.
Oh, it didn't pass?
I think-
It didn't receive a seconder.
There was something, maybe it was just direction to staff that something would still come back. Am I wrong on that?
I don't,
I could be.
Ms. Pignarti?
Through the chair, my recollection is that I specifically gave my interpretation of the Planning Act in this meeting, and I said as a result there would be no need for a further report on that. I don't think it's the best use of city resources for me to do an additional report on that.
Okay, thank you.
Now I'm remembering the CAO didn't feel spending money on an integrity commissioner to answer that wasn't a good thing, and then somebody was going, yes, somebody else was going to bring something. That's what it was.
Yeah, through the chair, the clerk is in, I believe, in the January timeframe, going to bring an update to the one bylaw to correct the bylaw issues. So he's committed to do that in January.
So I was just wondering why we're passing this bylaw without that report, because you said something would come back.
Well, the report passed as it passed, but we made a commitment to undertake changes to address the bylaw.
Okay. Okay, and then my second one, I think all councillors got an email from Mr. DeLuca regarding the bylaw, and I spoke with Ms. Dolch today, and I was looking at it from a perspective of our housing targets and our housing needs. Here's some stats that have cut. 26 cities are less than halfway towards meeting their target for housing, and 76% of municipalities, 38 out of 50 did not qualify for the funding from the government. So we're not hitting our targets. So Mr. DeLuca was thinking, at the extension time, when a developer does not develop and they come to us for an extension, is there something that we can do at the extension time to work on that? So I had a great conversation with Ms. Dolch, and Ms. Dolch, could you maybe just give us an idea of what we talked about, please?
Ms. Dolge?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So generally, the issue is when it comes forward for an extension, you're just determining the extension period. Is it 1 year, is it 2 years, is it 3 years? You cannot add additional conditions onto an application at that time. The only way you can do that is if you deny the extension request and you force the developers to come back in through the process from the start. Then obviously you can look at additional conditions. They would have to apply, conform to our OP policies on affordable housing and those kinds of things. So that's the only way you can do it. Obviously, it does send a negative message to the development community when you start to do that, just for those purposes. Obviously, if there's reasons, if it's been sitting around 15, 20 years and you don't think they're going to develop, that may be a reason definitely not to extend, but you want to be cautious on that.
And the last point that we discussed was, should council be aware of the amount of extensions that are coming through if our economy is being so fragile right now that a lot of developments are not moving forward with delegating the authority to staff? We're not going to hear about that. So Ms. Dolch said she could give us a report to sort of give us an idea about how many are being extended. So that would be very helpful.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Thank you.
that's great. Yeah, you know, in today's current economic climate, projects all over are stopping. Toronto, the big one, the 100-story, isn't happening. I mean, it's not just Niagara Falls, it's everywhere. The interest rate's high and what's happening in the economy, and the real estate's taking a real hit. So if there's no more new business, I'm looking for a motion for adjournment.
It's not 1:30 yet.
Councillor Baldinelli, second by Councillor Thomson. All those in favor? We got out before 1:30. Thank you. Everyone go to bed.